na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh,
wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Say life is not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights and all the things you bought. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. That dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. That dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. The dance of love. Body language.
ever since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. And the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, L.O. and S.P. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to Are you ready to go? So waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming our tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing
hard times. So tell me, brother, can we make it through the dark? Let's try to be there for one another, though the road seems very far. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark. Look for the clear skies, it's getting better. Just believe it in your heart. Let's try to hold on, it's now or never. We can make a brand new start. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be spark. We are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, let love be the spark, let love be spark, let love be spark, let love be
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for.
书接上回，常规赛临近尾声 ，LPL 江湖每年2次的武林盟主大会即将再次公演。本次武林盟主一共3位核心竞争者，九哥您上座。京东目前已经结束了自己的常规赛，14胜2负，小分18，暂列第一。不过保住这个第一也不是个简单的事情，毕竟这事儿还得问问虎视眈眈的滔博。滔博哥，哎呀，您可算来了，这位置就是给您留着呢。他们都说些风言风语，说有个江湖侠客要劫富济贫，长得像个熊猫。我一看他就不会功夫。他们老说嘛时候您当武林盟主，我看呢就在今天，就在今天。对于 RNG， 命运可要残酷得多。只要滔博赢下 AL， 一切就都是天边炮影，空中楼阁。所以这一切的故事都要从这个周六晚上7点 AL 对阵滔博这场侠客交锋说起。
Welcome one and welcome all to another wonderful night here in the LPL as we're getting close to rounding out the regular season. I am Mazel, and I'm joined by our new color caster, Crunchables. Crunchables, how you doing? Your debut this season in the LPL. You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. I'm going to be trying to crunch some of the numbers for you guys. Now, I know I'm not usually a color caster, but I'm filling in while Rob's over on the LEC. I'm stepping in to make our color casters' lives easier. So bear with me a little bit, but I'm going to brain up here. I'm going to try and implement it today.
I see a couple of those wrinkles already, Munchables. I already do. But let's
it's
talk
quite
a little
smooth
bit.
Generally, but
yeah, generally, but just for the night. Come on, we're almost at Halloween. Anyways, let's talk a little bit about what we saw in the LPL yesterday. As we didn't go to full 6 games, we did have some bangers, nonetheless. Did have a switch out of casters midway, thanks to Lyric and unfortunately for Ox. But we did have IG taking a 2-1 victory over LGD. And then LNG taking care of business against Weibo Gaming. I mean, I know it doesn't do much, but it's kind of crazy, Crunchables.
Yeah, I think the key thing there is, honestly, it's a scary look for Weibo going into playoffs, and LNG kind of showing that they can still beat some of the top teams, and a much-needed revitalization right before playoffs begins. There are 4 teams, though, Mazel, still in the running. 4 teams with just 2 days left.
Yeah, you look at those 2 teams in the 9 and 10 spot there, at least for now. We will have them on the docket today. But yeah, FBX, BLG kind of just twiddling their fingers right now, Munchables. They're just waiting to see what could possibly happen with those 2 slots left open, ready for playoffs in a couple days.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of this is going to be decided today. We'll talk about the implications of our matches in a little bit. But first off, let's talk about the matches that we actually have coming up, because we just saw those 4 teams, TT and AL, both playing today, Mazel.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely incredible that we do get this as our the day that both teams play on the same one, right? And it is a little bit of differing opponent levels for both of them, but both very, very crucial nonetheless. As you said, TT versus RA. anyone's legend, try to take down top esports, maybe make that streak go the other way a little bit longer. But that means we do got to get to our first series of the night, Munchables. And that means it's TT versus RA. And for TT, it is a make or break moment that started with their last series, and they have one series to actually make it for the first time in the organization's entire history.
Yeah, I mean, the first time that TT would make it to playoffs if they can get a win today, but also if you go all the way back, like Sido Dragons is the last time this org made it, right? So it's a long time ago. But crucially, if they get a series win today, they'll have 8 wins. They'll make it into playoffs guaranteed. If they lose today, they need to lose 1-2 at worst. I believe it's still possible, assuming that AL also loses today and loses in a worse fashion. So it all gets a little bit complicated if both teams lose. But TT and AL, both playing today, if they get a win, they're in playoffs. It's that simple.
Exactly, winning in. That's my brain doesn't need those wrinkles. That's all I need. You win and you're in. And speaking a little bit more about TT, right, you have to look at their recent performances. And I think especially seeing some of the positives throughout the season, my favorite memory of the entire split so far, and we're getting to the end of the regular season, was their ending win and the triumphant exultation that they had, especially in the first couple wins of their season. But I think seeing them against Ultra Prime, being a little bit primer than prime, Munchables, it all works out.
Yeah, I just want to quickly clarify something I said as well. If TT loses, they are out, whether it's a 1-2 or not. Yeah. So I just want to quickly clear that up. I misspoke there. But yeah, TT, prime of the prime against Ultra Prime. And crucially, once again, we keep on talking about this mid-jungle support trio with TT, and we really saw that coming out strong against Ultra Prime. But we also saw some really good play from Hoya from the top lane, roaming down to make these plays in the mid lane as well. Like, consistently, we saw Hoya joining up with the team. But you, Cal, honestly, the man just completely smurfed this series. His Talia looked absolutely incredible. Both games getting MVP.
The Talia, I like it.
The
Talia a little bit better. But it is actually incredible to see that mixing, right? I think that's the crucial thing, is to actually see cohesion within TT, which I don't feel like we've seen that much of.
Yeah, and crucially, I mean, you saw in the last 2 clips, both games against Ultra Prime, they just have good vision control, play perfectly, and just set up for a free Baron. And Ultra Prime, not even aware of the situation, which, you know, game number 2 is a little criminal from Ultra Prime. They probably should have noticed after it happened to them in game number 1. But crucially, TT being able to set these objectives up and being very confident to just go for it. So I want to see more of that. I want to see the good decision making. I want to see that proactivity from TT that we keep on seeing. And honestly, I'd say they're a shoo-in. I'd say they're a favorite coming into today, and I'm hoping that we get to see that kind of play from them.
I really do too. It's a little bit of deja vu from that series, seeing them take the bear right on schedule 2 times in a row. Very, very fun stuff. But for TT, obviously we've set expectations for them. Win and you're in. For RA, a little bit different of expectations for the rest of the split. It is about retooling for the future for RA, and it's about picking apart the pieces that work and seeing what has worked in terms of strategy for this team, because you see individual outplays for a lot of these guys, Munchables.
Yeah, it feels like this roster has a lot of talent on it, and there have been good moments. Like earlier this year in spring, I feel like Lien was one of the best junglers in the entire league. Like there was a ton of positive things to say about RA in spring. Doesn't feel like summer's really worked out for them in the same way, but there are really good points that you could build around for next year. I feel like if you keep 2 or 3 of these players, maybe swap a couple out, you could set up with a really strong swap.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, as we're kind of talking about the trio for TT, also a trio for me for RA that looks great. It's Cube, Lien, and Strive. Obviously, we've tied Lien and Strive together a lot more in the conversation we have. We've even focused on Strive a lot, but I think Cube has been having, you know, a silent, decent performance for a top laner in the LPL with the likes of what we have in the top lane in the LPL.
Yeah, and you can see, like, when the solo laners are able to link up, it's looked pretty good for RA across the course of the split. Feels like Strive and Cube both having individually some really great games across the split, like being able to work together and take over in the early game. And like you said before, everyone on this roster is very capable of having these big moments. I mean, iBoy having a billion big moments over the years. It's just about being able to do that consistently, being able to set this up as a team, but also crucially, a lot of the time, it is individual plays that set RA up as opposed to the teamwork. That's really what's been lacking in my mind.
For me, like when you see it all come together, when Leon is obviously a very aggressive jungler, when he's followed up with by the team, that's where I feel like I've seen a lot of success for RA, but that's where that dysfunction comes through, where you see Leon just going in for like aggressive trades in wrong timings and just some of that miscohesion that you would want to see actually in a team. So it's about retooling for RA a little bit more. And speaking of that retooling, we want to highlight a matchup that we think is very important for both these teams. TT with those expectations we said earlier, and RA with the retooling. Hoya versus Cube. A little bit different stories for these two coming into this one, Munchables, but still a volatile potential in that top side.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, when I think of both of these players, I kind of think of the tanks. With Hoya right now, I think of the Sejuani. It's been definitely a highlight pick for him over the last few weeks, and obviously the Gnar is a big one for him too. When I think of Cube historically, I usually think of things like the Ornn and the GP, but honestly, I was looking at his stats. Those are actually not his top champions. It's stuff like this Jax. He's really lent into like the Renekton and the Jace of old, but now it's like the Jax, the Gwen. This guy wants to play carries and wants to take over, but crucially, 16 different champs played, right? Like we've seen his Nasus come out. We've seen Vladimir from him, Kayle 3 times. Like there have been a multitude of picks in the top lane from Q, but I feel like Hoya, he's going to have to pray that he's the one with counter pick, because no matter what he brings out, Q will have an answer.
And I do feel like obviously you have to bring the caveat in that Hoya has played less games than Cube himself. But I think it's also interesting to see, right, the early stats for Hoya where he's trying to get that really big stronghold in the top side. Whereas you're seeing for Cube, it's a little bit of team play, trying to either get those side lane pressures for himself, right, on the Jax, on the Gwens, or even on the Gnars, or sometimes making those incredible plays in team fights for them to set up in that trio that we were highlighting so heavily. So it is interesting to highlight these two, but it really comes down to the top trio, I feel like, for a lot of this series in general, right, when we're looking at the jungle, mid, and support for TT, and then the top jungle and mid for at least RA.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how those trios are going to match up. Certainly in the early game, I'm expecting, I'm hoping for big proactivity out from TT. We've seen even when run even when they run scaling compositions, quite often we see TT like still be really aggressive, still push forwards and be proactive, assuming that the opponent also runs a lot of scaling. But like we've seen Leon more than happy to lock in these early aggressive junglers, and you anticipate RA playing towards Leon. That's kind of been the way that RA have succeeded when they've succeeded this split. So I'm hoping that RA will kind of take it to TT a little bit, force TT to not just have a free early game, not be able to just win these skirmishes off the back of nothing. They're going to have to fight for them, because Leon and Strive, when they're working as a pair, have had some real prowess in the mid-jungle 2v2 in certain games. Obviously struggling against the better mid-jungles, and that's where the question comes in, right? Can Zora link up with the rest of the team to kind of make that happen?
That's a tough question for Zora to answer as well, especially against TT, who are trying to make this moment. I feel like a lot of the emotion is behind TT, and kind of the underdog story is there for RA. Can they be the spoiler to TT season? And I think maybe that's at the back of their mind, but overall, right? Like, I think it's about just giving a last performance, right? Giving something to hold on to for the summer split, because for a lot of these guys, we were talking about retooling and things along those lines. So I'm expecting some more volatility in this one, maybe some more playmaking ability, especially, hey, maybe we get the pop-up forwards we're always wanting from iBoy, but in all actuality, I think we will get a little upped ante of volatility in this matchup, as we do get to look at Thunder Talk Gaming taking to the stage, Munch.
Yeah, absolutely. TT will be the ones to step up first, and I definitely think coming into the series, TT are going to be a favorite. I want to quickly point out as well that TT should be starting with side selection, I believe, in this one. And they're 12-4 on blue side. They're 5-17 on red side. TT really, really, really want to be on that blue side. And I'm sure they will be for game number 1. But over towards game number 2, it might look a little bit dicey for them. But certainly for game number 1, they should be looking pretty fantastic.
Look at that confidence on Yukao's face. Come on, man. You can't back down from that one. But in all actuality, right, it is that moment. It is a moment to live up to for TT. We had highlighted earlier, first time for Thunder Talk Gaming to lock in a playoff berth in the LPL would be actually incredible. And I know it's on the back of the mind, right? We've seen some of those high highs for TT and the low lows. So we'll see what we get tonight from them. But on the other side, RA, as we said, here is the squad. We're looking at what kind of performance we get in the last series for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, honestly, I just want to see RA go out with a bang, you know? I want to see them show up for their final series. I want to see them really perform and show us some of the good stuff that we saw in spring, you know, because like we said, there are a lot of big names on this roster. There's a lot of talent here that can be used. I just want to see them trying to work together, because that's ultimately been the biggest weakness for this squad. Is sometimes, like, Lian will go for aggressive invades, sorry. Like that's who Lian is as a person. I feel like he just wants to get in the enemy jungle. We need to see that Strive and Cube and Aibo Yuyanja are moving in to help him out, because quite often that it feels like where this team falls apart a little bit in the early game, where they're just not quite on the same page. So want to see that synergy working out, and especially against TT, like, that's going to be a tall order. They need to be on point, because TT, I guarantee, will be working. Like, Beitron, Yukal, and Yao Yao will work as a 3-man unit. We see it every single TT game. So if RA on point with that stuff, they're going to be taken apart.
I'm really excited for especially some of the picks that we can get. Obviously, Lan has defaulted to a lot of comfort sometimes in these best of threes, where you do get some of the Nidalees, the Rek'Sais, even though it doesn't really work out for him a lot of the time. But I'm really interested at what we get prioritized early in the picks and bans, right? Because I feel like that's going to dictate a lot of where we see those resources delved out to. And obviously, looking at both junglers, I feel like it is a priority to get these guys something comfortable, yet something aggressive as well that can be proactive.
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, in the jungle, like, I mean, Beitron has had a big old habit of going towards the Viego. We've seen a ton of Viego from Beitron, a ton of Poppy as well, bit of Wukong in there. But then more recently, we saw like the Vi come out from him. But the Xin Zhao, I actually think, could be a fairly big pick in its own, because it wouldn't surprise me massively if we see some jungle bans coming on through. And it's something that Lian has played a ton over his career. We've seen a couple of games of it from Beitron as well, and it gives you a lot of that early prowess, right? It gives you a lot of that dueling potential. This is assuming things like Trundle Poppy are taken off the board. If they're not banned, like, anticipate Trundle Poppy matchups coming out here, but I think it's very possible that we do get towards the fringes of that jungle meta and start to see things. I mean, like Nidalee even for Lian, right? Nidalee's like a classic for Lian if he can find the right matchup.
Exactly. It's all about the right matchup. I think you don't want to take that. I think it's a confidence pick, obviously, but I think you want to also be very careful that you're not going to be left out in the dirt in the later parts of the game, because obviously we talked about some of that volatility between these two teams, but I do have a feeling that we could get some late game scaling competitions. We could get to that later stage, and that's where some of those, meta decision-making moments, the decisive moments, haven't been there for either of these teams, but this is a moment to kind of re-up on that, or kind of change that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. A good opportunity for that. I feel like a good opportunity as well, like you were saying before, to just kind of strut your stuff a little bit, right? Like, especially for players like you, Yanja, who we've seen a lot of the Rakan, the Nautilus, and Mumu coming out from him this split. Like, I'd love to see him really going ham, trying to set up for iBoy. Like, iBoy himself has played a multitude of AD carries across the course of the split. Obviously he'll lock in like a Zeri or something if that's available to them. But I'd love to see something flashy. I'd love to see them go with, like, you're out of playoffs already. Why not strut your stuff a little bit? Go for some interesting picks. Go for some crazy styles as we head into picks and bans.
I want the Nasus again. I want to be able to cast the Nasus. I want to see some bonks. We are getting to picks and bans for the first game of the night. Again, TT with a win in this series will lock in LPL playoffs. We'll see them on the blue side. They already picked up the Poppy, which is a perfect pickup for Beishwan. RA, they went with that Nidalee comfort, and they grabbed the Jinx as well.
Yeah, we said if the Poppy's available, it'll get locked in. Hoya goes for that, but the Nidalee. Lian found his opportunity. Yukal grabs himself that Silas, though. This is a pick that has been dominating in the LPL. UCal actually having an 83% win rate on the Silas. Obviously, his Talia and his Azir getting banned away. He still has an answer, but Strive just goes straight over for a Zoe in the matchup. This is his second of the split.
I actually really like the poke comp coming out from Ari. It's very obvious what they're going for, and I feel like DT have a lot of up-in-your-face potential, so it might make it a little bit more difficult when you're trying to pick apart these fights for RA. But so far, like we said, it's very obvious what they're going for. They're trying to go for this kind of standoff poke composition, at least Leyen maybe find some more aggression, and then lead that into iBoy carrying on the Jinx. But into the second phase, we have a lot of potential target bans, right? We get the Braum from RA, but it's the Jax banned away from Cube and taking away some of that top lane strength.
Yeah, so the Jack's being banned away. I just want to say, I want to throw this in before the next round of picks comes through. Cube loves Jace, historically. Like, Cube absolutely adores Jace. It would fit this composition well. Now, it's not a meta top laner. It's not something that's standard, and it's not something that'll be great if Hoya goes for, like, a Sejuani. However, in terms of, like, Zoe setting up a bubble, Jace Shockblast, a Nidalee Spear, and a Jinx Rocket, like, that's a hell of a combo to come out if RA do want to go just full maximum range.
And that's what I would be looking for, right? I mean, I think you do need a little bit of setup, so the Nautilus does just that. I think Yanja will have the keys to the car, at least at this point for RA, if they want to go for an engage. But he'll be hoping, everybody's throwing Coke cans and stuff out of the window before he goes for the engage.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Hoya goes for the Sejuani, though. And then final lock-in. You just want some engage, right? You want a big tanky boy to protect your Aphelios, but also to get these fights started. So I know. Look how bruisery this squad is from TT. But against the Sejuani, you probably don't really want to go for the Jace that I was talking about before. He's not going to do so hard. I feel like Sejuani probably just kills Jace in lane.
I mean, at this point, like, this tankiness is going to be ridiculous. I need to see RA get an early advantage here to make that poke actually last, right? But the Aatrox will be a nice little bridge for that aggression in the top lane. I feel like if he can really link up with Leyen.
Yeah, the Aatrox should have a relatively comfortable matchup against Hoya. One thing I will say, the Ignite for Hoya, crucial, because obviously Aatrox all about the sustain, so good to have that extra bit of damage there. But in terms of the way that these compositions are going to work out, I will say I really like the Alistar lock-in specifically because it means you have someone that can comfortably face check against a Zoe, right? When Zoe lands a bubble on you, you're going to get massive damage from the whole enemy team. Alistar can just pop the Unbreakable Will. So you've got a way of walking into River if you've fallen behind, because the way compositions with like this Zoe and Jinx and Nidalee are going to work is if RA can get on those objectives first, control vision, get deep vision even, and set up on the objective, forcing TT to move in, they're in a really fantastic position. It's very difficult to push towards one of these compositions, whereas for TT, they just want to engage, right? They want to get scrapping. They want to be up close and personal. And you can see that with the Alistar, with the Silas, with the Poppy, with the Sejuani. And then Aphelios kind of chilling on the backline, right? He's just going to be following up. You don't anticipate Kepler being under much direct threat this game. He's going to be following the rest of his squad.
I feel like he is going to be in an episode of Dodgeball, though, because he's going to be the one not needing to get hit by any of that poke. But everybody else is going to be fine. I'm hoping to see some a little bit of team play there in terms of helping Kepler out. But this matchup is so important. We have very differing styles coming into this first game for both teams. I wouldn't have it any other way. Playoff implications on the line for this best of three. It's TT versus RA.
And I'm hoping that we get a bit of a banger here, Mazel, especially in our early game. We've got Leyen on Nidalee, which is very much a signature pick for Leyen. When you look over his career, when you look at him over the years, no matter the meta, no matter what's going on, no matter what team he's on, this Nidalee has always been a comfort pick for him. And it's good to see him on that comfort. It's his most played of his entire career, 70% win rate over 41 games as well. Like, the man is a monster on this pick. And against the Poppy, like, in that farm off, in that war, he's going to win every single time. So Leyen actually would like less action in the early game, whereas Beitron really wants to make things happen in the lanes.
I will just say I was sorry. There's an absolute bias for me for LPL poppies. LPL poppies are just a different breed, especially like seeing a lot of our master tier junglers just absolutely pilot this champion and be so oppressive. I look at like the upside for the Poppy, and I'm really looking at Lian to try to prove something here. We are getting this level 1 kerfuffle, I guess I'm going to call it, as Hoya is here. Lian immediately pulls the trigger to run away, and iBoy and Yuyanja, why are you there? The entirety of TT's ire is now just on to iBoy. He does have to flash, so a couple little summoner spells burned on both sides.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you, Bazelle. That was one of the worst invades I've ever seen. I'm pretty sure. I really don't know what the game plan was for RA. Like, clearly the team was not on the same page as one another, but they warded Hoya. They saw that Hoya was there. They saw that it's a 4v5, and maybe just considering you're against an Alistar, thinking, you know, that they don't really have 4 champions, but iBoy and Yuyan just staying way longer than the rest of the team. Now a hook.
They are in a 2v2 problem, but iBoy, oh, Yao Yao. Beautiful pulverize to stop everything. Kepler going to be able to heal back up a little bit more.
Yeah, very well played by Yao Yao to deny that one, saying even at level 1, my Alistar is a champion.
Oh, no.
But Beitron moving to the bottom side.
They're
Kepler's
playing
in trouble.
aggressive. Oh no, Kepler, he's going to go down. No flash, beautifully timed. iBoy, he's taking so much damage from the minions, and he's just going to die to the big old cow. Yao Yao deserves that one for that pulverized finish, and Yuyanja will make it out after watching his ADC die.
You just see how long Poppy's cooldowns are in the early game. Beitron just autos Yuyanja about 7 times there, but just doesn't have anything else to do. You can see Cube, though, pushing up in the top side. Obviously, having an advantage off of the fact that Hoya was a part of the level 1 play. Cube just had a wave to himself, and you can see that big CS lead there. But I'm loving the aggression that we're already seeing from the junglers getting involved on the bottom side.
That's what the Poppy has to do, with Beishwan doing so nicely. Kepler with the beautiful flash. Yao Yao keeping the CC intact on iBoy. Those minions doing serious work as well. And at the end, it's fine, right? Like, you got iBoy's flash. You also got a kill onto him. And now he's even more punishable. So you see, Beishwan, I didn't even know this was coming. I didn't know, Munchables. He doesn't have it.
No.
Oh, he throws up the cat. Yao Yao's coming in for the headbutt pulverize. iBoy, he is just dead. The pulverize comes out. One more auto attack, and they get it to Kepler. No, Beishwan gets it. There you go.
I just love how little damage TT have in these scenarios. It takes them so long to kill iBoy, but with a Poppy and an Alistar, they easily finish that one off. The wave in a terrible spot there for iBoy as well. So really disastrous start to the game here for RA down at the bottom side, especially when you're running a scaling AD carry against a scaling AD carry, and Kepler gets 2 free assists. You got a kill on your Alistar and on your Poppy. Like, look at the wave. This is disastrous.
But this is such good gameplay from TT. They know there's a wound down here, and they see it. It's festering, Munchables. They are just picking it apart. It's going to become a problem.
They're like, you know what, Lian? You want to play the Nidalee? You want to farm up in the
Lian,
early game?
no,
I'm just going to kill your bottom lane over and over and over and over again. Beitron spotted, though, does have flash, but I don't think he's escaping this one. I was wrong.
No, he has flash. There you go. You pointed out yourself. Oh, man. I was going to say, Lian, just don't look down here. Look somewhere else. But he comes, he punishes a little bit at least. I still say 3-0 victory, at least in the early game for TT, is looking real good.
Yeah, I will say, crucially, the gold 1,000 ahead across the board. In the jungle, you'll actually see Lian ahead, even though there's a kill in the pocket of Beitron. Like, a over 20 CS lead for Lian so far, because he's on the Nidalee, and he knows how to power farm. So far, he's had 2 jungles to focus on, because he went for the top quadrant of Beitron as well. So Beitron, crucially, has set himself quite far behind to get Kepler ahead. So we have to keep our eyes on Kepler in the upcoming fights. He needs to be a massive force to be reckoned with on behalf of TT.
And iBoy can still be punished, right? His flash is still down. Yes, he has the cleanse, but I would wonder if Beishwan wants to put more resources down there. It looks like he's going to go back to try clear out some of this vision to the top side, go to his empty jungle as Lian continuously just farming it up. We'll actually end up getting the Gromp here for Beishwan, but it's just a mere consolation prize. But at this point, I want to look forward for Beishwan because he has put all those resources in bottom lane. I wonder if we do see him kind of change that a little bit, try to help out Hoya in this top lane where Cube has just been oppressive.
Yeah, Cube having a really good time. Obviously, having the counter matchup and also having that really good level 1 is like 2 factors that are going to compound on one another. So Hoya having a bit of a struggle up there. Not going to be the end of the world, though, because crucially, it's Sejuani, right? Sejuani, not one of these champions that's massively reliant on getting a lane lead. Like, once you're level 6, you're still going to be useful in a team fight. You're still going to be able to get a couple of tank items and just be a brick wall for your team, unless you fall really dramatically behind. So I think he should be fine. The key thing I want to look at, though, is you've got Strive in the mid lane, or not in the mid lane. They're moving down, actually, Mazel. Okay, so an invade on the red buff. It could turn into a dive in the bottom lane, too.
I'm wondering if they do actually go for this. I mean, you have double hover in mid lane. Beishwan and Yukal are actually still there trying to push that wave out. Yao Yao's going to be looking for a little bit of vision control down here, but I think they feel that something is wrong. They will just step up a little bit, and everything goes plain here in the end. And now we have Dragon on the table here, Munchables, but in all actuality, I would definitely see it in TT's favor here, because as you see the pressure kind of relieve towards the bottom lane, that Ahri is moving out, I actually don't see TT moving into that Dragon Pit.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is Beitron is falling massively behind, right?
He is.
TCS lead for Lian. Lian will full level up as well. You can anticipate that this is going to maintain as well, because Lian knows how to play this Nidalee, knows how to path to really cripple Beitron, and you can see that in the CS differences, right? We saw Lian taking the early quadrant on the top side earlier on in the game, and now going for that invade on the red buff as well. Every single opportunity, Lian is moving in for these invades. And one of the issues we've seen for RA across the course of this split is Strive and Lian not really working together super well. But this Nidalee Zoe combo is so effective that it can work out for them. Dive on the bottom side, though. TT want to keep this ball rolling.
Oh, the flash comes out. The cleanse also. iBoy not going to survive for long. Nicely tanked from Yao Yao. Kepler taking an extra tower shot there, but that'll be an easy kill. 4-0 in favor of TT. Yanja almost got in transition there as well.
I feel like TT have sort of agreed with you on the idea of playing near the dragon. They're like, we could play the dragon, or we could just kill everyone in the bottom side and go for the dive instead.
That sounds better.
Once again, is like, oh, your bottom side? I'm taking your camps on the top lane. So again, these two teams trading for an advantage on Lian versus an advantage on Kepler. And I'm going to be totally honest, Mazel, I'd take the advantage on Kepler every single day of the week. That's a 202 Aphelios.
Hey, something about 200 years. I don't know. You just kind of add that in there somewhere. It will be the dragon.
200 poppy gangs, I think.
Yeah, 200 poppy gangs. Something like that. TT, there is a bit of a trade here. They'll get the dragon. The Rift Herald obviously taken by Lian. It'll be immediately popped in mid lane as well. So just trying to get some resources towards Strive. Maybe help that roaming a little bit more.
Nice. That'll be 4 plates in that mid lane as well. The Herald kind of trolling a little bit, walking forward really before the charge. But all things considered, Strive and Lian getting a ton of gold off of this play. So it really feels like this mid-jungle getting massively ahead for RA and trading that for an advantage in the bottom side. You see, iBoy will finally get a plate. Might be able to turn that into 2. I'm not quite sure if he'll have the damage to finish that one off. Crucially, I thought Kepler was going to be able to get more off of the previous play, right? Had red and white weapons, got a bit of time onto the plates on the other side, but deciding to go for the reset instead. So the CS advantage in the bottom lane, not as dramatic as you would expect, to be quite honest.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the CS differentials towards the other side of the map, where Lian is just heads it above Beishwan, but as well as Cube with that pressure in the top lane, the early advantage, right? He's still maintaining a pretty big CS lead. So we'll see how that works out, and especially where Beishwan at this point looks 2 decks, because Lian is just fine farming. He has just been having a good time. You know, something about nature, something about cougars. They're feeling comfortable. And Beishwan has been the one that has been proactive. But that's kind of what we were asking for, at least for TT as well, early on in that in the pre-sections of the game. And I think we're seeing that, but it's not panning out necessarily for them because of the other advantages we've seen.
Seeing everyone stacking up in the river here, and it's a good bubble, but you can't really get that much damage. I say that's a fair chunk, honestly, onto Beishwan. Does need to be a little cautious. And you can see, already going with the Merc Treads, right? Because he knows that there's going to be a lot of magic damage coming his way this game.
You got to go with that extra safety as well as a little bit of tenacity. Probably going to help out.
It's also just for the bubble, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. Oh, the max range! And he flashes. Oh, not into the wall, though. That's really unfortunate. So some poke back from Strive, but it'll be an attempted play by TT in the mid lane.
Man, look at this Jiffy Diffy, though. 62 CS in favor of Lian so far in this game. So yes, Beitron did a good job of getting some ganks out in the early game, but he's 2 levels down for that, and now he wants to go for more ganks again.
Strive is here with a little bit of reinforcement from Land, but he's already dead. Yucal just gets the kill here, and afterwards, yeah, taking some damage from that tower. Mega Death Rocket coming across. Can iBoy get it? Not enough damage. He doesn't have it yet.
I thought it was going to get a triple hit there. Yeah, was kind of low as well. I was a little nervous, but this is only a level 7 Jinx, right? No significant items, so it's not going to do that much damage at this point in the game. And I feel like for TT, they are kind of playing a bit of a longer game, right? You've got a big big tanky front line in the Sejuani and the Poppy. You're going to want a couple of items before they really are going to be able to survive the poke that's going to be coming out from RA. And you've got this Silas, you've got this Aphelios, you're going to scale very well. But for RA, honestly, I like the idea of them starting to be a little bit more aggressive because this bottom advantage is not as significant. That's 3 levels.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Leon is 3 levels up on Baytron after stealing that crop. The man is a mod. He's just everywhere on the map. Wherever Baytron goes, Leon's there to ruin his day.
It's actually crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that big of a level difference in junglers. But hey, we'll see. Again, we have differing win conditions going on right now. That's the crazy thing. Is like you can see each moment in their own right and be like, oh my god, this game is dominant, right? You're seeing the CS differentials for RA in its own right. It's crazy. 5-0 for TT in its own right is crazy, but both trains are steaming along at the same time, like right next to each other, parallel, and just see which one's going to crash first.
Yeah. I feel like the onus is on RA, though, to make things happen, because this Zoe and this Nidalee are going to struggle later on in the game when it comes to trying to find picks onto Baytron, onto Hoya, onto Yao Yao. Like, they're happy to soak that poke up, which means that you need to be finding Kepler, you need to be finding Yucal, but even Yucal is going to be a bit tough. There's a bubble, though.
Flashes for it, but the flash comes out from Yucal. Quick hands and an attempt from RA.
Yeah, and crucially, RA need to be ahead. I talked about the way that they have to play around objectives earlier on, right? We've got a Drake coming up in 35 seconds. We need to see RA moving into the area and getting vision in advance, so it's hard for TT to move in.
So Kepler has a Gale Force over iBoy right now. iBoy is still struggling to finish that first mythic item. Wonder if TT utilized this strength, right? As we're seeing Dragon spawning in about 20 seconds. Would be a second Dragon for them, so at least stacking a little bit in their favor here. But again, for RA, when they go into these fights, it's about setup. It's about getting that poke down before the fight, get these health bars down. And for TT, it's about dodging all of that and still being the beefy bodies you are to try to force a fight.
Yeah, but RA doing a good job of controlling that vision, right? So it makes it a little bit more difficult for TT. If anyone gets caught by a bubble this early on in the game with a Nightbringer Nidalee Spear to land as well, that's a scary situation to walk into. Yao Yao happy to tank it for now. And there we go. That's interaction we talked about before, right? Bubble hits, you have to use the ultimate. And now with that on cooldown, it's really difficult for TT to contest.
They're going to go in on the cube, though. Bayshwa just playing with the aggression. Strive has been so on point with these bubbles. He has pushed off the pressure that TT has been trying to put on so many times. Bottom side, though, we will see the Dragon go down to RA, so a little bit of pressure in the mid lane gives that over. And Bayshwan, almost gets hit by that max range spear. We'll get a pause. I saw the Mega Death Rocket there with that little explosion at the bottom right, but wow, that was I don't know what happened. I didn't see anything crazy, but Bayshwan almost died right there.
Yeah, I will say I love this from RA, right? Knowing that they are strong right now, knowing that realistically, if they can control River, it's impossible for TT to just muscle in without taking massive damage on the way into the fight. So really, really good stuff. RA grabbed themselves that early Drake. And I'm a little nervous for the side of TT that rocket is about to connect onto Baytron. I didn't see if the rocket has exploded or if that's just still launching.
I think that's when it like powers up, when it like travels that certain distance.
So Baytron, he's in a little bit of trouble, I'll say. But yeah, I will say I'm impressed by RA because we came in today saying RA have to bring it in the early game, right? That was the big like overall headline for this matchup because TT have been so good at getting Yao Yao out of lane in the bottom side, getting Baytron and attacking this mid lane. Instead, they focus on the bottom lane and Lien is like, look, you're going to play Poppy, you're going to gank the bottom lane. I'm just going to take absolutely everything away from you. And it means that Baytron is so far behind now that TT can't really enact this like 3v3 strategy that they usually play for.
Yeah, it's such an interesting duality in this one because we are seeing those different game styles. We set it out from the draft, right? We saw they were obviously at least bringing in different strategies. But it's all about, especially for RA execution, right? We've seen Strive a lot of with those offsetting bubbles, trying to, when vision is being put down from TT, he's dissuading them from that. He's getting really nicely timed bubbles, but that's going to become more and more crucial, right? The pickouts before the fights are going to become more and more crucial. And a momentum shift like this, where they haven't gotten kills yet, right? But they're still trying to take skirmishes. But where we left off, right? If they can kind of switch the momentum in that fashion, not only getting the passive advantages through farming, but as well as starting to turn the team fights around, that's where, you know, RA just seemed like they can take that momentum to this mid game.
Yeah. The one thing I will say, you know, I was talking about TT having a lot of scaling with this Aphelios later on in the game, right?
Whoa.
Well, I guess the Rocket
Okay.
didn't. I guess we never get to see that one. Herald started up here. I'm going to forget talking about the comps for now, because I think we might have another fight on our hands here, Mazel.
We got a lot of pings coming, and Hoya's just being a bird's eye view. Actually looks like TT going to position down towards iBoy. They're picking down towards iBoy. He immediately
get
gets
out of there,
pings
buddy.
he gets pings from his teammates like, okay, there's something coming down there. Need to be careful. So the play for TT not going to work out. Kepler will get the tower down in bottom lane, though, so that'll be huge. And as well as for pressure for TT to move Kepler out of this side lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to get the tower, ultimately. Still a positive for them as Hoya actually steals away the chicken. It's time for a bit of revenge in this jungle. Lian getting out mammaled in the jungle. The pig greater than the cougar, I guess.
I mean, there's a human on there, too, so I guess you got all of it. Yeah, hey, it all works out in the end, I guess. But I love that we have seen Hoya being aggressive in a lot of these trades, even with that early disadvantage of the top lane, right? The Sejuani is still going to be so crucial for TT's composition and some of that poking aggression that we're seeing him to force lands hen sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So let's kind of talk about the state of the game right now, because we are almost dead even in gold. It's one Drake apiece as well. And it does feel like we've got two drastically different advantages. My concern, though, the more I think about these compositions, I feel like Kepler, if RA have their way, should never actually be able to use this lead, right? Aphelios, generally speaking, wants short-range fights, and he'll be able to get some hits on the Aatrox. But Aatrox, ultimately, if an actual team fight occurs, Aatrox is in his dream scenario where you've got 4 melee characters jumping on you. Like, Aatrox, that's his wet dream, right? Whereas for Aphelios, you're against so many ranged targets, you're never actually going to be able to just auto freely unless RA make a misstep. So RA should not be looking for actual team fights. They want to be looking to poke and kite back and deny Kepler any opportunity to do that. If RA play correctly, they can have a really oppressive game of League of Legends.
I also think you can't discount the synergy that's in TT's composition as well when you're looking at Hoya, especially with the synergies of melee champions, and especially in these fights where the pickouts in moments like this where you're seeing CC be so important for Kepler to get lockdowns. I think it can be so heavy to deal with. iBoy does get that red buff, so RA coming out on top again, I guess, in that situation. TT, though, they're looking right to the mid lane.
Yeah, TT really focused on these towers, right? We saw Kepler getting the one on the bottom side. That's a huge bubble.
He gets hit by the Paddle Star as well. The depth charge comes through. TP on the back end from Cube as well. DT need to turn the fight. Yanja is the target now. Hoya is on the side. You've got Cube tanking it up in the mid as everyone from RA is now bringing the reinforcements. iBoy had gotten a little bit excited, but they can't necessarily catch the rest of TT. Oh, Nidalee Spear almost ends Yao Yao's life, but the trap does, and Strive gets the kill. That's 2 on the board for RA, and they are pushing with the Rift Herald in mid lane now.
And now you see the strength of this RA composition. Another bubble!
Strive is just too good, man. Too good. The bubbles have made the difference. It's actually incredible.
Yeah, and you see the power of this Aatrox against a melee composition, right? Where he's just able to continuously walk forwards, and realistically, there isn't that much damage in Kepler the entire time. Like, the bubbles landing onto him, but also just watch Kepler during this replay. Gets hit by this bubble, which I will say, Stripe, that was an absolutely gorgeous bubble. Great follow-up there, depth charge. Yao Yao doing an amazing job of denying you Yanja here. Fantastic stuff. But then Kepler basically can't do anything this entire fight, right? He can get a couple of hits onto Cube, but ultimately just in full retreat. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Cube being the big front line while the rest of RA play at range, never get close enough for the Aphelios to have any impact.
And you pick this composition to be beefy bodies to be able to take a lot of this poke that we're seeing. But in this situation, they cannot. I mean, even the tankiest members are still getting chunked out by these spears, by these paddle stars. So, all right, definitely playing towards their win condition. It looks like they just want to continuously snowball, right? They have gotten themselves about a 2.5k lead here. We have another dragon spawning on the table. This will be second for them, and the avalanche might continue.
Absolutely, and I really don't think this is one that TT can fight for, but it looks like they want to based on their positioning right now. Hoya in the mid lane, TT trying to move in. This could just be a 50-50 smite, honestly.
Keeper's verdict is out, will miss. They're still into the pit. Oh no, Hoya is caught on the side, and all of RA are covered there. Lien goes over the wall. They leave the dragon. He's back in the pit, but TT take it. Lien is on the side, but they decide actually to back away, giving that objective over. There's pinks towards the Baron pit right now for RA. I feel like they should just go to mid.
I will say, with a pick onto Hoya, maybe they can just brute force something here, because TT, like I said before, it's really difficult to face check into this composition. Yao Yao doesn't have his Unbreakable Will available. It's going to be very difficult to move into the space. Blue Trinket comes out, but honestly, RA can just keep TT at arm's length. Look for bubbles from Strive, look for spears from Lien.
Double Everfrost connects, and Yukao is going ham in there. He needs to be a little careful. Yao Yao doesn't have a lot of health. Here's the TP now coming in from Hoya. This is a tricky situation for RA. We said the slip-ups can mean doom, and now TT move into position here. Yuyanja's like, no way, Jose. We're going back in. Yao Yao very, very low, but it's going to be Yuyanja first target down. Another Sleepy Trouble Bubble will not connect onto Kepler, and both teams back away from the Bear Pit. Lien needs to get out of the back of the pit here as he jumps over. Hoya, nice Glacial Prison over the side, though. He doesn't have the CC, though. Yukao's caught as well. How does the carousel keep on turning here? Yukao goes down to Cube, and now RA come back to life out of nowhere. It's Frankenstein's Monster, Munchables, and RA is chasing down TT.
What is this game? It's still going.
Kepler, he's fighting it. He uses the Gale Force. There's only 2 members, and Cube shuts them down. The World Ender will end the fight, and RA come out on top.
What was that fight? There was like a full minute of battling. RA using the Baron as a bait, trying to get a 4v5, but then overcommitting to the play. The TP comes in from Hoya. It looks like TT are going to be at the advantage, but then the spears, the bubbles coming out from this RA composition, so difficult to deal with. Take a look at this pick. Lien trying to get picked on the top side, but still keeping an eye on Yukao, finds that max range spear, the Cube finishes it off, and then you see TT trying to retreat. You cannot retreat from this composition. They have so much range, they have so much chase down potential with this Nidalee, and then you see Cube just charging in. Nobody can really deal with this Aatrox.
Yeah, he's so ridiculously strong. He is a big difference maker in terms of the catch and at least trapping of TT in a lot of these situations. But also, that was overzealous from TT, right? Like Hoya going for that Glacial Print. They were backing away. You didn't need to fight that, but the carousel kept turning, and they just wanted to keep going with the aggression. And it comes back to bite them. So now TT kind of need to cool down a little bit, maybe relent a bit on that aggression, but still try to find out what their next moves are, especially for Beishwan.
Yeah, I just want to quickly point out Lien, currently at 200 CS in the jungle, almost with a Flame Horizon at this point. And he has 3 full items with his boots. We've got to pick on the top side, though.
They do find Strive. He goes golden by some time. Tower on the bottom lane falls, but Strive goes down. Gold to Hoya. RA not really in position to respond here, as Lien actually will take his Krugs. And I was going to say if Yuyanja maybe wants to position, iBoy was on his way up here, but the backs come through for TT. We'll just get the reset on the map.
And in the meantime, Cube just hammered away. Already took the 1 tier 1, getting about half of the damage down in the bottom side onto the tier 2 as well, but he'll be able to back away. So we kind of reset for a second here. The Baron was in the end taken by RA. I guess that was taken during the replay. We didn't actually see the Baron take it there. I assume off of the resets and off of that fight, they did finish that Baron off. So good stuff here by RA, but importantly, a good pick from TT, right? They need to stay proactive. They can't afford to just let RA set the pace of the game, because that's where things get really dicey.
They're starting to pick up all the global gold too, right? They've gotten all the outer towers at this point. They even have the tier 2 in the mid lane. Like, the gold lead is substantial for them. And Hoya's just trying to force a fight again under tower. They're taking so much damage from the turret, and Strive gets out after that Glacial Prison. This is the
Bit of
comp.
damage.
You literally don't want to run from it, right? And here comes another Sleepy Trouble Bubble. A big Mega Death Rocket. It's a little bit high health target, so not going to do too much. But that is the fear, is that RA can instantly turn on a fight where you're running away.
Yeah, I want to quickly point something out as well. With Drake coming up in 30 seconds, it's crucial that TT took that previous Drake. Remember when they were both posturing, and we see TT move in and able to take that Cloud Drake? Crucially, it means that RA, even though they have control of the map, and realistically, TT can't contest this next Drake, still a long time until any soul would come online. So that little interaction previously, doing so much to buy space and time in this game for TT. I'm just a little concerned that it doesn't necessarily get that much easier unless TT can just hold on and get a few more items, but they're a long way away from these tanks being able to soak up much. Oh yeah, kind of proving my point there, but kind of surviving well, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got a lot of damage out of Yanja there. They did lose a little bit more pressure at the bottom lane, and the Dragon will immediately go over to RA. But I was looking at the positioning on the map, but TT were fine in terms of deciding to give this one up, right? They kept Beishwan on the top side. They kept Yukal on the top side, just trying to get some of that split pressure going.
Yeah, trying to find something, anything at this point. And you can see Yukal farming up a Storm here, 250 CS on the Silas. Knows that he's going to have a big impact here. And look at the Morellos on the way here for Yukal. You can see one on the other side for Lien as well. Although there's not really that much sustain, just the Silas and I suppose the Alistair. But you can see some of the individual leads as well.
Look at the gold difference between Beishwan and Lien. Oh my god.
I didn't get a chance to look at it because they only flicked
6,000
over for a
almost.
second.
Oh my god.
I mean, that represents more than the team, or not
It's
quite more, but
actually insane.
not far off the team difference, right? Just in the pocket of Lien.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
not going to feel good.
The problem is, we can talk about scaling all we want, but at the end of the day, TT are almost 10,000 gold down, and it's only getting worse. And against the composition that is really difficult to face check into if they have control. Well, RA have infinite control in this game right now. So TT, I will say, doing a decent job to at least trade on the map. Like, at least Hoya's getting a tier 2 for this, but the question is, can you actually convert this into anything? Because they kind of need a miracle fight at this point.
I mean, I'm obviously keeping my eyes on the 3-item Aphelios. Kepler has a lot to say in this, but that's the thing with these. Like, we were talking about so much execution. It sucks because it comes down to literally you get caught once by one spear or one Sleepy Trouble Bubble or one Paddle Star. Kepler is the one that dies out of this entire team. So it's something always to watch out on because he is, right, the double-edged sword at this point. He can carry, but if you lose him, can also cost the game.
And just remember as well, scores don't matter for TT here. Winning matters. They need to win this series. And, you know, RA have not had that great of a split overall, but looking fantastic in this game and showing TT that they know how to play.
That's a double TP onto iBoy, who flashes away immediately. TT just pounced out of nowhere, but I don't know if it's a pounce in the right direction. Kepler does use the Moonlight Vigil, but now iBoy's excited. TT are falling apart. Nice re-engage, though.
Oh.
They get on the back line, but they have to watch out for Cube. Cube has the World Ender, and he's doing
Cube's
serious work to
invincible.
Kepler. Yukal is on the separation. TT, are they fighting the front to back? Kepler
Oh my
is coming
God.
online here, Munchables. And the Sleepy Trouble Bubble connects. TT end up winning out on the fight. Doesn't do much to their gold deficit,
isn't
but
over.
maybe they continue to go through. Yukal tries to hit the Everfrost again. Lien goes golden. Lien will go down as well to Yukal. He
What a
doesn't
pick.
get Yao Yao in the end.
Mazel, that's Baron. Baron literally just spawning onto the map. Lien dead for 45 seconds. Beitron is about to respawn. Strive and Yuyanja have a mountain to climb here. It was a 10,000 gold lead before that play. TT know that playoffs is on the line. This would be their first playoffs in 3 years, and they
my
want it
God.
bad.
That is decisiveness to a T. And Yukal, he's putting on the Gary pants. My God, the confidence we saw on his face in that lineup. I didn't know it transitioned to this. TT make the double TP call onto a retreating RA, and this is what happens, Munchables.
Great decisive play here from TT. And crucially, we keep talking about the range discrepancy between these two teams. Well, when you TP on the flank, when Beitron just flashes in, it gives so much space for Kepler to actually get into this fight. Zoned by the bubble to start with, but here, you see, he just walks on forward. The knockup comes on in. The amount of CC coming out from his team, and Kepler gale forces forward to make sure he can get some damage in to follow. And then once Lien and Strive are forced to like engage into the fight like this to protect their team, they can't enact this same like kite back style. Cube is left alone. And then this is just greedy from RA. Not realizing the situation, not realizing they're being flanked. And UCal, like you said, putting on the carry pants. I mean, this is an unbelievable performance on the Silas, then finding a solo kill after the fact as well. UCal is popping off. He's almost full build at this point.
The scariest part is the tank composition, the beefiness. I mean, they're starting to stack on the pounds here, Munchables, and that's what's getting scary. The poke composition still hurts, though. And Kepler, you can't get caught like that. You literally cannot let that happen. And devastation hits TT.
That is literally worst case scenario here for TT. Kepler getting caught like that. You can see Hoya going to be forced to recall because if RA are left alone in the mid lane, they'll just end the game at this point. 30 seconds until Kepler comes up. I don't think RA can end the game, but I'm not sure TT can fight for this inhib.
I don't think they can either, especially if any of that poke lands. I mean, you see the minions working on the bottom side inhib against RA, but TT lose their mid inhib. They'll have to seed that and a lot of pressure in the mid lane, so have to keep an eye on those super minions spawning there. But big mistake from TT in a moment where they were seizing control of the game, right? They had cut that gold differential into less than half, and now RAs feel like they're right back in the driver's seat. The inhib tower does fall in the bottom lane, but that'll be third dragon for RA.
The Winions coming up big for TT there. At least they get something just thanks to that massive wave that Hoya set up earlier on. Crucially, though, that mid inhib taken, and now we are on Soul Point. We talked about the crucial Drake that TT were able to get earlier. Well, their time is up on that one. They've got 5 minutes until a Soul Point fight. And once again, RA, if they're in control at that time, it's difficult for TT to move in. We saw the damage that's coming out onto Baytron. I mean, look at his build. Doesn't have that much MR, right? He's got a bit on his Mythic, but going for a Dead Man's Plate second means that actually, if a bubble lands from Strive and a spear from Lien, you're not going to be able to tank that.
It's going to be really difficult. UCal needs to also be very careful because Q can lock you down, and that's where the rest of that combo comes through. TT still playing with some aggression, though. Playing into the enemy jungle here with a little bit of that pressure. Got to watch out for the Sleepy Trouble bubbles, though. And that's some of the pressure, especially with the vision game, that TT is trying to get a hold of here. They're trying to make sure that a lot of these avenues for Kepler are visioned up so he doesn't continuously get picked out.
I love that TT is still being aggressive here. Yuyanji goes for an engage.
That's immediately going golden for Kepler. The tower falls as well. Now UCal and Kepler on the back. This is a front to back that they'll take all day long. Hey, Cube, you might be tanky, but you ain't going to take him down, and you ain't going to survive. This is pressure from TT, and this is their comp coming to life.
Oh, strikes trouble.
Double knockup. Yo. Gale Force in the Moonlight Vigil. Kepler, he wants to put the nail in the coffin here. Boy, he's looking to get excited. TP from TT. Okay. But there you go. A little bit of damage there. The tower does fall, and the inhib as well. So even more pressure. Can they just end the game?
I think they might. Boy's in trouble here. Forced onto the fight. And crucially, the engage is beautiful from TT.
I gotta see this gold lead. The confidence reigns supreme. They just gotta end the game.
Wait a second.
TT, they
no
can't
way.
Get in.
No
way. UCal, he finishes it. A quadra for Boy, but it's denial. And TT take game one.
Heads in the hands there from the players of TT. Even with the win, you can see the stress that this team was under in that one. And Boy, one auto, I'm pretty sure, away from a pentakill that would save the game from RA, but could not get the damage out. That could not have been a closer finish, and you can feel how badly TT need this series win. They get game one on the board.
Dude, the way they did it, it's like they just said, guys, we got to win this game. All right, let's do it. Double TP, let's win. And yes, Kepler gets caught, but then they just continuously press into the face of RA. We saw RA dictating a lot of the farming, a lot of the map and vision control where they were positioned. But then all of a sudden, TT just realized we have the beefy comp. We just need to set up front to backs. And they did so time and time again. And like I said, I got to see that gold graph, man. At one point, RA were up 8,000 gold. It was back and forth, but TT pounced at the right moment.
And this is what we've been talking about all split with TT, is that decisiveness, right? We saw that the ranged composition being so difficult to play against, where you can't really face check in, but RA pushing to invade the jungle again when there was all kinds of vision around Baron is inherently a mistake, right? Because we saw the double TP come in. That was a sweepable ward. It's not like RA couldn't have swept the area, but they wanted to go for the invade. They wanted to keep Lien building that advantage he had in the jungle. And I feel like this is the story of Nidalee, this split across the LPL, is you get a massive advantage, but then you can't really convert it into a win because ultimately, TT, like you say, the double TP fight, absolutely beautiful. I love that snap decision. But then pressuring in the top side, and RA are like, okay, I guess we go 5v5 siege defense. But then we saw Baytron basically zone everyone away with the Keeper's Verdict. He's just spinning the hammer above his head. Never, like, takes forever to throw it. And even though he doesn't hit the ultimate, everyone has to respect the fact that the ultimate is coming, so they still have to stay away, and it means that first pick can happen for TT. Then the fight isn't fair anymore. They keep on getting close, and crucially, Kepler has space. When TT are getting in RA's face like that, Kepler has space to actually get damage out in the fight. And like you said during the clip, right, Kepler going forwards with the Gale Force, getting that big damage down, and we all know what Aphelios can do when he's got 3 items.
But for me, it's also the timing of the Moonlight Vigil plus Gale Force, like literally at the same moment it felt like. It's actually crazy. We do have a little break here while we do get ready for that second game. So let's go ahead and sit it to it. We'll be right back with game 2 of our first best of 3.
Previously on Speaking LPL, we've already learned 2 words. 我们是冠军. Sha! Pentakill. Let's learn some new words. 一波 translated into English is like go, 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 go. In the LPL, players will yell 一波, 一波 as they push to finish the Nexus. 一波 is usually accompanied by words like 美山, no flash, right? Go, go, go. They don't have flash. Or 打龙, Baron, right? Go Baron. It is used in very critical stages of the game where tempo is a massive deal. This week our LPL Fun Fact has 2 words for you. 东部 and 西部. In the LPL, only 10 teams can go to the playoffs. These 10 teams will usually be displayed on the left. That is 西部, the upper standings. The team that missed the playoffs will be shown on the right-hand side. And that is 东部. With this, LPL fans can easily remember who made playoffs and who missed out. That's all for today's episode in Speaking LPL, and we'll see you for the next one in the coming weeks.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her...
RA 되게 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고 꼭 이겨야 되는 팀이라고 보고 있습니다. 저희 팀이 소통이 완벽하게 되는 건 아니라서 소통 쪽을 좀 신경 쓰면은 이길 것 같아요. 저희 미드가 요즘 되게 폼이 좋아가지고 미드를 중점으로 경기 풀어나가고 있는 것 같아요.
Well, yeah, hear it there. We got some great potentials and some great performances coming out of this TT squad. Somehow, some way, they pounce on the moment and give RA a loss in this best of 3. I'm Mazel, joined by Crunchables/Munchables, and what a way to ring in this series. It was back and forth. It had all the bloody fight that we could possibly want, and it ends up in UCal taking our MVP.
Yeah, and rightly so. This is his 3rd MVP in a row as well, getting both MVPs in the previous series. And honestly, the fight where we saw the double TP really was the moment where UCal came alive, right? Getting multiple kills there. We saw him getting a solo kill behind the Baron Pit after the fact, punishing anyone for trying to contest. Like, we saw quite a quiet early game from UCal, and I was a little nervous about that fact. It felt like he couldn't really get into these scraps, but then once he did, he turned the game around.
It's actually cool to see as well, the 9 MVP count, but as well as just how much he does for the team and, you know, fitting in on the Silas role, being able to kind of dodge around fights, but as well as being a crucial like follow-up factor in terms of getting Kepler set up for a lot of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Just able to do so much. That knock-up onto iBoy, setting everything up here. Like, absolutely crucial play coming out. The stolen ultimate. But then look at him zoning everybody away. He keeps 3 people at bay while the rest of the team deals with Cube. So crucial. But then this is what I'm talking about. The follow-up where Yuyanja's trying to get vision, trying to set Strive up. UCal just goes over and solo kills him. Like, no worries whatsoever.
And the Everfrost timings were so good, even in these kinds of moments where it was literally just him and Kepler right on the other side of the tower. It's just a really nice timed Everfrost, but as well as just the bodyguarding coming out from a lot of the Silases that we see in the LPL. But I gotta say, this one was a bit special in terms of the comeback for TT in that first game. And I just gotta ask you, maybe get a couple more wrinkles of that braid here. RA, man, the mentality. The mental, that took a hit in that game because you were so strong. You were in such a lead. And then after one TP play that seemingly felt out of nowhere, you just lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredibly close one here. And I felt like RA had it, honestly, when they took the mid inhib. They traded it for a tier 2 on the bottom side, right? They were getting the Drake stacking up. It felt very good, but then RA kind of over pushing just for jungle camps, going beyond the Baron vision, getting double TP'd on. And that was the moment where it was like for TT, you know, that instant snap decision making. And we just saw in that interview before, like coming out from the break, talking about the lack of communication from TT. But honestly, I'd say it's the opposite with the way that I've seen TT playing recently. Like, it's all about that team play. It's not really about individual outplays necessarily for TT a lot of the time. I'd say UCal kind of fits that mold, and maybe Kepler sometimes. But generally speaking, this is very much a team win. And so it's exciting to see those moments. And then the second they get momentum, they do not stop. It's so exciting to see. I just want to quickly point out as well, UCal getting an MVP there puts him in tied third place for MVPs. Unfortunately for him, he's now on 9 MVPs. The top is 11. Shun has 11 MVPs in the LPL. There's only one available game win left for TT. So at best, he can get second place. But UCal, if he can get another MVP, he'll tie Xiaohu in second place for MVPs this split.
And for TT, not only that's incredible because he has been so important for them at the mid lane, but as well for UCal, man. Like, I just feel for the guy. Like, there was all those questions around the roster at the beginning of the split and coming into the split, but I think seeing him establish himself as being a very good player to play around the like of Beishuan and that combo, and especially that top trio, I'm very excited to kind of see the further growth of him. But it continues here, right? Like, if they win this next game, that's playoffs, baby. That's TT locking it in. I'm sure we'll get tons of craziness from that one, but RA trying to bounce back from that first game want to be that upsetter, want to be the spoilers here. And I think that's something important to think of, because we did see a lot of the mechanical play that we lauded RA for at the beginning of the day in that last one, but it just came down to team execution. Even if we saw a lot of that comfort, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like RA kind of over pushing a little bit, punished for that. Now, looking towards the draft for game number 2, I'm really curious where RA go with this one, right? Because I'm not sure the conclusion should be that this draft didn't work for RA. I feel like the draft actually did fundamentally work for them. They had a massive... They were 10,000 gold up at one point, right? Like, I'm kind of gutted that we don't get a gold graph, because I feel like it would be the most LPL gold graph you've ever seen. Yeah. But ultimately, I do feel like the strategy fundamentally worked for RA. It's just that they lost control for a moment. And the second you lose control with these kinds of compositions, there is no winning the game. So we'll have to see if they do stick to their guns. But crucially, I mentioned it before, TT, amazing on the blue side, not so hot on the red side here. So we'll have to see if they can go against their statistics. So far this split, they are 5 and 17 on the red side. It ain't pretty.
That's real rough. They are pretty confident, though. I'm just going to say that outright. They lock in the Talia and the Aphelios here for TT. We'll get the iBoy Kalista, though. We get to see a little snippet of a gameplay moment from iBoy on the Kalista, but that is an upside for this pickup, is some of that aggression you get from iBoy. He'll be paired with the Renata for Yanja.
Yeah, okay, so a strong bot lane 2v2. I mean, we very rarely see this 2v2 anymore, because Kalista is basically permanently banned in the LPL right now. So RA going to be very pleased grabbing that one for themselves. A lot of pressure in the bottom side. I would like to see Leyen going for an aggressive jungler that can influence the lanes. A Pantheon definitely takes those boxes. Lock that in. 100% win rate for Pantheon on the side of RA so far this split. They played it against LGD in the most recent series. It can definitely get you a lead and can definitely snowball just like Kalista wants to.
I am here for it. Maybe we'll get another rendition of my Pantheon call. But I'm very excited to see the Pantheon, just because it is that decision making. It's a lot of the aggression that I like to see from Lan. Even if we're not getting the comfort, I think this is going to work out well for the at least compositional style that RA are going for in this second game. But the Vi does give a lot more of that pressure in terms of target selection and pick out potential for TT.
Yeah, so Gwen being banned away here. TT are going to have counter pick for the top side. So Hoya should be fairly comfortable up there. It's possible that they prioritize something like a Sejuani and they go for the support last, but I would definitely prefer to see them going for the counter pick up in top lane. 2 of the big picks for Cube being banned away here. You can anticipate maybe something like a Nautilus being locked in just because they want some engage, but you could even see like a Braum maybe or a Tomcat just to try and protect Kepler, because with a Pantheon, with a Renata Kalista, you can anticipate massive pressure towards the bottom side, and there is that Braum.
there is the Braum, because we did get that support focus in the final couple bans for RA. Now it's on RA's side to pick up their solo laners here. Oh, wait, that was so cool. I didn't know. iBoy's mouse pad. That's amazing. It's Pikachu. That's super cool.
Aww.
Anyways, it is the Silas that actually comes through for RA. Sorry, I got a little distracted. But I like the Silas here for Strive, at least to try to change things up, take that other side of the matchup as well, at least in terms of just piloting the Silas.
Yep. iBoy, an adorable man that likes adorable things, apparently. It is going to be, a Rumble locked in for Cube. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time he plays Rumble this split. This has been a Shanji special this split. But this will be the 17th unique pick here for Cube.
I can't fit it on the paper anymore. Bunchables, like I've got a counter and I can't. There's not another spot. I don't know what to do here. That's actually crazy. How much we've seen this guy adapt to the meta. How much we've seen him try different things. Hoya will be on the Sejuani for a second time in a row. This would be an interesting. Obviously, we still have a little bit of time to change, but there's some flexibility in RA's side as well.
Yeah, just think about it. Like, the Silas has often been picked as like a counter into Ornn, but Ornn and Sejuani sort of fulfill a similar purpose in the meta, right? Where you're looking for an engage, someone that can play kind of weak side, sometimes win those lanes anyway. Well, you can take away the Sejuani ultimate, so you get that same engage for Cube on this Silas. He'll have a fine matchup up in that top lane, and then you get to have Rumble in the mid lane. Now, hilariously, this is actually something that Lyric loved to play for a long time back in 2020, was Rumble mid with Comet. It's incredibly oppressive. It can be so difficult to deal with. I'm not going to pretend I know the matchup between Rumble and Talia in the mid lane. I have no idea who wins that one, but I can imagine Rumble could be quite oppressive there.
So I'm just going to say there was an oddity at the end there. Vi did not get changed. So it could be Talia jungle. I'm just going to throw it out. I will see once the actual graphic comes up here, but there could be some finickiness to this draft because that 20-second marker did come down at the last moment there. So we'll see, but there's so much spice here. And I want to go back to the iteration of like setting up expectations for these two teams, right? Like TT win here, 2-0. They're in playoffs for the first time in under Thundertalk Gaming. And for RA, moments to prove yourself, moments to come back from that first game. The disappointment that we saw in a lead that was right in their grasp and they couldn't finish it. And to kind of play that spoiler against TT would be absolutely incredible. And with the comp that RA have, and you saw a couple of those smiles on their faces, I feel like they have an upside here, especially with the track record of TT on red side.
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the crucial things here...
Okay, it did get changed. It just didn't get changed on
it's
screen.
Rumble top. It's Rumble top. We got too excited. It's going to be the Silas. I'm kind of disappointed. I'm going to be totally honest. This is not as exciting as it could have been. However, it is still exciting, right? Both top laners running Ignite. That is going to be such a volatile lane up there. Cube is going to have a massive amount of pressure as well. But Hoya actually having the counter pick, right? He's the one that's picked last, so obviously comfortable to take the Sejuani up there. The key thing here, RA once again need to have a lead. That seems to be the theme of this series. And look at this, iBoy getting 2 wards for himself. That's going to be an XP advantage in the bottom lane. Kepler and Yao Yao, they have no chance of contesting early.
That's huge. And it also gives them like entire vision of the bottom side river. So actually great stuff for an aggressive bottom lane that we need to see really pump their stuff here for RA. We will get the same side start for both junglers, though, at least pathing towards this top side unless we see anything crazy. But this is what we're looking for in the bottom lane, right? The aggression was there last game through the jungle. We were looking at Lian primarily with that Nidalee, but as well as Beishuan finding a lot. Here in the bottom lane, that is the story of game number 2. And can iBoy Yuyanja find that advantage?
And I feel like this is the exact same thing that we saw in the first game, right? Where Yuyanja's just landing the Qs, iBoy getting big damage down, Kepler under massive threat. Then in game number 1, they were bailed out by Beishuan, right? Beishuan went for the really early gank, forced iBoy behind, then they got some repeat ganks and found a massive lead for Kepler. Like, look at the way Beishuan is pathing. He is not coming down to this bottom lane. They do not get a bailout this time, and iBoy Yuyanja are going to be over the moon about that fact.
Oh, wait. So he pinged, got a little vision, at least from UCal in the mid. Okay, he walked back across. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, he got some vision. Ping were coming out from UCal against the chickens there to say that obviously Leyen's pathing towards top side. We saw Beishwan actually walk across the entirety back towards bottom lane of the mid lane, but he walks back up, tries to go for the full clear. We see pings now on the map from Leyen going for an aggressive invade, while iBoy and Yanja just chunking away at the turret plates down here.
Oh, good handshake as well. Bit of damage coming down. Crucially, this, even if it's not a plate right now, these plates will be taken. If Beitron doesn't influence, Leyen going for an invade here. So Vi versus Pantheon, this is a very aggressive 1v1 between the two junglers. You don't usually see this much upfront damage on the table. Leyen moving to the top side. I'm not sure if he can actually go for a dive here. Hoya should be fairly safe. And there we go. Spots out Leyen.
I feel like Beishwan was actually so big brain there to skip off on the red buff, go straight to the Krugs, and Leyen was just waiting there at the red buff to try to take it. He will actually just seed it because he did see from Hoya's vision onto Leyen on the top side. But that means he's just going to try to dart straight down to the bottom side quadrant and punish this bottom lane of iBoy and Yanja.
Yeah, either punish the bottom lane or go for the Krugs, but you're playing Vi and you've got Kepler
so
and
far
Aphelios. We know the strategy for TT. iBoy and Yujanja in big trouble here, but I don't know if the rest of TT can get here in time. Yujanja's the target.
Oh,
what a
he
flash.
dodges out and from the Winter's Bite and then also flashes for Beishwan. That is huge from Yujanja.
Oh, Yujanja just broke their ankles completely and utterly. Beishwan could have gone for the Krugs, like sacrificing his red buff to make this creative play, and Yujanja just outplays them.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Oh, I thought, okay, sorry to interrupt you there. I thought maybe Leyen would flash for it.
I thought Yukal was doomed there, to be quite honest. He's going to have to go all the way around. I think he might lose quite a few minions here because Leyen and Strife should be able to zone him from the mid lane, but actually not going to go too aggressive with this one. Leyen wants to return to his jungle here, so Strife will be fine. If that knockback had hit him, maybe that wouldn't have been the case.
Oh, I love this matchup so far. It's just every time you think things are done, it's like, oh, I want a couple more love taps in there. I want the last laugh in these fights. But we do have, obviously, Dragon coming up on the board, some objectives to focus on as well. And I want to see if we get an uptick in at least the early Dragons in this one and see if that pressure really works out for RA on the bottom side, right? Because you're looking at that lane. iBoy Yujanja have been pushed up constantly. Now that Leyen is on that side of the map, I expect them to utilize that some more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, look at the pressure that's coming out from iBoy and Yujanja. There's a lot of space on the bottom side. Drake alive, as you say. But I don't know whether RA will be looking towards Drakes here or if they'll just look to play it fairly quiet until you have Pantheon's ultimate, right? One of the big things about Pantheon is you can, if you just try and power farm up, get level 6, try and start catching people out on the map. The issue that they have is Strive is on Sylas, which you generally want a few levels before you start to really fight hard on Sylas. Whereas, like, quite often we see the Talia alongside a Pantheon. You both hit level 6, and you both just fly across the map to make something happen. Sylas can't necessarily do that himself, but he's against the Talia. So you can kind of enact that strategy once both of these guys are level 6. So I feel like for now, RA, they're happy with their lane matchups, right? CS lead in the top side, CS lead in the mid lane, CS lead in the bottom lane. They can just slowly but surely eke this out until Leyen's level 6.
They're bringing 4 members up here against Hoya. Beishwan is hovering, but Hoya trying to clear out the minions.
Oh,
he's
Jesus.
just doomed at this point. He has the Glacial Prison. He has a little bit of time. Hoya goes down. Beishwan quickly after. Very nicely done in terms of weaving through that tower. Speaking of weaving, though, the Weaver's Wall comes through. Leyen, he's in some trouble. The bailout's not going to be enough. He flashes and misses it. He doesn't go down. He'll eventually die. The bailout doesn't save him. UCal will die too, though. And that's 3 kills for RA.
I'm going to be honest, UCal had no right trying to get a kill here. Like, at least he gets one, so it's a silver lining for him. But honestly, that was a beautiful dive coming out from RA. Nothing Hoya could do about it with the 4-man play in the top side. iBoy abandoned on the bottom lane, which does mean Kepler is able to close that CS gap, able to get a plate, probably 2 for himself here. So definitely some positive for TT, at least on the bottom side, but a phenomenal dive. I want to see another clip of this, right? Because the way that Cube just takes aggro and just sits there, lets the team do the rest of the work, then steps on out of the aggro after the fact. Hoya just gets burnt to a crisp.
It's actually crazy. And again, just the timing. I think the Weaver's Wall a little zealous here from Yukai. Just wants to really try to get something back. Unfortunately, he does burn that flash, so it doesn't really work out for him. Oh, there's the grand start ball. Hoya's trying to get out of this one, but he might just eat a little bit more of that dirt in the graveyard, as he will go down for the second time in this early game.
And that's the thing about Pantheon. He's basically just the new Nocturne jungle, right? Where the second you step too far up in the lane, if you're not running Flash, which Hoya isn't, you're just going to get killed. There is no other options. And one of the things about Rumble is he does extremely well with junglers that have CC. Yuyanja's in trouble.
Oh, the Yuyanja ward just signals his death, potentially. He's going to bail himself out. And the phase call. Perfectly timed for iBoy. Yuyanja goes extra far on that one to make sure he gets out of there. Kepler, again, just left to the turret plates. We get a trade back as the Rift Herald going over to Leyen.
Yeah, I will say. 3 plates down for Kepler, getting close to a 4th. They've still got 5.5 minutes to get these plates down as well. The Herald, as you say, going to Leyen, you can anticipate he'll take that up to Cube later on. Cube already massive, Hoya already struggling here. You just want to keep getting this Rumble further ahead. There's an argument to be made for mid lane as well, where you could try and free Strive up a little bit, just get a bit of gold into his pocket. Nice little recall cancel.
Oh my
Moonlight
god.
Vigil.
One more. Oh, the bailout. It's easy peasy. Kepler on the board.
That was blind. They walk up, Yao Yao spots him after throwing the Q over. They see that it's hit, and they already knew he was low, so then Kepler just unleashes everything. Obviously, Kepler's combo wasn't blind, but just the fact that Yao Yao walks forward, just goes for a blind Q, like, maybe he's recalling here. And they end up with a kill off of the back of it. You take those every single day of the week. Recall from Leyen after stealing away the red buff here. And once again, the jungle matchup very different this time to what we saw in game number 1. Leyen not wanting to just farm, wanting to get involved in these lanes.
We got to look at that play in bottom lane again. He's just backing right there. So it wasn't blind. They saw him backing. Then the ward over as well. But just that last little pop shot from Kepler feels so bad. It was just a watch as his health bar goes down. Oh, in the top lane. Thought Beishwan might go for it. He does have the cease and desist. They have the Glacial Prison already used on the Cube. Here comes the damage, but the red carpet comes out from Cube. He's trying to get the damage down, but Yao Yao's here as well. And Beishwan gets the kill. TT, they're being decisive again, Munchables.
They certainly are. They are not allowing any room for error right there. 3 people committed to the top side to make that play happen. And crucially, Leyen was pathing up in this direction. We said he wants to drop the Herald at the top side.
Although it's not going to be enough to get all the way, but Hoya is still locked down. That CC chain is one of death. And Strive gets his 3rd kill of the game.
Okay, well, I guess they do get to drop the Herald at the top side. It's just going to be Strive that gets all the gold instead
Look at this, though.
Cube.
They've got Weaver's Wall down here. I wonder if they just go for it. It's a bit of a dive, and it's against a Renata. Probably not the best thing to dive, but they got to find something to answer here in top side as Beishwan. I don't think he's going to be enough. They'll get a lot of damage on this tier 2 tower. They're going to TP now. Hoya coming in. They go for the engage down to Strive. The tower not going to go down. Now they're trying to find Strive on the end, but he backs out just in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, no real damage coming out from either Beitron or Hoya this early on into the game, so they won't get much more there. And crucially, RA massively ahead, like 3,000 gold lead, and that's exactly what we needed from the team, right? The Callista having a massive advantage early on in that laning phase and able to play it safe against Kepler and Yao Yao. This is the issue when you pick up something like the Brawl. It's very difficult to put pressure on in the lane. So Yao Yao getting out of that lane, trying to influence the rest of the map alongside Yuyanja, but Yuyanja definitely getting the better of it so far. Leyen super proactive towards that top side. And Hoya now, with all of this pressure onto him, 20 CS down, massive amount of gold, and crucially Strive getting all of those turret plates, getting 3 kills off the back of all of this action. This Silas is monstrously huge as we enter the mid game.
And we've seen Silas be so crucial in the last game and now into this game. So it's been nice to see UCal and Strive both performing on the pick, but it still comes down to execution, right? And I don't want to make any recollections of the first game as much as I maybe should, but definitely want to see RA close out a little bit more of this early lead, right? Try to increase that advantage to give themselves wiggle room as we get to that mid to late
Yeah.
game as well.
Strive is going quite aggressive here. This
Quick.
is a weird one.
Wait, okay. I mean, the rest of his team is coming. They have all the damage on Strive. Strive gets out and Everfrost.
Oh
and
my
out
God.
of nothing comes a miracle. Oh my God, Lien with the snipe, with the spear execution. Hey, Strive making American miracles work here.
Strive having balls of steel to go in on that play. Honestly, like, just goes 1v2, 1v3 to start the play off, and the whole gang from RA are
They
there.
saw
Good
Grand
knock-up. Here
Starfall.
comes Pantheon.
They split their focus. They didn't go into Yao Yao. Now Kepler still dies, though, because of the Ren. iBoy gets the kill. That is huge. But in the end, it's still a big advantage for RA.
Oh, yeah. RA loving this. And now we talked about the advantage Kepler was getting with the plates. That's gone. That's fully gone. iBoy and Yuyanchi will be able to clear so many plates here, or at least, just going to go for the one, go for the reset instead. But regardless, big gold influx with the kill for iBoy, a 20 CS lead almost, getting the extra plate on top of the play. It's a huge, huge influx for the side of RA. And you can see almost 5,000. In fact, they are 5,000 gold ahead in this game. They just have to keep this ball snowballing. For TT, they've got to start to accept that they can't defend these plays necessarily. They need to be willing to concede some of these objectives because, my goodness, they keep on fighting against RA and falling further and further behind.
I can't believe that Strive just goes for this play. Firstly, dodging out of the seismic shove, and then just going in. The fact that he Everfrost then flash to get out, like, it's so dirty because it just leaves everyone there to watch. And
then we get the slow-mo Pantheon Spear. A 500 damage crit there as well. Obviously, doing more when the enemy is low on HP. We've got a little contest for the Gromp here, but I don't really think TT can step too far forward. Strive threatening, and we know how massive Strive is in this game. Kepler, at least, will finish a tower. Once again, it feels like silver linings here for TT. As Herald is up, and this is not one that TT can fight for.
Reaper's wall to the mid lane. They're going in as well. Decisiveness! Again, Lien dodging out with a ton of that blocking, and TT are just kind of left in the wake of it. Hostile takeover, snipes down, Cube gets the kill. I can't believe Lien survived.
Yeah, I feel like, it's decisive from TT, but what did I just say? You don't want team fights right now. And Lien is the worst target to try and find a pick on because he can block so much damage, flashes out of the tower, gets out. He doesn't even need the bailout. Had the bailout on him, doesn't even get low enough for that to influence the play. So huge for RA here. But once again, TT, like, look, I get it. They feel like the situation is getting out of their control, right? So they start to just force plays. This is what they did in game number 1, and it worked for them. The problem is, like, in an actual 5v5 late on in the game, I feel like TT actually have a really good shot of winning that one out, assuming the Aphelios is in a really good spot. I don't think you get to those 5v5s later on by fighting a composition that does better than you in the early game while they're ahead in the early game. Like, that's not the way to enact that win condition.
Yeah, it's just not going to work out at the end for that one. But it's trying at least. It's some positives on both ends, but I think very much so for RA, it's been about pressure. And they are utilizing, I feel like, a lot of the lessons learned from that first game and the first composition to utilize their pressure better in this second game and find a lot of these picks where they weren't necessarily on the same page in last game.
Yeah, I will say for RA, in the first game, it's not like they didn't have pressure. It's not like they didn't use the pressure in the early game. It's just they went a little bit too far at, like, sort of 20 to 25 minutes, and then TT punished them. And it feels like TT are trying to recreate that, right? You can see some of the plays that TT are making are like, okay, let's try and punish RA for an overstep. They're trying to go for Herald and mid. Okay, let's kill them in the mid lane, but RA weren't really committing to the Herald, so TT not able to find that punish. So RA, like you say, doing a really good job to keep this ball rolling. And it's similar to what we saw in the first game. And it's a scary sight for TT, honestly, because remember, playoffs is on the line for them. The way they win is usually through this early game.
Yeah, we'll see all outer towers down now against TT. And again, the red carpet comes out, but Hoya is the one that they're focusing on. And Hoya is brought down, actually gets out with a little bit of dodge out, though. The spear not going to connect from Lien. So some aggression from RA. They get the outer tower. They get another charge off as well.
Yeah. good stuff from TT to kind of hold on to that mid-tier 2. I felt like maybe RA would just go for a dive, honestly, with Hoya getting caught. But Hoya gets out, distracts a lot of RA, meaning that the mid lane play is diffused. TT could just clear that wave up, clear the Herald up, and stop any further push. So, you know, still a positive for RA, ultimately, to get the tower in the mid lane. But TT not losing more at this point, I'm calling a positive. That's how one-sided this game currently is.
It absolutely is. Appreciate Strive at the double jungle here. Just trying to get as much CS as he possibly can. And I want to check in on some of this carry potential for RA, right? We have big advantages, at least for Leyen and Strive. But I think, again, it was that 25 minute mark that we were keeping our questions on, and we're getting close to that moment. So I want to see this kind of more defensive utility build for Strive really work out in favor of Leyen, iBoy, and Cube, right? He needs to be able to help set up a lot of that bodyguarding we saw from Yukao in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'd love to see some kind of miracles come out from Yukao. Like, he's definitely been the MVP for TT over the last few weeks, right? We've talked about the fact he's in 3rd place for MVPs in the entire league right now. But he would need to have some kind of miracle in this game to be able to dramatically influence things with how far behind TT have fallen. I mean, I don't want to overstate it or anything, but like 6,000 gold in 18 minutes, that is a monumental lead. That's not a lead that's easy to come back from. You come with a bit of a flick onto Q, but not going too far forward, not going too aggressive here. And RA just continuing to build this pressure up. The one issue that RA have, they have no range whatsoever. They really need Baron or to dive to actually push this lead further.
Yeah, I'm wondering where we'll start seeing those kind of aggressive ult triggers from RA, because obviously Strive has been choosing a lot of these big engage moments. He's gotten like the Glacial Fissure, the Weaver's Wall, the cease and desist, but it's about those play calling moments for RA, and that's where I really want to see some of that decision making come through for them. And again, just reiterating on the fact we need to see that snowball continue here, and they're doing just that by going for this next dragon.
Yep, this will be a nice, easy Infernal Drake for them. No contest from TT, as you'd expect. TT, this is an opportunity for them to get some vision around the Baron that's about to spawn, because we all know that's the next thing that RA will lay their eyes on. Like we said before, they can threaten dives on the tier 2s. It's more difficult to force a dive on the inhib, because the difference between diving an inhib and diving a tier 2 is like that mid lane. RA already have the top tier 2 taken, so they have control of that top jungle quadrant if they want it, which means you can threaten a flank on the mid tier 2. You can't threaten flanks on inhib towers, so it becomes a little bit more difficult to just brute force a dive in that kind of situation. So I feel like for TT, get a bit of vision down while you can. You can see they've got 3 wards around that Baron Pit area, but now you can expect RA to move on over. TT going to try and make a play onto Strive while that happens here. He's on the Krugs, but looks like they decide to back away instead.
Yeah, the setup always just hovering around, trying to make sure they aren't overextending, trying to find those picks, but we see the opposite focus here, right? RA heavily moving into this topside jungle, trying to move back down to this mid lane, and try to get this tier 2 tower in the mid lane out so they can more easily press these objectives. But now TT, they want to pounce the Weaver's Wall. Everyone for every side onto iBoy. iBoy's down! He goes with the bailout for a little bit longer, but that's easily a double kill for TT. And they pounce yet again. It's 21 minutes in, Munch.
TT are just finding freebies against RA. Name a more iconic duo. iBoy and Yuyanja. I don't know why they are so far pushed up in the mid lane, but TT just collapsed. They didn't even use a TP or anything. Like, everyone just pushes out their side waves, moves on into that mid lane, and collapse onto the AD carry. And Answer, though,
they're getting the Grand Starfall, and Lian slowed down at the last moment with Beishwan right over the wall. He goes in on the Lian, who does block a lot of that damage, as we were saying. Not necessarily the one you want to go for, but at least RA still trying to look for those proactive movements.
I will say, while those picks are really, really nice, and Kepler getting the shutdown is massive as well, it doesn't actually lead to a massive amount of control for TT. They still don't control the map. The respawns have come on through. RA will still be in a position where they can potentially threaten the Baron. Crucially, it's just going to be a bit of gold going into Kepler and Beitron's pockets here. But now it comes to the tough part for TT. They need to stop this Baron happening. I don't know if they're even enough in this game to make it happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult here at least, but RA actually not seeming super confident to finish it off. They will be moved out of the pit here, about 3,500 health, and TT moving in strongly with this front line, and they catch him out. Land gets the bailout, though. It's going to buy a lot of time. He still goes down. A cease and desist onto Strive, and Strive is caught as well. What is happening? It is disaster for RA, and now they're routed. There's no way to go. They're between a rock and a hard place, and both of them are so difficult to navigate. They've got Yao Yao and Beishuan pushed off the back end here as Hoya steps forward. Cube still does a ton of damage. iBoy can bait, but the Moonlight Vigil goes wide. TT back away.
Really great stuff from TT to punish an overstep from RA. Once again, RA get a lead and prove that they don't know what to do with it. Starting the Baron, fantastic. Force the TP out from Hoya, fantastic. But then back away. This is the moment where RA should just be leaving. But Lien, staying way too long, gets caught out by the Sejuani, flicked back in, and then the rest is just an easy fight for TT, right? They've completely separated the team from RA. Like, there's nothing that Cube and iBoy can do to turn this fight around. So, again, TT finding these picks, and I will say, for TT, falling behind in the early game pretty dramatically, but ultimately, their mid-game is actually looking pretty great. Like, they have consistently been finding punishers on RA here in both Game 1 and now in Game 2 as well, of like, look, you're overstepping, you're making big mistakes, we're just going to take you apart.
It's so crucial right now for RA to just get a hold of themselves, it feels like. Just find a way to kind of stick the pieces back together because they're starting to fall apart. It's looking like a vase that kind of crashed down on a Saturday night and you're trying to fix on a Sunday morning. But with the Dragon coming up, they're trying to set themselves up through this mid lane, through this vision pressure. And if they can find the right pick, if they can roll out that red carpet from Cube, they might just find it.
And once again, RA's composition is not about team fighting, it's about picks with this Pantheon. But they're kind of going for these 5v5s, which I feel like TT are more than happy to go for. RA still with a lead here. They want to move over to the Drake. They want to just try and keep TT away while doing the Drake, rather than just going for a 5v5 like this. But TT just threatened the Baron. They say, okay, go for the Drake, guys. We'll take a Baron if you do.
I know, it's like baiting the moment. Strive does have the cease and desist. Won't be able to pull the trigger on that one just yet. Everything available. Both teams just sit there with their hands at their hips, ready to draw the guns. But nobody yet flinching for just a moment. Dragon is now on the table. TT were looking for it on the Strive potentially, but they're just trying to push out the mid lane to try to get some pressure. And they, as you said, go straight for the Baron pit here to try to force RA's hand.
But this is well played by RA here, where they send 3 people to the mid lane so that there is some threat on TT while Lien and iBoy do massive damage to the Dragon, right? So TT can't comfortably start the Baron themselves. Oh, this is a huge pick.
Yep, it is. And Strive. Actually, iBoy gets the kill on that one. I thought Strive was going to get that one, but that is the kind of pick, that is the kind of momentum that RA absolutely need.
We've been praising TT for their good mid game, but then everyone just recalling in the jungle. That ain't your jungle right now. Like, RA are more than happy to make things happen there. Hoya dead for 20 seconds. Does have TP available, though. So in 20 seconds, he could extend a play if TT can stop the Baron happening immediately.
Weaver's Walls coming across just to buy some space here, force them into a chokehold. 3,000 now. They're in. Beishuan is in the pit. He doesn't get it, and he will die immediately afterwards. RA take the momentum.
I'm going to be honest, RA just coin flipping the Baron there. I'm not sure that is the correct play, but it doesn't matter if it works, right? Getting themselves the Baron in the end, all off of this pick as well. Like, this is just a greedy recall. You did not need to recall here, especially when the ward comes down. You should be getting the hell out of there immediately. Hoya just getting caught out, and it's a big mistake from Hoya that sets up for RA to take the Baron. And what did we say? RA was stalling out earlier because they didn't have the siege, right? They couldn't actually finish these towers off with this short-range composition. Well, now they've got the Baron. They've got everything that they need to blow this game open again.
It's actually incredible to see that bend and break from both these teams in kind of moments like this in such a hotly contested best of so far. Maybe another back getting caught out here. He does catch out Yao Yao, just stopping and making it a little bit more painful for TT, but they're setting up towards this bottom lane to try to take down this tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they're going to be able to just set up a siege here, go for the bot tier 2. They need to look for inhibs, though, especially if they could get either the bot lane inhib or the top lane inhib to threaten neutrals. in a couple of minutes' time. They're going to be focused on the bottom lane as Lien pushes the wave in the mid lane at the same time here, but there isn't actually a wave there in the mid lane, so I don't know. They can just threaten a dive. They just walk on in.
They have Lien on the side there, ready with the Grand Starfall. It'll be inhib down. They're out losing their top inhib tower, at least at the moment, to minions, but I think they'll be just fine with that for getting some lasting damage on the base of TT. The biggest thing is they just can't be one to overextend. They still have about 1 minute and 15 on this Baron buff, so they'll be just fine in terms of sieging.
Yeah, tanking there. I swear, Yuyanja has been caught so many times this game, but using that base call so well.
They just go straight on to Strive. There is a beautiful equalizer. It's not enough to save Lien, though, as a lot of damage will go down to TT, but that's kind of that overextension we were highlighting.
Lien going full bodyguard right there. Strive is caught and Lien dives into the fray to protect his mid laner, sacrifices himself there. So big pick here for TT, and crucially, that keeps the second inhib alive. That really should have been 2 inhibs for RA, honestly, but overstepping a little bit. I will say, TT, if there's one thing this team has done well today, it's accept losses and find something else instead, right? We see them trading a tier 2 in the top side while they lose the inhib bot. You know, it's not a good trade, but at least they're trading. So many teams across the world would just watch that inhib go down while sitting in the base together, right? At least TT are able to find a little bit of gold for themselves, and then here, willing to pull the trigger. Strive is too far forward. Yuyanja the first target here. Then as Strive tries to threaten, Hoya's like, okay. I mean, I don't know why you're so far forward, bro. We have so much CC.
It's very difficult. And I even love like the amount of damage that was trying to be put out by Ari. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Well, it's Yuyanja, all right? He doesn't have the Fate's Call this time, so he wasn't able to get saved. There's another equalizer just to kind of clear that minion wave there. But already know they need to try to defend this siege as much as possible, buy time for Yuyanja to come back.
RA have fallen apart before our very eyes. 2 games in a row, they have massive leads. And 2 games in a row, they throw them away in the mid-game. TT get a pressure into this tier 2 as well. Look at the health on that top inhib tower as well. Remember, we saw that massive wave crashing. That means later on, if TT can set the waves up, they'll easily finish that one off. But Drake coming up in 30 seconds here. They want another fight.
The decisiveness. You already get 2 flashes immediately, and they turn on the Lien. He will buy time. Concussive blows doesn't get proc. They're into the pack is Strive, and Strive is taking up a storm. But RA, they're starting to fall apart here. They're starting to lose this team fight. Here comes Yuyanja. He has the hostile takeover. The Fate's Call onto 3 members, and Cube, the rest of the RA are able to do it. One more auto attack, and he doesn't get him at the end. There you go, iBoy. And just from the brink, RA snatch it back.
Too much from the side of TT. They're trying to bite off more than they can chew. They do an RA against RA right there as they go for a fight, but it's as the respawn is coming through. So Yuyanja can rejoin the play. You see the whole squad from RA arriving, and you know, TT, I understand what they were trying to do, right? They're trying to brute force a play to extend their lead, to snowball the situation. It doesn't work out though, and it's going to be RA pushing us to 3 games.
They will indeed. They want to play spoilers in the end. A couple more auto attacks from Yuyanja and Cube. They get 1 more kill, and RA bring us to our 3rd match. And honestly, to come back mentally wise from that first game, props to RA. To be able to come into game 2, take an advantage in the way they did with the comp they did, pulling out the Pantheon for Lien, and going ham. And right, there were some fumbles, there were some tosses, but in the end, being able to smack it home. I think that's the most important thing for RA, especially in their last series of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. RA managing to find themselves that win. This just sheer early game aggression looking fantastic for them. Their decision making in the mid game, I'm not going to lie, is not good. They have been making some massive mistakes and being heavily punished by TT. But then TT overforce the issue, think they have more of an advantage than they realistically do. And like we talked about, this Pantheon is so difficult to focus down in a fight. The same with the Silas as well. Like, so much sustain with the Zhonya's coming in as well. Like, Strive and Lien buying so much time in that last skirmish. So what looks like a nice, easy, quick pick for TT actually just turns into a long, drawn-out 5v5, which is the last thing that they wanted while still behind in that game. iBoy as well, just free firing for the whole final fight. So crucially, I feel like this was a game of throws at the end of the day. Like, RA massive early lead, throw it away. TT massive mid-game lead, or not massive lead, but taking control of the game again, go too far, get punished by RA. So I feel like both teams going into game number 3 now, they kind of need to buckle some of this down a little bit and figure out how to play a little safer.
Yeah, just a little bit. But for me as well, I want to go back to the point about TT because it was holistically just them forcing fights when it felt like they didn't need to. And a lot of time try to, like, as you were saying in the cast, like, remake the magic from game number 1 where out of nowhere they just sprung up a miracle. I think it came back to bite them a lot of the time because you were talking about a lot of the sustain, a lot of the buying time that Lan and Strive were able to do a lot of the time. So I definitely want to see TT kind of adapt to their game plan a little bit more and play towards their win conditions. But, you know, Cube whipping out another unique pick, bringing out the Rumble here, kind of threw a wrench into the works for TT, it felt like.
Yeah, the Rumble was terrifying. Honestly, so many fights in the jungles where Cube was able to just get a massive equalizer down, doing huge damage. It never quite felt like that was the big moment in the fight. Usually it felt like it was coming down to picks here. But ultimately, we saw the damage that he's doing. We saw the kill participation. We see the KDA on our screens, right? Like, Rumble, when you get these big ults, is always going to have a big influence, especially with this build. Like, look at the build he goes with the Night Harvester and the Shadow Flame. Like, the impact damage that you get when the Equalizer first hits and the Night Harvester procs is actually surprisingly huge. It's no longer just a sustainability. Like, it's a burst ability at that point.
I'm all here for the burst, the volatility, the craziness, because I'm just very excited to see what we get for our third game, right? It is still stakes on the line. RA, the spoilers at this point, pushing us to 3 games. TT, they were 1 win from locking in the playoffs for summer. And I think, obviously, TT are going to feel more comfortable if they can get the blue side this time around, as their negative percentage on that red side still staying strong there, Munchables.
Yeah. I will say, I'm a little concerned for TT moving into playoffs if you struggle this hard when your opponent locks in early aggressive compositions, like they've fallen dramatically behind in both of these games. It's a scary situation when you're going into best of 5s, when teams have time to adapt to your weaknesses. We need to see better here in game 3.
I'm very excited. We will get to that game 3 very shortly, as we're going to take a short little break, and we'll be right back.
Because since next week, our episode's going to lead into playoffs, so we'll probably end up doing like a bit of a playoff preview. This is the time where I want the predictions. I want our names out there in the written in the textbooks of who we predicted going into the split. And RNG kind of being a name that is up there. I feel like one of you's predicting RNG, if not both. Am I right? Any RNGers?
I'm going to take RNG just because I know you guys are going to go top esports anyway. So I'll take this side so you guys can have your top esports.
Whoa. I'm just saying we might all have different sides coming into the day. But Rob, why RNG? What gives you those special tinglies?
Yeah. So I actually don't think RNG win.
What?
Yeah. I think the top play, I think Breathe has been a little bit underwhelming. I think the
betrayal of a century. What is going on?
Look, I think there's still.
Oh my god!
I think,
dude, the pain on Twitter, your face saying this. I feel for you.
Yeah,
it looks like it hurts.
Here, look. You know what? I'm just gonna. I got my little badge here. It's going down. Get it out of here. But I think, I don't know. It's super hard to try and. I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. Like the smile on Ox's face. But that's the thing. It's so hard to doubt them. Like, the one loss that they have all split long is against JDG. And that was at the start of the split when they were still trying to figure out what they were trying to achieve. I think they've looked only like they've gone from strength to strength. I think Wayward for a rookie is phenomenal. The Tien and Knight look spectacular. The bot lane, brilliant. Like it's kind of like started to slow down. Like there's nothing here, and I think the fact that like again, moving on to this new patch where laning becomes even more important, I think that's what that's what makes the difference for me here. Is like top esports are probably the most dominant laners that we have. They're incredibly good at snowballing the game, and I like even when we get to international as well. I think the fact that I don't think teams are going to be ready for top esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports, like just across the board.
Oh my god. Lyric, you take it. I got nothing to add. He said everything I wanted to say. Oh,
wait.
It's beautiful.
Add
Fantastic.
I was going to say, I was going to tell you, add something about Wayward. I know you're dying to do it.
Dude, I mean, I feel like I completely match everything you said. I feel like that first series against JDG, they got all their inting out the way in that first series because that was a rough one. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that the meta is going to suit them well because I think it should, based on the fact that laning's more important. I think that the issues they had against RNG, where like they completely fell apart in the mid game in spring, aren't really there anymore. I think their mid game has improved massively, and they're still fantastic in the early game. I feel like there's 3 lanes you can carry through. I mean, you can even have TN carry through the jungle. I just think this team's fantastic. The question isn't whether they're going to win LPL, it's whether they're going to win Worlds.
The only
and the
caveat
yes,
I will add to
so
that is
there we go.
TN in playoffs sometimes scares me, where he can just start to fall apart, where he does struggle with the pressure from it. But I do think, at least looking at it, hang on. That Alex, I think,
dude.
hang on. But I do think now that he's on top esports rather than FPX, it definitely feels like the camaraderie and the fact that like they're more, I don't know, they definitely feel like they're better adjusted to actually like having conversations, putting less pressure on him.
He's touching his cheeks.
What? Oh, yeah. But I think TN has looked a lot better, a lot smoother, and it's kind of been a lot stronger. But I still hold the question about what happens when we get to playoffs. I think he's better adjusted on top esports, but I've still seen him so many times on FPX. Playoffs comes around and TN just isn't there anymore.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you,
和 T 的中单优卡对线的话，他是一个比较稳健，然后带有开人能力的选手吧，跟他对线就小心点就行了。
马上就要对战 TT 了，我感觉他们下路比较稳健吧。想要影响 TT，他们小心前面对线就行了。他们打野前期干过很多次，不被抓的话，他应该会很难受。
Welcome back to the LPL as we are all the way into our third game of our first series of the night. I am Mazel, joined by Munchables yet again, or Crunchables, whichever one you want to take on at this point, because we've had some crazy games so far. We've had, two very volatile games, some throws back and forth in both, and now we get the culmination in our third game. But before we do get to that one, we do have to give out our MVP. And of course, it's Silas time apparently in this series because it's Strive picking it up on the Silas in game 2.
Yep. It feels like this is just a Silas MVP series at this point. Silas, absolutely insane in the current meta, and when you could steal away that Talia ult, we saw him using it so beautifully, getting around the map. Obviously, being a part of a lot of team plays here, that dive from RA really great, but again, the Talia ult being used to punish a play on the top side from TT. Felt like no matter what TT did in the early game, Strive was there to answer. And then the final play here, Strive kind of re-engaging later on after Leon buys so much time with the team, and look at that, straight onto Kepler, setting the play up for RA.
Oh man, so many good setups from that game from Strive, but as well as just capitalizing on the moments for RA, capitalizing on the craziness for RA, and seeing what those picks really did for them. It's talking about obviously the Rumble, the Pantheon, but now TT back to the comfort side, back to the side where they win on. They will be on the blue side for this third game, so RA need to find something that'll work out for them as we are into the bans. It is the Sivir, Zeri, Lucian, banned by TT, and the Azir, Talia, and the Kalista, banned by RA. First pick of the Poppy coming through.
This is looking a lot like game number 1 right here, with the Poppy coming on in. Does Lian lock in the Nidalee again is my question. Scaling 80 carry locked in for iBoy.
Oh my god, we get the salty run back.
It's exactly the same as game number 1 in the series here. The long-range composition being set up by RA. Do TT change things? They fell 10,000 gold behind in game number 1 of the series. They somehow found a comeback and won that one out in the end. But I think you've got to change tanks a little bit and bring some early game presence to be able to punish what Lian will be doing.
Oh my god. If we just get the rinse and repeat comp, that's going to be actually crazy. But we also have seen, on top of the memes, the actuality of Silas domination in this series, right? So seeing UCal pick up that one after that game 1 performance, it's going to be something to watch out for in this game for RA, and hoping that they have something to pick against it, right? Because, well, there you go. Might be it as we get the Renekton. The Aphelios, though, tried and true for TT.
Okay, so we do see a change up from the side of Rare Atom going for... You'd assume they're top laner. We've seen a tiny bit of mid lane Renekton, but let's just assume it's going to Cube up. In the top side, Cube has played this. I think it's his second most played in his entire career. Works super well with the Nidalee, and sets you up with a potential win condition on that top side as well, crucially. So, feel like maybe they're going to play more towards weak side in the bottom lane again, while Lian and Cube and Strive try and take over the top side. Denying some of these weak side picks, though. The Braum that we saw being taken off of the board. You could ban something like a Tahm Kench if you wanted to really just deny this Aphelios. Renata would be a fantastic pick to try and deny as well.
I want to see them ban that Alistar. I don't know. I would love to see some changes in the bottom lane. But yeah, there you go. Alright, ban that Alistar away. We get the Jax, as you were saying, kind of taking that away from Cube himself. But I still want to see where this last ban obviously focused towards the potentially solo laners here for TT. But there's also the begging question of, okay, they just go for the Gwen. I was going to say there are still some very powerful supports on the board, but they want to go for that solo lane presence.
I just want to quickly point out the fact that TT genuinely believe that this is Strive taking Renekton mid. With a Gwen and a Jax ban, like, they are fully all in on the idea that Strive is taking Renekton mid. This is not for Cube in the top side. We'll have to see if that's going to end up being the case. They're just sticking with it.
They just do. Kepler and Hoya, they're on Aphelios and Sejuani duty. That's it. That's all that there is to say about it. But again, we're seeing a lot of nostalgia from game number 1, right, for TT. You're
Yeah.
getting that front in your face bruiser composition backed up by the team fight potential of this Aphelios. And now that you have the long range decision making of the Solar Flare, this comp for TT, it's looking scary. The Nautilus is a good difference maker, I feel like, for RA in that turn, but this pick has to do something here. This last pick for RA really needs to be a game changer.
So I feel like TT not sure on this final pick. RA not sure on the final pick because TT read them well, right? Banned away a couple of the picks. So Cube is going to have to take this Renekton to the top lane, which I think they did want Strive to take. And Strive goes with the Zoe once again. So very similar compositions coming out here where you have the Leona replacing that Alistair. NRA changing up ever so slightly as well. But fundamentally the same game, right? Fundamentally the same as game number 1. And it's kind of blowing my mind, honestly, because it's basically TT saying, look, we intended to fall 10,000 gold behind in game number 1. That was all just part of the plan. I really hope that they could change something in the early game. They cannot afford to let Lien get the massive lead that he did early on in the first game of the series.
Yeah, I want to talk about that a little bit here because going from that first game, right, it was constant bot lane focus from Beishwan, right? He consistently ganked iBoy and Yuyanja every single chance he got in that early game. But the entire time, you were having enormous CS differentials for Cube and Lien. That was the difference. But the changing moment was when that poke comp was starting to get into the later game. A decisive call from TT quickly gave the momentum to the tanky, up in your face, team fight heavy team, and they won the game because of it. Now is a chance for RA not only to be the spoilers of TT getting in playoffs, to give them a loss here denies them the LPL Summer Playoffs, but RA on their last series with everything looking to the future, retooling, trying to figure out what works for this squad, coming off the momentum of game number 2. I love that we've gotten to this point. It is game 3 of our first series of the night. Playoff implications on the line. TT versus RA, and we're already getting a little bit of that spice from TT with potentially some early vision game here. But again, it's all on the junglers at this point to see where they focus, Munchables.
Absolutely. Let's quickly talk about how these compositions are going to function as well, right? Because when you look at RA, this is like a classic 2020 composition. Like, if you just looked at the RA composition, you'd assume that you're watching like Top Esports versus JDG in the finals of 2020, right? Because, you know, this Zoe just wants to push the wave as hard as she can and roam around the map, mostly looking towards that top lane, right? With Lien and Cube having this Nidalee Renekton combo. It's incredibly potent. It's incredibly hard to survive. Hoya still going with that Ignite. Crucially, one thing we saw in game number 1 and game number 2 was when they gank Hoya, keep your eyes on Lien's positioning, on Cube's positioning, because they will try and stand in front of that Sejuani so that she can't Q out of the play, right? The Q is blockable. It's just like Gragas's body bop, right? Where if you're stood in the way, it will not get any movement whatsoever. So keep your eyes on that. Anticipate Lien clearing up towards that top side, maybe even skipping a few camps to try and get some cheese down onto Hoya and get Cube a big advantage. On the other side, though, Beichuan, he could just look towards the bottom lane again. That's what we saw in game number 1. It worked beautifully. Obviously, he fell behind in CS, but could find Kepler a lead, which seems to be generally the strategy for TT.
I will say, looking at that bottom lane, it's just been a little point, right, in every game. But iBoy and Yuyanja are so good at finding the early wards from TT, right? They got one in this one as well, but they found it in last game. And it's just the little advantages. But I want to see them kind of try to utilize that, because I would expect, like, some of that aggression to come out from this bottom lane early on from RA. But then knowing when to back off for this game is going to be so crucial and a difference from game number 1.
It definitely will be. I'm curious how the early laning goes for Strive as well on this Zoe, because Zoe definitely having the best of the matchup early, but Beichuan moving into the mid lane.
That's Randuin's early, so just slow it down Yukal. Yukal goes back to the wave, but Beichuan looking in mid lane. A differentiation from last game, because he's not hovering. Oh, he's going back to his bottom lane, knowing that Lien could be going for that aggression like he did in that game 1.
Slightly wide for Yuyanja. Yao goes in. It's just going to be a bit of harass back and forth here. But yeah, Beichuan, really interesting pathing here. foregoing his top side. Wants to make the play onto Aibo. Yu Yanja, no flash.
Yao Yao flashes forward, trying to get the lockdown. Beishwan goes onto Aiboy. They have the damage onto Yu Yanja. The burning coming down, and first blood to Yao Yao as Aiboy just tried to trade back some damage.
And once again, we see Lien happily trading this for camps. Right, on the Gromp now, already took the Wolves and the blue buff. And can even look towards the top scuttle. Maybe even a dive, I don't know. Hoya not that low on HP right now, so it would be kind of a risky dive to go for. And I feel like they're going to decide against it. Strive, once again, just getting charged by Beishwan. And crucially, Strive, if you can burn that flash on a Zoe, incredibly vulnerable. If you can burn Zoe's flash and then get her further forward in the lane, very gankable. Second of the look, though, is this is, Yu Yanja using that flash.
Yeah.
Kepler just answers it.
It's really unfortunate timing there because Beishwan, as you said, the kind of unique pathing. At this point, though, I feel like we're with we saw the entire clear from Lien pretty much, so I would wonder that communication. But Cube, talk about communication. He's gonna communicate to Lien to come help him, but it's not in time. And Beishwan, that's the second kill for TT. Lien has to get away.
All right, I love the proactivity here from Beishwan, getting around the map, getting advantages for his laners because it's so important that Hoya doesn't fall dramatically behind early on. Kepler moving up alone. Obviously, Yao Yao moved up to that top side, so Kepler playing this one safe. I like the ward just to make sure that there's no shenanigans that are occurring here, but he will arrive. He'll be able to clean up some of the CS. Crucially, a plate does go over to Aiboy. I'm going to try and say crucially less. I've been told in the break by Hysterics that I've been saying it all the time. I didn't even notice. Like,
Is
it's
it
my first day
crucial?
color casting, guys. It's crucial that I say it less here in game number 3.
Man, I wonder how crucial it is. But anyways, we'll see how crucial that can crucially be for an okay, I'll stop. Anyways, Dragon is on the board here. We'll see that early game focus again. Beishwan hovering so heavily around the bottom lane with not having his top side available to him. I wonder if they do kind of try to put that emphasis on those objectives, that early skirmishing. But I just want to check back in, right? Like, we're getting a lot of the same feelings from game number 1. RA are checking the boxes that they did in game number 1. They're getting leads in top. They're getting leads in jungle, albeit not as much because of the level 1 that came out from TT in game number 1 from Hoya. But still seeing them utilize that Renekton with the Nidalee combo with this setup should be a much different game. Trying to get mid on UCal. They get the Sleepy Trouble Bubble a little bit later. That spear does connect, but it's not enough.
Yeah, big damage on UCal. Forced to flash as well. It's a little disrespectful from UCal to be going for 2v1 trades in the mid lane, honestly. But he'll survive ultimately. Should be able to just clean up the CS, especially with Beitron moving in as well. And just sets up for that CS to go down. Keep trying to pressure here. And now they're a little bit stronger. They could go for this dive.
They are indeed, and the Glacial Prison did not connect there. Hoya surviving for a little bit longer. Lien does get the pounce and gets out beautifully. They do have, actually, Beishwan coming up. He's going to stop at the Scuttle Crab, though.
Yeah, I don't think he can go for anything more here. UCal moving over. The Crab dodging the spear there. Beitron, the one to get it. The CS lead, not quite as dramatic for Lien this game, but with that kill, it doesn't really matter so much. Still a big advantage for him. This is the power of the Renekton-Nidalee combo that we see. Renekton happy to stack up the tower while Nidalee does the damage. Hoya, I think, played that about as well as he could have. All in at the bottom side, though.
It's a really good play from Yanja to stop the follow-up on Aiboy there. Just a lot of damage traded back, though. Back and forth in his bottom lane. It's actually Kepler and Yao Yao keeping that aggression there. So Beishwan not having an in necessarily in his bottom lane just yet, but it's still been a really good bouncing game from at least that side of it. But now Land and Cube in the top side.
Yeah, really, really good preemptive ultimate there from Hoya as Lien's coming in onto the play. So denies the initial burst, tries to escape with the Q as well. It's a valiant effort, honestly, from Hoya. That's the kind of dive that it's exceptionally hard to survive, especially if you don't have flash, right? Still running the Ignite here in the matchup, just wanting to have a little bit of pressure to stop Cube being able to try for 1v1 all-ins and just try and find the kills himself. So well played by Hoya to try and survive, but ultimately Renekton-Nidalee comes out stronger in the top side. Lien as well, continuing to extend that CS lead. It's about even overall, though, across the map. That's the crucial thing. TT not
Yeah.
falling too far behind just yet. I said crucial again. I can't stop saying crucial, man.
It's part of your blood. But in all actuality, it is a difference, right, that we saw. Beishuan has been more active around the map. He ganked bottom lane in game 1 like 3 or 4 times, right, like consecutively. So seeing him actually be able to go around the map is huge. But I'm looking at next steps here. We got Dragon, we got Rift Herald. It looks like we're going to get a split map as well for both.
Beitron, we talked about him going bot lane. He wants to do
They
it
don't
again.
have vision?
Summon is available, though.
I don't know if they get this one. They're a little bit far stretched here as Yao Yao is still trying to get back to the lane.
Yeah, Yao Yao wasn't in lane, right? So there's no setup for Beitron to just start the play there. Will mean Kepler could just sweep up the wave, though, and big trade up on the top side, actually. Keep taking a couple of tower shots as well, as Hoya going to go further for this one, has his ultimate, but Leyen is up there doing the Herald right now.
Okay, so they didn't go for the Dragon play. They're actually going to contest this Rift Herald, and Leyen sees them come across mid lane, so he backs out of it.
I like this from the side of TT. Don't let Leyen just continue to stack up. If you give that Nidalee a Rift Herald, like 100% they're just going to dive Hoya again and just finish that tower off. So I like the counteractive play here. Yao Yao might be moving a little too aggressively, but actually just goes onto Yu Yanji, who's respecting the play.
Yeah, I think they get out of this one scot-free, though. That was actually a really nice hook onto the wall there to get him out of there. Cube actually kind of ominous. Go in onto Hoya. Hoya hasn't used the Glacial Prison yet. Just trying to get some more pressure so they can secure this Rift Herald.
Yeah, so the Dominus used... I'm not super convinced by that one, maybe thinking that there was going to be more of a fight for the Herald. And you do see a lot of Renekton's preemptively using that Dominus before a fight to build up your Fury, right? But ultimately, no fight occurs. I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. The Renekton ult should be back up before anything else happens, so shouldn't be the end of the world for him as Beitron trying to get more on the bottom side. But importantly, TT have not gone for the Drake, right? They could have traded this Drake for the Herald that was happening in the top side. They tried to contest the Herald. They don't manage it, and now we're Bubble in the jungle.
They're trying to get on the Strive there, Yukel. Actually not going to connect. Now they have 4 bodies around this way, but now that RA also know that they're here, there's not really going to be a place where TT can just force that Dragon just yet without being contested.
Yeah, I do feel like this is all going swimmingly for RA, honestly. Like, the game plan, right, is build a lead in the early game, play for objectives. This time you've got a Renekton instead of that Aatrox, but functionally the same purpose in these fights, right? Just be annoying, be in the middle of 4 members of TT, buy iBoy and Strive and Leyen space to throw out their long-range abilities, whereas for TT, same again, right? They need to close the gap in these fights. They need to get up close and personal and find the actual team fight, not just a poke battle. So for RA, everything looking great. With a 2,000 gold lead, they should be able to control these neutral objectives, and that's the dream. But crucially as well, I said crucial again. Oh my god, I can't stop saying it. Down on the bottom side, the Drake hasn't been taken just yet. So RA could get every single Drake this game if they want.
Absolutely. I think seeing them transition into this will be interesting, though, because we've seen that TT are not willing to kind of let these things go, right, comparatively to that first game. They were actually trying to get Leyen here as a depth charge used by Yucal. That's just a bit of pressure in trying to play the game in mid lane.
Yeah, not able to find it in the end. I just want to remind everyone, TT are against the ropes right now. For RA, this win doesn't really matter for them, aside from just looking good on your final game, right? They're out of playoffs. They can't make it into the top 10. But for TT, they need this win to make it into playoffs right now, and they're falling behind again. The strength that we saw from TT across the course of this split was all about the mid-jungle support trio working together to find advantages, and I feel like we just haven't seen that at all this series.
It's been interesting to watch kind of develop how they've stuck to this style through this entire series pretty much. Hoya is in trouble here against Leyen. The Rift Herald was used, and the Glacial Prison does get Hoya out of there. This top lane tower is not going to last much longer, and that's all 5 plates to this top side, and even more gold for RA. But that's exactly where I want to dive into the point you were saying. TT finally go for the Dragon, but at this point, like, that's got to feel so good for RA to finish the season spoiling TT's playoff potential in the last moment where TT are on the cusp, all that elation, all that excitement around this squad, the fact that they would make it for the first time in this organization's name, but the first time in 3 years as a whole, right? Like, that is incredible. And I think RA are definitely pushing for that with this composition. They want to hit the nail on the head and send them home.
Yeah, and I want to point something out as well. BLG are sat watching this game, biting their nails right now, because there's a world where BLG still makes playoffs. It's if TT lose this series and then AL gets 2-0'd later on today, BLG will make it in. FPX as well, their odds increase dramatically with a TT loss. So honestly, there's a couple of teams here watching today that are very excited about the way this first series is going. TT, on the other hand, they're the team that wants them to win. Nobody else really minds if TT wins the series. It's just for TT to get in themselves.
Hey, come on. I know Kelsey's out there somewhere hoping TT get in. But in all actuality, right, like the pressure is mounting for all the squad, for Yukao, who has stepped up a lot in this series, but needs to one more time. Beishwan with that aggressive movement. The shot calling needs to come from somewhere, Munchables.
Certainly does. Cube gonna go here onto Hoya. I don't think he's got much kill threat though. Just gonna be trying to get some heavy trades going. And the thing is, this matchup is so nice for Cube if he can go for these heavy trades regularly, because A, it sets you up to potentially dive alongside your Nidalee, but B, you have sustain and Sejuani doesn't. So it's always gonna be nice for him. But also pressuring so Leyen can continue to take these camps away. The CS lead, not as dramatic as it was in game number 1, but it's still a 40 CS lead for Leyen. It's not something he's going to complain about.
And the top lane CS differential has stayed more consistently bigger for longer compared to that first game where Hoya actually was able to get within like 30 CS of Cube. This time, right, they have had so much pressure on that top side, it's a little bit worse. But the question is, right, you're seeing TT move around with this trio. They're trying to collapse down towards this bottom lane, and do iBoy and Yanja get out in time? And it looks like with all this vision, TT won't be able to make the play.
Yeah, not for the time being, unfortunately. And this is really not great for TT, honestly, because I feel like the way that they won game number 1 and the way that they came back in game number 2 was RA making big mistakes. Right now, in my mind, the way that this game is going to function, the way that this series might end, is just whether or not RA makes a big mistake and TT are able to punish it. Beitron, good use of the steadfast presence, denies any all-in from Lien there, but honestly, like, Beitron has no agency in this game anymore. Lien is dictating absolutely everything.
It's been really nice to see from him on a signature pick for Lien with that aggression, with him being, you know, the sword moving forward for RA. I think it's been incredible, right? And that Night Harvester proc now, or at least Power Spike, will help them secure this Rift Herald and continue to mount that pressure. Just get a little cheeky. He wants that farm, all right?
Look, I love it. I love it, right? It's a cannon on the line. That's a lot of gold to be talking about. That's essentially a third of a kill. Well, not quite, but about a quarter of a kill maybe for a cannon. And you're not going to be fighting. You're the Jinx that's just sweeping up farm on the bottom side. I say that. He is moving up to where there might be a fight. So maybe ends up getting punished here. TP as well.
Rules. Yeah, this is really sketchy predicament here. As Liam misses the first spear, Hoya just immediately gets obliterated. Beishwan slowed down. iBoy's hitting those shots. Solar Flare comes out from Yao Yao. But RA showing off their presence in the mid lane with this Rift Herald push. They will break this tower, and they can honestly get whatever they want on the map.
Yeah, iBoy kind of regretting his ult there because he could have got a bonus kill in that fight. But either way, RA just flexing their lead right now. This is not a fight that TT could realistically win. The 5,000 go down. There's a second charge for the Herald. iBoy will be able to clear this wave and maybe get a third charge off here. Might just be able to be finished off, though, by Yukao. The eye doesn't show itself, and it means the third charge goes on through. Oh, my days. I mean, we've just gone from, what, like 3,000 gold lead to now almost 6,000. That is a huge swing in favor of RA.
But see, the TT, all right, everything's not going well, but they're holding on to the 20-minute mark, all right? That's where we've seen things kind of be fumbled a little bit by RA. We'll look back at this play in mid lane, though.
Yep, Renekton with the TP flank. It's always a terrifying thing to see. And Cube just sets up for Leon to get the kill onto Hoya. UCal had stepped too far forward. And I feel like TT really just miscalculating this situation. They're trying to buy space and time for their Aphelios down in the bottom side. And he does finish the tower off, but stepping way too far forwards in that mid lane. Not respecting the fact that there was vision behind them. And it's essentially the mistake that RA made in the first game, right? Where they pushed too far forward past TT vision, got flanked on a TP. That's kind of what's just happened to TT now, the opposite way around.
You see Dragon going over as Glacier Prison actually comes around. Yuka's on the deep flank here onto iBoy. iBoy has to flash and cleanse to keep reverted. Comes out. iBoy, he's not going to survive this one. And Yucal, he's going to get the solo cut point blank. Mega Death Rocket. Gotta appreciate that. Depth Charge comes out onto Yucal, though. Now it's Beishwan that's caught out, and he tries to get actually the smite. The flash Cube can't get the distance there. They are running, but they will not get away. At least Yucal won't for very long. He goes down to Cube, and rest of TT need to be really careful as Leon's on the side here, but they just need to get out.
Leon was doing chickens. He was like, this is a great opportunity for me to get some counter jungling in while the rest of his team are scrapping for their lives. Cube will be the one to get those in the end. But yeah, big, I like the aggressive play here from TT, trying to get it invaded. Obviously, they got the kill onto iBoy here, but then punished, right? Couldn't get the play off quickly enough. It's off the back of this Drake for RA. Hoya trying to get the pick onto Lien. It's a great flank from UCal. It's a great kill overall with Beishwan knocking one away. It feels like a good play for TT, right, initially. But then you're in too deep. Yeah. And Strive has been knocked into this position by the jungler. Beishwan goes back in to try and protect UCal, but ultimately ends up with them both ending up in trouble.
So question for you. Who sings the song In Too Deep?
It's Sum 41.
Okay, good. Thank God. Yeah, we had Rob over here, and he didn't know that, and he made the reference. It was hilarious. But in all actuality, that's a common occurrence in these two teams, right? We do see them in too deep a lot of the time, as we see actually Strive trying to land the crucial bubble onto Kepler, but won't find it. But still, so much pressure from RA. That is the name of the game at this point, right? 6,000 gold in the lead. Yes, you have UCal taking the side lane tower, but Baron's on the board now. They could try to burn it. They could try to collapse. They could play around this top side of the map as well for RA, and it feels like TT just kind of have to move out every time.
Yep, Cube in the meantime pressuring on the bottom side, and they'll answer in the top lane. As you say, TT now, we need to see some of that like miracle macro from TT. We need to see some unbelievable decision making because they have to find some picks. They have to find some miracle way into the game. Anticipate desperation plays from TT because it's the only way they get back in.
And that's how they got in last time. This is desperation, though, and maybe desperation pays off. They get iBoy down, and a second kill to boot right to Kepler.
I mean, you couldn't have timed it better, could you? Right on cue here from the side of TT. We say we want desperation plays, and they're like, hey, iBoy, you're too far up in the mid lane. They start the Baron off.
Oh my goodness. It is actually insane how this happens every single time. But TT, still having to pick through the parts right now and try to figure out where they go from there. Nice picks, but it's not going to mean all that much in the grand scheme of things unless they can snowball that into something, right? Getting Kepler some more money is huge. This mid lane will be a nice farm fiesta for him, but you still have to watch out for these picks that RA will be looking for.
Yeah, so we can take another look as iBoy obviously trying to force this wave in to get his reset, but Hoya on the flank, very nicely set themselves up. Cube just there trying to protect his AD carry. iBoy just going for one too many auto attacks. If he doesn't try and clear that wave, if he just allows the casters to go by the wayside, he probably survives that play. Crucially, TT, again, I swear, there will be one sentence this series where I don't say crucially. I promise you guys. TT don't actually get much off the back of this, right? They get a couple of picks. They get themselves a bit of gold. It's the same as game number 2, though, where we saw a couple of these kills picked up, but they can't find anything. They can't actually threaten the Baron. And so it's still RA in control. The gold gap is minimized slightly, but it's really not that big of a deal for RA. It's unfortunate that they lose a couple of players, but it doesn't really affect things in the grand scheme of the game.
Yeah, and it just has to keep coming. And not getting picked is the next big, I guess, checklist for TT. as he's going to keep his verdict out. We'll boot Leyen out of his jungle.
That
It's
will
still the
never not
pressure
be
from
funny.
Ari. Yeah, I mean, he just delivered Leyen right to his chicken nuggies.
Leyen getting the efficient farming path. He knows that the efficient path is to go via the poppy back
Yes.
to his chickens. It's genius jungling right here.
I absolutely believe. I mean,
Yeah.
look at him. He's got 50 CS up. He's already back on the bottom lane. He's got the momentum right now. They're pinging on the dragon too.
I just love the animation as well. When Leyen gets knocked away, you see the kitty's paws like flailing, like he's still running on the floor. But yeah, as you say, they go towards the Drake. All right, have complete control right now. It is a Cloud Soul, so not the end of the world, but still be nice for RA to pick up. Here, TP being channeled.
They do as well. The follow-up here could be huge. They have a lot of CC, but not much follow-up in that kind of situation. The Everfrost is available for Striver. He wants to try to get a setup for him his own right, but TT looking for exactly what they look for in game number 1. Using some pressure with this team composition, the beefy bodies to press up and move in. Yuyanja has to flash. He does get out under tower. Remember, they haven't gotten these outer towers yet, and that makes it so difficult. Or at least they haven't gotten the outer tower in mid and top. So it's very difficult for TT at this deficit.
I mean, like, TT committing so hard to this play on the top lane. Just push the wave, guys. If someone just pushes that wave, you can go for the dive and you can maybe get the kills. But the fact that they don't means they can't actually go underneath the tower, and everyone from RA is safe. So I like that they're being proactive. I like that they're looking for these plays, but realistically, that wasn't going to work unless you can push the wave under. And now you've given RA tempo. A TP comes in from UCal behind enemy lines. We need a miracle for TT right now.
It's a miracle that could possibly happen. Keeper's verdict, he's trying to get it. It gets canceled. UCal hasn't stolen an ulti yet. The Baron about to go down already. He's in the mid, he stole it! Beishwan gets the Baron! Is that what makes the difference? He goes down, but RA, this is a top-tier fight if they want to find it, if they can force the hand of TT because it's an unmanned fight. 5v4.
Yeah, massive, massive moment here for TT. We said they needed a miracle, and Beichuan steps up to the plate, finds the smite, and RA, this is 2 games in a row where they go for a 50-50 on the Baron. This is never the answer, guys. Now, off the back of the pick, they will at least break this mid lane open. I don't think they can really stay around for the inhib, though. They can maybe try and threaten the tier 2 in the bottom side as well. So they'll get some gold for themselves. And you can see that the power play on the Baron might actually end up negative off of the back of all of these towers going down in favor of RA. But ultimately, the Baron still going the way of TT. You can see Kepler as well pushing up in this top side, trying to get some damage onto this tower. I think the recalls will go through, though. I don't think, unless you can cancel
They're
those.
stopping him. They're stopping him. They're willing to, because if they win this fight, right, they can just push through mid lane. The Keeper's verdict comes out, but Beishwan, he's just going to go down to RA. A back is now coming through as UCal did help get that mid lane tower. So RA's pounce is just a little bit of strength in their own right.
Yeah, Yao Yao and UCal are in big trouble, though. They need to find creative ways to get out of the play and get a reset off. Yandru is searching, so's Leanne, so's iBoy. I think Yao Yao might just get away with this one. Why is he walking towards them? Keep going away. Okay, it's fine.
Gave you a little jump there. Get a little jump scare. A little jump scare. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, all in all, this is a lot of trading of objectives across the map. But Beichuan moves in, gets his ultimate cancelled here. I thought that this was doomed at that point. I thought there was no way. But Beichuan flashes in and gets that smite down. Massive moment for Beichuan there. Does go down for his trouble, but then we need to talk about the map trades that occurred, right? So mid lane inhib tower goes down, as well as the tier 2 in the bottom side for RA, whereas it is 2 towers in the top side, with all of that local gold going to Kepler as well. So you can see the Aphelios now actually overtaking iBoy at this point. 3 full items finished on the Aphelios. So with the Baron in their pocket, honestly, I feel like the last sequence of plays pretty comfortably favors TT, because you've got Kepler online now, you've got UCal on 2.5 items, you have the Baron for another 30 seconds. Not that they can really use it, but it denies that push forward from RA.
But you see, TT setting up in the jungle here, just trying to find a pick if they can. Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, again, a pain here, and even the Battlestar, a bit of a pain. Beichuan about half health in the end after that trade. You got a minute till the dragon spawns, and only about 5 seconds left on this Baron buff, so TT Going to try to get backs off quickly with that empowered recall, but majorly going to try to focus vision around this Dragon Pit.
So we are in the same situation, though, that we were in game number 1, where RA had a great early game. They found themselves a big lead, but haven't actually finished things off. This time around, TT much closer in gold. They didn't fall 10,000 behind this time. And we saw what happened in the late game, right? TT found flanks, found engages, found ways to close the gap onto Strive, onto Leyen, so that they couldn't just utilize this range composition. Renekton is not going to be a monster in the late game. Renekton is not going to be a big enough front line for RA to actually win a even 5v5 team fight, right? So keep your eyes on Hoya and on Yao Yao. If they can find the right engages, TT can definitely win fights.
RA are just going to force the fight here. Solar Flare does get flashed out of. Now Beishwan goes in. He gets immediately re-engaged on. He's going to die. Hoya comes in the back, but it's too little too late here. Cube is on the other side of the fight. You do have Yukao trying to take out iBoy, take out the back line. He almost gets him, but iBoy flashes, and that's done. RA have wiped the floor with TT in this fight, and there ain't no throwing in this game 3.
I will say, you know, remember that time that I said TT could win a fair fight? Yeah, it's not a fair fight if you start a 4v5. Like, TT engaged that fight while Hoya was not in the situation. I'm not really sure what went through their minds right there, but Hoya now just get chased to the ends of the earth. He will not get this recall off. Trouble Bubble will land, and Strive can just keep him away while the rest of the team pressures onto the map. I'm a little surprised that RA aren't going to go for the mid inhib here. I feel like that was pretty objective.
Okay, no, a little bit of gameplay here. Hoya's trying to make something happen. Mega Death Rocket actually missed this Strive, ends up getting the kill. Dragon goes down as well. The RA, I felt like they could have pushed to the base a little bit more, but they felt more secure going for those objectives, and we'll get a pick apart of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a nice theoretical Solar Flare, but Strive just flashes it in the end. If that hits, it's a huge pick, but again, TT just committing before Hoya's even in play. There's not even that much more to say on this one, honestly, because of the way that that ends up panning out. iBoy even surviving from Yukal as well. Yukal with a good attempt to try and 2v1 on the backside, but iBoy doesn't go down. And it means that RA, they're still in this fantastic position. They've increased their gold lead slightly.
That's crazy. I'm sorry, the damage done the last fight, but it's actually crazy to see, like, for me, the way that RA have adapted, have changed from that game 1, right? Like, I know we got the throw, we got the flip for the Baron, but in all actuality, it's positioning better. It's making sure that, you know, with Cube on this Renekton, a little bit of a different game plan here in terms of setup, in terms of strength, in terms of pressure, and they're utilizing it well. They just consistently go in. Now a TP play from TT, but Yao Yao caught out, almost dead. They might find Leyen. He's down as well. Cube being fought on the side. It's a split fight, split call from TT, but they are navigating it here. Big double kill for the Mega Death Rocket of Yukal, and all of a sudden, I might have cast a cursed RA. They do get one shutdown back behind. iBoy is excited now, and he's getting some long-range damage with Fishbones. They don't have any more follow-up, though, as TT realized they got enough to back away.
This is so tense between the two teams. RA almost losing control of the game right there with Leyen being caught out, being taken down. This is what we talked about. If TT can close the gap, if they can get onto these squishy carries, they will annihilate them, right? As Silas and Aphelios have plenty of damage for finishing these characters off. And this is just Leyen, but way too deep on the play. Like, there's no need to be pushing up that aggressively. Yukao happy to be the one to finish that off. 900 gold shot down on that play as well. And Yu Yanjin finished off. Good attempt by Cube on the backline to put some threat down, but there's just this massive, beefy front line of Hoya, Beitron, and Yao Yao that he can't get through. It means Kepler is basically untouched to start it off. We've got more action though, Bizel.
TT might need to back out of this one, though. Yukao getting very, very low, and he's just going to go right back in. Mega Death Rocket comes through. Battlestar will end his life from Strive, and Strive is looking for more. Yao Yao, he gets Sleepy Trouble Bubble. He will be left out in dust, and they have pushing in the mid lane, but RA, they're looking for another inhib on this top side.
Yes, they are. And TT just being picked apart here. I feel like what they needed to do was just play as a group. The thing that we sort of praised earlier on was the shot calling from TT, and it feels like that has fallen apart. They are on the cusp of being knocked out of playoff contention right here. BLG are rubbing their hands with glee as they witness this, because RA might just have done it.
They try to go for the engage, for the death knell here, but RA realized they could just get the inhibs and back out. TT trying to find something maybe on the back end of it, but Baron is on the table, and at this point, I don't know if RA want to force it, but they're pinging onto it, so it might just be a party.
Going towards the Baron here, they can at least threaten this. They don't want a 50-50, but I don't think Beijuan can realistically contest. It's down to half already.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, he's going to rush it. He's going to try to get in at least maybe, but the Baron's already down. That puts so much pressure on TT because you have all the siege potential. You have super minions coming into 2 lanes at this point, and all eyes for RA are on that bot side. They want to get that last inhib. They want to do, lasting damage to not only this game, but to TT.
Yeah, TT. Remember, it has been more than 3 years since they last made it into playoffs. That was back when they were Sino Dragons. They've been DMO since then. They rebranded to TT, and it's been a disastrous start to TT's existence in LPL. Then finally, this split felt like it was all turning around. Stripe, this is a great little Q coming on in, flashes forward to get the range to finish that one off, and then goes and finds a cheeky little bubble onto Yao Yao as well. Very nicely done there. But ultimately, this would be a heartbreaking end for TT. They are not out yet, though. We've counted them out twice so far in this series. Once it was correct, once it was not. In game number 1, they found that miracle, and they want to do the same again.
We do, but it's going to come off the back of some miracles again. See if we can get something for TT as they're trying to put a defense on this bottom side. Strive just picking them apart with these sleeping trouble bubbles, trying to find the damage on the tower here. TT is actually going to be utilized from Cube. He has the GA now. Double knockout for the Keeper's Verdict. This could be the turnaround for TT, but the damage coming back, it's so difficult to deal with. And Yukao actually finding so much of his health bar missing. He just tries to steal it, but it's the execute and the kill for iBoy. That signals the rally flags. And Rare Adam, they might have just played the biggest spoiler in TT's history. This is huge for RA to come back and take one last fight. We'll see if they can do it as Beijuan is already going down. iBoy is excited, and so is the RA fan base. It is an upset. It is a spoil. It is TT broken-hearted, and RA come out with a 2-1 victory.
Unbelievable win here for RA, and BLG are going to be over the moon with the way this one has panned out. All BLG need now is an AL 2-0, or sorry, a 2-0 against AL, and BLG will make it into playoffs. But TT, this is the end of their run. They were so close. There were so many people believing that this would be a squad in playoffs. But when they faced against the adversity that is the RA early game, they did not manage to withstand themselves. And look at the happy faces on RA as well. Remember, this is a roster that we're looking towards next year. On paper, it should be a solid roster. Didn't have a good split, but it feels like a positive way for them to end their year. And I'm cautiously optimistic about what can come next year for RA.
Me too. And I especially seeing some of the moments, again, what shows out for me for RA is the fact that individually, we see their outplays a lot of the time. We see the mechanical prowess of a lot of these guys, right? But it's when it comes together that always brings into the question of, like, what does this team do? How do they approach wins? And in moments like this, even if it's chaotic, even if you're questioning some of the calls around the objectives, a win's a win. And being able to slam it home like this with a lot of the pop-off plays to finish out the season, that's what I wanted to see from RA. I wanted to see a show out, and I feel like that's what we got from RA. Much to the chagrin of TT, where their season does end in disappointment.
It does indeed. And I will say, like, for both teams, this was quite a messy series to finish their season, right? Where TT relying on the massive comebacks, relying on the big swings to find a game in this series. I would have said that TT were the favorite coming in here today, but RA clearly showing that their early game, incredibly potent. And when they did find those leads, able to turn it into more, able to push things to a close. Every single game, though, getting extremely close to losing, right? Every single game, kind of throwing their lead away a little bit, but in the end, they finish it off. And you can see how much it meant to them with the big smiles on their faces at the end.
For me, man, it's the redemption from that game one, right? Like we still never got to see that gold graph. Maybe it'll be lost to time. Maybe we'll find it. But like that game was heartbreaking for RA. So the fact that they were able to come back in game 2, change up strategy a little bit, find a win, and then say, you know what, guys, that game 1, that was execution. That was a play call that we should not have fallen for. And they execute their draft again in the game 3, right? Additionally, with the change up of the Renekton in the top lane. I love to see that kind of growth, not only in the series, right, but from these players to kind of pull it together at the end. So massive props to the RA squad. And as we were saying, like, got to keep an eye on a lot of these players' developments going forward, right? Especially looking at Strive and Cube and even Land.
I have to say, I am so sad for TT. Like, the story of this team across the course of the split, like, so many redemption arcs, right? Where we have Yukal and Kepler coming in. Yao as well, who's previously putting, like, these players previously not having good splits in the LPL, previously looking like players that would end up going back down to the LDL. They have proven themselves this split. It has to be said. I expected this team to go to playoffs, and I was really hoping that they could maybe even make it to round 2, maybe even go for a deep run if they could continue improving. But unfortunately, the early game's not working out for them, and I just wish that they locked in more proactivity for themselves, because going against Lien's in Italy and having this little that you could do about it, I mean, it's just never going to be a winning recipe.
It really isn't. I think we got to see the winning recipe, even if it was a little bit of looking back at the CS differential, maybe a little bit less happy about it. But I think we saw like what can happen if you do put all those resources into a carry like Kepler, who when handed those and handed a front to back team fight can really navigate that stuff. And I obviously I'm always the positive person, but I love to see those little things, even in TT's disappointment here. It's been a growth for a lot of these players. It's been a huge learning experience, and being oh so close while in the moment is absolutely shattering to the heart. I think it's a lot to be built off of, a lot to be grown out of, because they got to see so much adversity in this season and in its entirety. And to see it kind of come to an end, it'll give you that stinging moment that next time you're not going to let that happen, right?
Yeah, definitely the case. TT, I mean, a singular game win away. It really is heartbreak. It really is heartbreak for those guys. I will say, it does set up for a really exciting second series today, because now we have 3 potential results. We have AL winning is FPX and AL making it into playoffs. AL losing 2-0 is FPX and BLG making it into playoffs. And AL losing 2-1, FPX and AL making it into playoffs. So we have, 2 potential scenarios there. We'll have to wait and see which one's going to go down. FPX over the moon, though, with the way this one has been going. Honestly, like, they're very comfortable with the way that today has gone.
I think so as well. I think RA just... Again, it's so funny. The spoiler thing at the beginning is like, oh, but TT are they're favored, right? The spoiler, it's fun, it's cool. They do it, and now everything is just upheaved. Like the table has just been flipped from RA. It's like everybody's seeing where the food lands at this point. I'm just really excited that we get the series that we get next for anyone's Legend versus Top Esports. But I think for this series in particular, again, just reiterating on the fact that like, I love the LPL, man. The fact that we're 2 days from the end of the season, we still have playoff slots to lock in with all this craziness of the single round robin and so much left to play for, and these teams playing their hearts out. Even RA, right? Even with all the negativity that we've talked about for this squad, it's not. It warms my heart, Munchables. It warms my heart.
Yeah.
All right.
It's so exciting that so much is resting on this final series, that this series has been the standings have been so close for so long here in the LPL. The fact that we are on the second to last day of the split and we still have so much to decide. And it's not just that. Like, this next series is going to decide a lot in the middle of the table, but also we have LGD and RNG fighting tomorrow, and LGD can genuinely make differences on who gets second seed in the LPL, which is just hilarious to think about. RNG desperate for a win there tomorrow. So even on the final day of the split, in a round-robin format, it all is still on the line. It all still matters. It's a crazy split.
It has been indeed. But we do have an MVP to give out for this last game, and it is Lien who will be picking it up on the Nidalee. Of course he does. With that amount of proactivity, that amount of dominance, and the redemption from game number 1, I'll take that all day, Munch.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, a needed MVP here with the way that he controlled the game early on. Obviously, having the Renekton mid lead set up for the first play, but the CS advantage that he was able to find for himself consistently throughout this series, and the way that like this composition ultimately relied on him, it was setting him up to be a huge damage threat from the jungle. So really good to see the whole team, but good to see Leyen like showing that he knows how to carry on this Nidalee, not falling apart later on in the game.
That win rate gonna stay consistent, at least with the 1 win 1 loss. So at least you stay at that high percentage. But in the end, again, it's the decisiveness from the composition that we saw from RA, right? They picked a comp to find picks. They kept snowballing. They kept fighting, forcing fights from TT. And it wasn't the same version of fights, right? We're getting a lot less of those chaotic overextensions from RA, and it was a nice iteration again. I do believe we do have our interview ready, so let's kick it over to Christina and Strive and hear what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to Post Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Strive, the millionaire for Rear Adam. Congratulations on taking down your opponent. How do you feel right now, and how do you guys prepare for today's matchup, which is really important for both you guys because this is your last matchup, and this matchup is very crucial for TT if they want to make playoffs. 好的，让我们再次恭喜 RA 拿下了今天比赛的胜利。我们邀请到中单选手 Strive 接受采访。再次恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。在今天的赛前，你们有做哪些特殊的准备或者调整吗？因为这一局比赛，我相信对双方来说都是比较重要的。一方面是你们的常规赛的收官之战，另一方面是你们对手，他们如果想要进季后赛的话，这场比赛也是他们非得拿下不可了。所以，综合以上它的重要性，在今天赛前你们做了什么样的准备和调整？
我因为是最后一场了，我们觉得放开打就行了，就大家游戏输了可以，但大家还是团结一致的，对。
So we know that this is our last matchup in regular season. So before today's matchup, I talked to our teammates that so don't overthink too much. Just take it easy and to show our strengths in game. So if we lose to our opponent, it also can be acceptable if as long as we can show our best performance and try our best. So second question for you, I think all three matchups in today's best of three were very back and forth and close. Obviously, your opponent focused on bowling in very early game. So, what was your communication when your bot duel was get punished? 第二个问题想问到的是，今天也是鏖战3局嘛，这3局的比赛都是非常的有来有回，但是有一个比较明显的特点是，对面 TT 在前期的时候都比较针对你们的下路，所以在当时在你们的下路遭到了频繁针对的时候，你们队内的沟通是什么样的呢？
当时队的沟通就是我说下路稳住，我们中上也很肥，然后能带动你们下路，然后就能开了你们，然后就叫他们自信一点，别怕。
So after our body get punished, I told them, don't be afraid of anything and be confident. Our top, mid, and jungle will carry you guys to take down our opponent. So the next question is about the BMP strategies. We saw the top Rumble and mid Zoe. So I think the mid Renekton is also popular in LPL stage. So why did you pick Zoe as a last pick? So 所以我们接下来想聊到的是关于 BP 方面呢。其实今天的 RA 的准备看出来也是很充分的，像一些比较上单的兰博啊、中单的左一这种离线的选择。所以最后一局在鳄鱼和左一之间，当时我们中文流的解说有说，其实咱们 LPL 赛区来说，中单中单的鳄鱼也是可能很常见的。猜到你们可能会把鳄鱼要去中路，但是最后一手你还是选出了左一作为 counter pick，所以跟我们聊一下左一这个选项吧。
因为当时是上路也想玩鳄鱼，然后我想玩左一，然后就大家各玩各的，然后就我去玩了左一，其实也可以玩鳄鱼中单。
So actually, our top laner said he wants to play Renekton top, but I think I want to play Zoe. So that's the simple reason for that's why I picked Zoe. But by the way, I can also play Renekton. So final question for you. I don't want to bring you guys bad memories, but I do think maybe Rare Adams' results were not very perfect for this season. But my question is, so how do you feel about your performance in this season? Anything you want to achieve or improve 最后一个问题也是今天也是 RA 战队的收官之战了嘛？并不是说想要去讨论 RA 战队的这个赛季的战绩如何，只是我们也能看到在赛场上选手一直在很努力的去找到自己的适合和获胜方式。那么对你个人来说，你觉得这个赛季自己最大的一些感受啊，或者说收获，以及是在未来想要提升的方面是什么呢？顺便有没有什么想跟我们粉丝说几句的话？
感觉这赛季算是职业初登 LPL 的低谷吧。然后对于我来说，成长了心智上的呀，然后做事上的，然后跟队友的沟通，然后我觉得明年会更好。然后粉丝，我想说的是，谢谢你们的支持，谢谢。
So firstly, I want to say thank you to all those fans who supporting us all the time. And in terms of my performance, I think this is maybe the best result. So since I joined to the LPL stage, but I do think I can become stronger and I will perform better in next season because in this regular season, I have improved so many things like my mentality and the team's communication. That's all. Thank you so much for joining me. 再次感谢 Strive 选手接受我们英文流的采访，也期待你在之后的表现越来越好。再次感谢。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。Back to you guys. 拜拜。
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Christina, and also getting to hear from Strive, not only his improvements, but I'm rooting for you, man. Trying to come into next season with some big ups. The thing is, got to go back to the beginning of that interview. He was keeping it calm, cool, and collected when bottom lane was having some trouble, man. Just tell him, don't worry about it. It's mid jungle topside time, all right?
Yeah. I mean, like, that was clearly the strategy, right? Your weak side. Just chill out, guys. Try not to die too much. We'll take it from here. I love it as well. Christina asked about the Renekton Zoe kind of shenanigans in the draft, whether we were going to see Renekton in the mid lane. Strive was like, I kind of wanted to play Zoe, and my top lane, I kind of wanted to play Renekton, so we did. It's like, okay.
But I can play Renekton.
I can play Renekton, by the way. I was like, I thought that was a little bit more complex of a situation than apparently it was. So, it's one of those things, I guess.
I feel like that's always how it happens. It's always not as complicated as I think it is. But speaking of not as complicated, I think things are pretty complicated here as we have a big series on our hands. And you better get ready for a fight, as we'll be right back with AL versus Top Esports.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still...
Whoa, Strive! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
Your heavy reliance on Clean, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the shy. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP. Now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend, and making the dive. But in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next.
The crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the backline. Bin onto Photic. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that Keeper's Verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the lightning crash. As the Ultra Shock laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo step it up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the lightning crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. You've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you got to find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Crisp goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And B5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See ya later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculum just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just going to end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the button. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jackie Love.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh. We'll dance together. Oh. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. Hey, we can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now. Don't be shy. Oh, oh, you. Let me be me, as happy as can be, my shining light. We can last forever. Oh. We'll run together. Oh. Stay up all night. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now. Don't be shy. Oh, oh, we can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now. Don't be shy. Oh, oh.
对阵 AL 的下路的话，他们下路组的话是比较稳健的，然后 AD 的话就是发育，然后他们辅助比较喜欢游走，然后喜欢比较早去开团，这个我们得注意一下就行。感觉我们夏季赛这个常规赛的话还是比较一帆风顺的。
Welcome one and welcome all to the fight night of LPL Summer 2022. I am the Mazellinator, joined by Crunchables, Sir Crunchables. We have a wonderful fight on our hands with playoff implications to boot. It's going to be a fun one. Are you ready, Crunchables?
I'm so ready for fight night. It's back again. And, technically not Dagda. And he may not be.
Wait, I'm Dagda.
He may not be the same in any way, but we're still doing fight night. We couldn't do a split without it. We're here. It's AL Top Esports. You know it's going to be a bloodbath.
All right, we got to get to our fight card here because in our undercard, we've got Tien versus Xiao Hao. And this one will be a fun one because it will determine where we see everyone focusing, where all the resources will go, and who will land that first punch. I will say, Xiao Hao, he's got the better here. I don't know what you got to say about Tien.
You've not got to hope. Yeah, I'm going to hope. Tien is going to demolish the jungle matchup. Tien, literally, there's a famous caster call saying, Tien, you beauty, because of how world-class this man is. World Finals MVP in 2019, and now stepping in, first seed on the line. I'm pretty sure Tien is going to come in here and send heads spinning.
Look at that stance right there. Look at that stance from Xiao Hao. There ain't no way you getting through that. All you got is a hand there from Tien. What's he going to do with that hand? I got two fists.
But he's the quiet martial artist. He's the guy in the movie where it doesn't look like he's ready for the fight, and then he just pulls that kind of whoop ass on everyone. We've got some clips as well. Let me show you what Tien can do during these games. Because it's not just about the early game like it used to be. Tien on the Wukong, the 3-man knockup for the engage, setting his team up. Absolutely gorgeous. But also, in the early games, happy to charge in and body rookie of all people.
All right. You get what you get. Yeah. But I'm looking at Xiao Hao, the new blood, the guy going to the bot lane, making sure that Betty and Chocho have exactly what they need. But he's also not afraid to go a little bit aggressive, go a little ham, and that's what I like to see in my LPL junglers. And there ain't no way, even with a world championship, that Tien will have the upper hand today. But we got to go ahead and move forward from our undercard as, the tertiary here. Our co-main event tonight will be another blast. We've got Mark versus Chocho, and a little bit of difference between both of these guys, but the aggression for Chocho, it's not enough here. It's not enough, Mr. Munchables, Mr. Crunchables, whatever you want to call yourself.
See, that's just where you're wrong. Because Mark, you think Mark's got swagger, right? The way he walks around the stage, the way he does the $1 million strut or whatever it's called, it's not good enough. Not against Chocho. Because Chocho, the man oozes aggression. He was born in the aggression. And let me show you some clips of exactly what I'm talking about. Not only will Chocho annihilate the best bot lane in the world in a 2v2, just look at this. They're trying to go for a dive onto Betty. Chocho says, I don't think so, guys. Annihilates Viper. But then, when you look at him in the team fights, look at this Amumu engaged. 3-man ulti to set up the team. It's unbelievable.
Hey, it doesn't matter, because when you unbench the Kench, that's when we get a lot of playmaking from Mark, who will find himself in a lot of supportive roles sometimes. But I like to see him taking charge. I think that's exactly what he's going to do against Chocho. You're saying engage, you're saying go in ham, whatever you want to say. But it is the decision-making, the prowess from Mark that I think is the most fun to watch, especially when he's able to pick up some kills himself, get the Kinch fed, and in his own right, having Jackie Love right there beside him, he doesn't need to always take the spotlight. But when he does, Chocho ain't got no chance, Munchables, Crunchables. I keep messing it up, but at this point, your name don't matter. All right?
We're the same person.
Yeah, we're the same person. Same as me and Dagda, of course. I mean, announcer Dagda
exactly.
Here. Now, on to our main event. We've got Jackie Love on the blue side. We've got Betty on the red side. Now, Betty, the silent killer, weighing in at 2,642 pounds at the height of ginormous and the carry potential of a 50-foot man. We've got Betty from Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, but over on the red corner for Top Esports, the Mad Mogul himself. He's 7-1 in the head-to-head against Betty all time. And he weighs 0.02 kilograms, which for anyone that doesn't know, that's approximately 4 metric tons. The height is massive, just like his gameplay. It's Jackie Love!
You know, you didn't have to focus on the head-to-head game wins. All right, I was leaving that one out of there. You didn't have to put that one in there. But, you know, it is what it is because you won't see Mr. Petty coming because he's going to come silently take you out. And the Mad Mogul will have nothing to say, Munchables.
I don't think I've ever seen Jackie not have anything to say. Let me show you some clips of what Jackie has to say, because it's not just about the pentakills with Jackie. He's got 2 this split. It's basically the only 2 he's had his entire career aside from the 1. But look at this. 2v4, well, 3v4 if you include Knight. But look at the positioning. Look at the pizzazz in the play. Look at the confidence with which he just charges on in Knight. Sacrifices himself for the cause. And then watch this. Mark jumps back on board. Kepler backs away for a second, and Jagular pounces on Cal and just rinses TT. And then, let's not forget, the pentakill that he got on Jinx, the speed at which he was able to just annihilate this squad.
You got pentakill, schmentakill. I saw Mark playing a lot of gameplay in those ones. I'm just saying. But you look over at Betty, and you see the iteration of float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. You give him the guns, he's got you down. He's going to give you a couple haymakers quickly to the face when you think he's got nothing, and Betty will make sure you are feeling it the next morning. You're going to need a hospital trip. You're going to need some burn bags. You're going to need a little bit of help there because Betty has what it takes. This guy is able to pull out team fights out of seemingly nowhere, a quadra there, as you know, you're getting all that praise to Jackie Love, but it's not only that, it's his quick feet. I said float like a butterfly. He's able to move around fights so beautifully and ends up stinging like a bee in the end. So I'm sorry, Jackie Love, who?
I don't think that Benny's going to be saying that by the end of today, because let me tell you, Jagular definitely a favorite in that matchup in my mind. Let's get serious for just a second, though, because it is important to mention a couple of roster swaps that are going to be coming in today, and also the standings implications. So first off, the roster swaps. Forge will not be playing for today. It will be Harder stepping in the mid lane. This will be his LPL debut against Knight. That is a hell of a mountain to climb for Harder. Excited to see him play. But also, Wayward subbed out for Qingtian up in that top side as well.
It's actually crazy. Also, because you talk about those changes, but everything is on the line. We set it up as a title fight because it is. There are lock-in potentials for playoffs here in this series, and for both sides, right? Top Esports trying to get that first place in the summer seed. They were denied it against V5, who came out and smashed them 2-0. And in Anyone's Legend, they have their future in their hands. They need a game win and find a way to make it happen.
Absolutely. And right now, if AL are able to win this series, which would be a hell of a thing, AL would go through into playoffs alongside FPX. But if they don't, if they get 2-0'd, it'll be FPX and BLG making it on through instead. So a lot on the line here for both teams. And Top Esports, I will say, a handed favorite coming on in, because when you look at the way these two teams play, generally speaking for AL, it's about the mid and late game. It's about those team fights. It's about the 5v5. Whereas for Top Esports, they don't like to go into even 5v5s. This is not a team that often finds themselves for 20 minutes on an even 5v5 kind of game. These guys dominate the early game. Expect them to look for ways to find advantages in the laning phase and dominate from there.
So all jokes aside about the matchup, right? Like this is a moment for Top Esports to say, we lost. Let's take a win. Let's finish the season strong, right? And if it's anything less than that, that's disappointment for Top Esports, right? This should be a 2-0 victory in their heads. But for Anyone's Legend, there is so much on the line. There is so much potential in this last series for them. They have to leave it all on the field, right? On the virtual field, as you will. Because we saw what happens when you push yourself to the limits in the last moment. RA knocking out TT in our first series of the night. And Anyone's Legend, as I said, fate in their hands. And you gotta love a little bit of last minute changing. But the mullet difference coming into effect here, Mr. Crunchables.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that hair. It's glorious. Absolutely beautiful. Excited to see what Harder can bring to the table. I just want to give some people a little bit of insight into him as a player. big Azir player in the LDL, over a 70% win rate over 30 games on the Azir. So anticipate that's likely a ban coming out from Top Esports coming into the game. We'll see how Harder performs though. He's up against Knight in the mid lane. Like, there's a hell of a, like, you know, we always say trial by fire in the LPL when a new player comes on in. This is the epitome of that. Like, Knight or Rookie, either of those mid laners in your first game is always going to be too much. But here we go. Top Esports stepping out onto the stage.
And speaking of Top Esports a little bit, Jingtian, they're first onto the stage. Will be coming in to influence this last game for TES, and I think obviously joining the roster of this caliber must feel real nice, but as well as being able to put your foot forward, right? And if they do get a 2-0 victory with Jingtian, right, what does that mean for his career? What does that mean for his growth in this kind of situation? But it's all about performance, right? We're talking about some of the differences, some of the changes that these two teams are going into their last series of the entire split with.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top here, and what a difference it makes to Top Esports swapping out Wayward and bringing in Jingtian, right? When we think about Jingtian, think about picks like the Renekton from previous splits, but Renekton not really that big of a pickup in the more recent splits. And, you know, we haven't seen Jingtian play since 2021 summer. That's a long old time ago. I mean, technically, it's Demacia Cup, but I don't think we really count Demacia Cup. So the meta has changed a lot. I'm curious to see if this has been something that Top Esports have been working on behind the scenes, whether this is something that they will possibly use during playoffs. Remember that the players have to have played during the regular season to be brought out in playoffs. So for Top Esports, this might well just be they're making sure that they have options when it comes to playoffs, and if Jingtian or Wayward are underperforming, the other can be brought in.
Can I also just say, I mean, we've been progressively seeing all of AL just like kind of up in spirits, it feels like. And I love to see that for anyone's legend, right? Get a lot of smiles, get a lot of things, even with the pressure mounting, even with this last series meaning so much. To see them in high spirits is actually really good, even with the change in the mid lane, right? But it's about adapting to that situation. It's about finding that comfort for the rest of the team to make sure that Harder can either enable those pieces or be a part of that composition to really get their win conditions ahead. And that's all going to come down to the early draft, right? Do they go with the full commit towards the bottom side? Do they try to get Betty and Chocho one of those lanes where they can be that aggressive force we've seen them be before?
One of the big questions, right? Can they find those aggressive lane matchups and find advantages? Because ultimately, for Top Esports, that's usually the name of the game, and often they end up with one side playing weak side. Like, quite often Jackalope will go on something like Senna, right? And you see them just playing for scaling, whereas the rest of the team then just charges in on the top side. We'll see how it's going to pan out. I'm curious about the mid lane a little bit as well, though, because one of the picks that has been a staple for Top Esports across the course of the split is obviously the Sylas. I feel like they were bringing in the Sylas before everyone else agreed that it was going to be a meta pick here. Obviously, Knight just an absolute monster on the Sylas. Well, Azir does pretty well during the laning phase against the Sylas. That's the biggest pick available for Harder here in the mid lane for anyone's legend. So could be a potential matchup for anyone's legend if they want to let that Sylas go through. I don't know whether you want to risk giving Knight Sylas, though, even if you've got a good matchup.
Yeah, I'd say so. I'm just really interested to see what these two guys, both Harder and Jingtian, bring into this kind of series and what their first picks will be of the split, right? But we do see some of those priority bans. Love that Top Esports is taking away the Chocho and Mumu and the Callista combo with Betty. Have to get those out of there. The Poppy, the LeBlanc ban, the Zeri ban coming out from anyone's legend, though.
Zeri ban, very standard, and also crucially the Amumu taken away from Chocho, right? One of the few supports that's willing to go for the Amumu when Callista isn't in the mix. Chocho just loves that pick, but also the Gwen taken off the board here. So Sylas is available, Talia is available, Wukong is available, Poppy is available. Oh wait, no, sorry, Poppy's banned. But there are three massive picks here available for first pick for anyone's legend. Looks like favoring the jungle here with Wukong. You can expect Top Esports. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Sylas locked in here and maybe their preference in AD carries.
I love for anyone's legend, though, that proactivity, a little bit of that comfort as well, coming out with their first pick and leaving a lot of things on the board, right? But it immediately brings me to the thought of, like, right, Tien has everything I feel like he could want right at this point. At least Top Esports can choose the composition they want. They start off with the Vi, and I think they will have a lot of follow-up because I expect them to go for kill heavy and very sturdy compositions in that proactivity.
Yeah, absolutely. Fighting for early control, right? And the Vi locked in here can do very well into the Wukong. That is a pick that has often been banned in the LPL. It sneaks through the draft, it's locked in for Jackie Love, and it screams aggression in the bottom side. Aphelios has often been, has struggled a little bit against the Lucian. Nami obviously going to be the lock-in here as well. So we have our two bottom lanes locked in. We have our two junglers locked in, and a very volatile bottom side of the map to be locked in first.
Oh man, I'm ready for this fight now. I'm ready for these boxing matches because, again, you said we get that aggression. But also what I love about Betty is he, at least in the past, maybe not as much recently, he hasn't been afraid of being aggressive on the Aphelios, right? Those flashes, the Gale forces forward, trying to find as much of an advantage as you can. And I'm expecting, you know, with this Nautilus, they try to push that forward a little bit more, even into the Lucian Nami, especially at that level 1 mark, right? Try to get a little bit of advantage in the bottom lane. But again, it's all about execution at this point. I do like AL going for a little bit of that late game scaling for Betty, though. It is the Rise ban for top esports in the second phase, though, as a majority of these bans will be targeted at the solo lanes.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised to see Azir taken off the board as well. Just remove the comfort for Harder on his first LPL game, right? You want to make it as hard as possible for him, which, you know, feels a little bit mean in the context of it being his first ever game, but, you know, this is a competition at the end of the day. Top esports are fighting for first seed, and there is that Azir ban.
Gotta love it. Respect being thrown out from top esports here, but Ari, love to see that ban as well. A lot of those mobile mid laners on the table here to be banned away or picked, because you need that, I guess, synergy of proactivity for these junglers, right? You want to be able to follow up TN, you want to be able to follow up Xiaohao. Another one of those mobile mid laners taken off the board, though, is Talia will be out.
Well, Silas has made it through, and you know what Knight likes to do on the Silas. Over on the side of anyone's legend, though, they need some solo laners here. I will mention the fact that Orianna is a bit of a comfort pick for Harder as well. It's his second most played. It's not something that's particularly meta, but it's something he's been playing in the LDL, so we'll see if he goes that way. But will be a Vex locked in the end here in the mid lane, so very good into the Silas during the laning phase. Obviously, you get the buffs off of his dash. We'll see where they go in the top lane as well, having to go for the blind pick for ZDZ.
That's a high bar of execution for Harder in the first game against Knight. None other than. I actually kind of like it. A little bit of confidence here. I mean, they have 3 games, right? They can. It's a best of 3. Appreciate that ZDZ will be willing to pilot this Sejuani, though, for a little bit of stability there, a little bit more setup in terms of that engaged synergy. It is the Aatrox, though, for the second time of the day, coming through here for top esports. And I will just say that skirmishing, that bruiser comp, that forward advantage for top esports, looking a little bit scary here, Munchables.
Yeah, this is aggressive from the side of top esports. We saw the Aatrox earlier on today against the Sejuani. Had a fine time during the laning phase, during the team fights as well. Against a melee composition, Aatrox can do terrifying things. And guess what? You're against a Nautilus, a low-range AD carry. Vex needs to get in the middle of everyone. Wukong, Sejuani, they all want to be in the middle of everyone. So Aatrox should have a pretty fine time of it. And I feel like for AL, this is about weathering the storm. You can't afford to fall too far behind in the laning phase. And a lot of that is going to be down to Harder. He's the one that has the counter matchup. He's the one that got to choose his matchup, as well as down in that bottom lane. But I don't know, Jagalov and Mark on Lucian Nami, I'm not sure you can weather that storm.
Yeah, that's a storm I don't want anything to be a part of. It's a storm that will just take your house from you. But it is something that anyone's legend have to respond to, right? There's no backing away from the storm at this point. You've picked your composition. It's going to come down to buying a lot of time, like you said, not falling for the aggression that Tien is no doubt going to be putting out with the synergies that he has with the rest of his laners, but as well as that level 3 mark for the bottom lane. And it's about the pathing for Tien. It's about the pathing for Xiaohao, and especially how Xiaohao can kind of navigate the aggression that we've seen Tien take so many times before, and why he has been in the past. And with a lot of the performances in this season, one of the most dominant junglers.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been an absolute monster across the course of this season. And I'm excited to see how Tien performs moving into playoffs as well. It's been one of these stories where we often don't see the greatest format of TN in the highest pressure situations, but when it comes to regular split, just absolutely popping off. And that's been the case of this split. I hope he can maintain his performance, though, when we get into playoffs. Very standard level 1 to start us off here, but we do have Tien on a bit more of an aggressive jungler. If he can find his way into one of these lanes, especially on that bottom side, it could lead to disaster for AL.
And it is fight night, so I expect fighting. I don't care if the players don't know it's fight night. I expect fighting no matter what. But in all actuality, right, zooming back out to what is on the line for both these two teams as we kick off this first game. Top Esports looking to lock in first in the summer split. AL looking to lock in playoffs as a whole and try to solidify that top 10 in the LPL. Big things on the line for this fight night in the second to last day of the LPL summer split.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. So much about game difference as well. So every single game going to matter. But for AL, they just need to win this series. If they want to make playoffs, they need to get a win in here. But for Top Esports, they're fighting for first seed. If they can get themselves that win, they will guarantee a solo possession of first seed locked in. Guaranteed top 4 already at this point, but they would love to have the easier matchup in that top 4. Start their upper bracket right.
I think that would be incredible. Although I still, I'll harp on it a little bit. I'm always scared of the break, the bye, because it always feels like momentum is so key in LPL. But absolutely for these players, like, please, let's get that. Let's secure double elimination at least and make sure that we can make a deep run to try and get to that world's representation here. But anyone's legend, they might have a Titan in front of them. But we've seen them live up to big moments, especially looking at this bottom lane. We didn't see that early craziness just yet, but the level 3 isn't quite hit from TES, and that means perfect timing for Xiaohao. They're going to try to find Mark first. Not enough range, and the flash from Mark gets them away.
And you kind of just, you see a case study right there of why you don't see many early ganks on Wukong. You just don't bring much to the table. You bring a little bit of damage, but if your support can't land the CC, the gank isn't going to happen. Harder could be in trouble here. Has to step up for the CS. They're waiting for the opportune moment. Tien using a lot of time to try and make this happen.
But that's what we've seen from Tien a lot of times. Like, he's willing to wait it out to make sure he can get advantage. And especially when you're looking at a player like Knight, if you get him just a slight advantage, he will take it and run with it, especially against the new mid laner like Harder. And guess where they're going first? Nice little fear there away, and Harder dissuades the first gank from Top Esports Tien.
Honestly, more than dissuading, Harder just making a mockery of this gank from Tien. He's invested so much time into trying to make that happen, to get Knight ahead. Knight goes wide on the chains, and then Harder just very nice personal space coming out, gets the fear down, and keeps himself safe. Now a scrap over the blue buff as well. Tien with a good smite.
Yeah, gets it away there. Bottom lane level 3 is connected. Jackie Love, they're putting the damage down onto Betty, but as well as Cho. Here comes Xiaohao, though. Will be on the board, so Top Esports decide to stop with that aggression. But the damage already done. The health bars for anyone's legend. A bit worse for Wear down there. And I would wonder if Tien comes here to try to back them up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tight game so far. Honestly, this feels tense from both teams. We've seen both junglers trying to make things happen. Tien wants to deny some recalls here. Will just be recalling himself as Cho does get his denied. Not the same story for the AD carry, though. Cho will just be able to go for a late recall. So not the end of the world here for anyone's legend. So far, so good, though. Weathering the storm, I will say, big CS lead up in that top lane. Not ideal for ZDZ, but again, on that Sejuani, not the end of the world to fall behind in CS.
And that's what we've seen, right, when we were seeing the Sejuani so prevalent in that first series, was a lot of CS differential up there, but it's about the late game kind of catch out. That Glacial Prison will be huge to make sure they can get those engages later on and find those pickoffs, get the Shadow Surge coming behind and all that. So it's, again, just about buying time, but making sure that you don't get too far behind. You don't let Top Esports have, like, complete control, because that's also where we've seen Top Esports just easily close out, like, 25 to 30-minute games with no sweat.
Did Tien just leave the Scuttle Crab expecting the bird to finish it, and it just didn't die? That's unfortunate. Tien going in for the evade here. Wants to grab that Gromp for himself. Has the smite available. Should be able to grab this. Does smite in the end. He can move back over to the Scuttle Crab. However, Xiaohao has Smite available. Tien doesn't. I don't think Xiaohao realizes the crab is still up.
Hey, it's a mind game. There you go. We're playing mind games in this first game of the last series. But incredibly enough, right, it will finally go down to Tien, who circles back around, and now circling back around onto Harder. Still has his flash, still has the personal space and the fear ready to go if he does get the invade on. But Tien spending so much time around Knight. And here comes the fruits of their labor, if it's going to be any. At least the Shadow Surge was stolen away by Knight, but nothing else. Just the flash, at least, to be revisited on.
Yep, Harder forced to flash away here, so a nice pickup by Knight to get that summoner out, and they can rinse and repeat this all day long. And Knight has been doing his absolute best to hold the wave really close to his tower, forcing Harder to overextend to be able to CS at all. And you can see a minor CS lead for Knight, not able to turn that into too much just yet, but this is a melee versus range matchup. Harder should be getting an advantage here, but Knight doing a really good job to control that lane so far.
Been a little bit of that control game here, but I wonder if we get more of the propensity to go for the early objectives in this one. Speaking of objectives, we're getting that objective towards bottom lane because they want to get kills for Jackie Love and for Mark respectively. But again, just hovering this again, just consistency around the bottom lane for these junglers. They just want to hover it.
They do indeed. Mazel, I just want to quickly mention something. Me and Dagda have done Fight Night 2 or 3 times at this point. Every single time we do Fight Night, we pick a series where we think there will be fighting, and every single time, the early game, just nothing happens. Nobody fights. There is no Fight Night. There is no big scrapping. I feel like we've been robbed again. I feel like Fight Night is a curse at this point.
Do I take the tie off now? Like, is that what's cursing it? Or I still have the tie on, Munchables. I had to take the glasses off, though. Because
Never take the tie off. Never take the tie is a state of mind, you know.
But
The
we're
tie is a
not
state
getting
of mind.
fights. For the ties are off, then we're not getting the fight. Okay, now we
Where I live, it's also not night, but you know what? We keep the tie on.
True. Do you wear your sunglasses at night, Munchables?
Only when I need to look really cool. But I will say, I've never worn my sunglasses at night and looked at an explosion at the same time, because when you've got that kind of cool happening, you can't afford to look at it.
I've never seen an explosion and Munchables in the same room, so they might just be the same person. But oh no. He's like, hello, hi Harder. I know you've burned your flash. I want to say hi.
Yeah, he really wants to go in on this one. Knight, no ultimate available here. They just flash on it.
That's a beautiful flash from Tien to make sure he connects. They get first blood. Tien needs to get out of there, though. His burn is not enough from Xiaohao. Mark gets the kill. Top Esports on the board. Fight Night reigns in.
Yep. Welcome to the LPL, Harder. Tien literally just hard camping this mid lane. And, you know, sucks to be harder in this game. There's only so much you can do in basically a 2v1 lane. But Mark and Jackie roaming up as well. Jackie staying bot, but Mark roaming up to save his jungler here. Let's take another look, because there's only so much you can do. He has to try and clear the waves. And he had Xiaohao moving in, so he felt he was safe. But, I mean, you just can't survive that combo.
I just hope that Knight is saying gank harder, but because it has two meanings at this point. Gank me more, but also just gank harder. Like, come on, we gotta get this going, and it's working out. I think seeing Tien put so much focus around the mid lane, but not really coming out with much with those first two, right? The flash, but then seeing him continue on that, the revisitation. I think that's something that Tien has been able to do in the past, and especially knowing what his laners are like, right? Like, he knows that if he gets Knight this lead, if he gets any lead from the mid lane, they will be happy campers. Jackie Love does get the depth charge used on him, but just going to be a couple ultis, at least one ulti traded there in terms of Chocho using the depth charge, but nothing else much for AL.
Yeah. Feels like a tough one for AL. I'll be totally honest, like, Top Esports having a 2k gold lead at 10 minutes, having nice, comfortable lanes that they can just play out here, having a big CS lead for Qingtian up in the top side, giving Qingtian a good matchup as well. Like, this is the first time he's playing LPL, basically a year. It's good to see that he's getting himself the team's getting him a good matchup to start him off with. Just want to quickly mention as well, Tien already finishing a Kempunk chainsaw. Like, this is a massive fight in the jungle right now. And you see Top Esports wanting to use that lead, moving their bottom lane up as well. This is not a Herald that AL will be able to contest.
And there's been no objective play from AL because they really can't, right? There's no early dragon. We're 11 minutes in. There's no stacking advantage going to them. This is the Rift Herald a little bit late as well, but Top Esports will take this because they can snowball it even harder with some of the gold advantages that they've gotten for themselves. So AL definitely lacking in some of that proactivity, but maybe that changes here. ZDZ, barely misses the Glacial Prison. Maybe they still find Qingtian. He's trying to save his own life with a lot of that healing. He buys time. It's not enough to save his life, though. ZDZ gets the kill. Immediately dies after the Knight, though. And you'll give that kill the Knight. Maybe even the second one, the Shadow Surge, is there to back it up. Xiaohao survives for a little bit longer, but Jackie Love gets that one. There's the cease and desist. And I don't know if the snowball is already going or the avalanche has already started. Top Esports 5-1 with a gigantic gold lead at 11.5 minutes.
Yeah, that one's looking a little bit brutal, right? The first pick going the way of AL onto Qingtian, but once the guys arrive. And the thing is, we saw Jagulov and Mark moving first. We knew they were going to be a part of the play beforehand. The Herald goes down, and now you can give all this mid lane gold to Jagulov as well. Like, this is a dream scenario. Jagulov's diving!
Yeah, he is. He got the confidence there from that early advantage. He's saying, I can outplay harder. It's easy. But no, in all actuality, he had to back away. The tower doesn't even fall. And at least AL get a little reprieve, but not from this fight.
Yeah, so the initial pick, good little knock up there from Xiaohao. CDC there to do the damage. The problem is, you're just outnumbered, right? You can see Aphelios and Nautilus still in the mid lane, only just moving up to the play here. And by that time, it's already a 2-for-1 trade. And then you just see the damage out from Lucian Nami, right? They're going to be able to just clean house on this one. Very nicely done by Top Esports. A fairly easy fight. I think just a bit of a misunderstanding of the numbers situation from AL there, feeling like their bottom lane were closer than they realistically were.
Yeah, it's just a bit of that read. And we were saying earlier on with the draft for AL, right? It's about weathering the storm that's coming your way with Top Esports. And so far, the umbrellas are a bit upside down. The shutters are kind of broken off the walls. And you're hoping to just hunker down in that bathtub at this point and survive till the next game. Because it feels like this lead for Top Esports, when we've seen them in these kinds of positions, it ain't going nowhere very quickly, right? Like, and they're going to get their second objective of the game. They're going to start stacking these things up and continue that aggression. The biggest thing is if we see them slip up. But for Top Esports, as we said, like, this is a moment to prove that you deserve to be the first seed in the LPL. And I don't expect them to kind of let that go, even with the addition to Qingtian at the end.
Yeah, you can see a bit of pressure on the bottom side here. Tien nearby, but I don't think this will be a dive right now. Actually gets spotted as well, so he'll have to back away. I want to take a quick second to talk about the playoff standings and what this series means for each team, because BLG waiting in the wings. As soon as I talk.
Nope.
Here we go. A bit of action. Tien will flash out. He gets out. All right. So, BLG waiting in the wings. They are watching. They need Top Esports to win 2-0. If Top Esports win this series 2-0, that's BLG in playoffs. Jackie Love again trying to make something happen here. However, AL only need to win one game in this series now to make playoffs.
Indeed, but they aren't going to find the win probably just yet, as another kill goes down. Great targeting for Top Esports as they punish ZDZ yet again. We'll see if anyone's legend can get anything bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to. Nice little pick on the top side there onto ZDC. But crucially, I want to re-explain what I was to say there. So AL, they'll win on match difference and on head-to-head if they could just get one game here. So they don't actually need to win the series. They just need to get a game, and they'll make it into playoffs along with FPX here. That'll be BLG and TT losing out in that four-way playoffs race. Obviously, TT eliminating themselves earlier on today with the loss against RA, whereas BLG, FPX, and AL all hinging on this series.
Well, I believe if I read it correctly, FPX is actually qualified with the TT loss. So
oh, yeah,
there's just a one spot left in the playoffs for grabs, and anyone's legend. They're in the driver's seat, as we said from the beginning, of their fate. Like, if they one win, a win. But in all actuality, it's a tough task against Top Esports, who are also fighting for something in this series. That's the thing about this whole situation is, like, if it was Top Esports having won against V5, they had secured, first round or first seed, right? Like this one might be a little bit more flexing muscles for top esports, but it feels like top esports are like, nah, we gotta finish strong. We have to get that first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they want that first seed, but also, like, when you're as good as top esports, I legitimately think it's... this is going to sound really BM. I think it's hard to lose a series against AL as top esports. Like, and I'm not trying to say that to discredit AL. I'm trying to explain, like, the players on top esports are so good mechanically that they really have to make some massive, like, macro errors for AL to come back in. The one thing I will say, though, is if there's one thing AL has done consistently this split, it's come back and totally lost games. That has been, like, AL's calling card, honestly. So there is a small chance that that happens, and AL only need to do it once to make themselves into playoffs. Tidal Wave, though.
Oh, no, Harder. Oh, nice little personal space there at the end. That's the second time we've seen that nice play from Harder. But it's a cool little moment. It doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Because top esports move straight into the jungle. They try to move in some vision, and they'll keep pressure around mid lane.
I will say, Mazel, what fight night is this? Where is my fight night?
Yeah,
Where
it's
is
very one-sided. I feel like top esports is just throwing a couple quick jabs, and we're waiting for AL to maybe get the pause from the ref and revitalize or something to try to get a punch back.
It's slowly but surely eke out a macro win night from top esports.
That's what we should have gone in the end. I think we really messed up by the fight night moniker. I think we
that would have been a really hype set of graphics as well. That would have been so exciting to talk about. Yeah, you know, on the day that we have a double play-by-play cast as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, maybe we got all our volatility in game in the first series, right? Like we were having some fun. It will just be a tier 2 somehow. Like, this is 17 minutes and they got a tier 2 tower. That's so much pressure for top esports. And yes, Rift Hero would go over to Xiaohao so they get a little something back, but that pressure at the bottom lane, that ain't going nowhere. That's permanent.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from top esports here. They could get a reset before Drake as well. That's up in 30 seconds, so Tian can head straight over to that if he wants to. He's got camps on that side of the map too, as Qingtian takes the Krugs, crucially denying some of that counter invade that could come out from Xiaohao as Tien heads over to the Drake. So really nice stuff from top esports. They trade the tier 2 in the bottom side for that Herald. So now Xiaohao needs to prove that that trade was worth it, because AL yet to take a single tower.
Jackie playing the aggressive stance there. Tien goes straight for Betty. Betty has nothing to say at this point, but Tien might have overextended. Shadow Surge gets Jackie Love. Harder shuts him down. Shadow Surge reset, but the rest of his team is getting picked off. He goes back in. He's trying to get the damage on the back line. This is actually working out for anyone's legend, but here comes Tien. He's going ham with the World Ender, but he gets caught under tower. He takes down Betty. It's a quick fight back and forth. AL, Knight shows true in the end, and Knight will take them down.
It's an absolute massacre from top esports. Knight and Qingtian just tearing through AL. Jackie goes too deep to start, but it means the solo laners have so much space to work with. The amount of sustain that both Knight and Qingtian are playing with here, with Anami healing them both as well, it feels impossible for AL to get these kills.
Man, it is actually incredible. And now they just get to go straight into the Dragon as well. So they'll be able to stack that one up a little bit more. And it just feels like a couple more punches to the face against anyone's legend here. And I want to see if they have anything left in the tank at this point, because this is a gigantic lead for how short this game has been. And it's all up to top esports. But AL, they actually played a little bit aggressive at this moment.
Yeah, so the flash engage coming out from Tien. But Jackie Love denied by ZDZ here. Harder going so deep in the backline. But watch Qingtian here. Literally 4 people on him. Look at the sustain that he brings out here. The Gore Drink can keep himself alive. Then back in with the Q. Gets the knock up onto Betty. And honestly, that second Q, I feel like there's a lot of EU fans that are going to be getting PTSD from that one. We've seen similar things before from the Shy on the international stage. Massive fight from Qingtian. Then obviously Knight just cleaning house in the end. 2 Drakes to 0 now. A 9,500 gold lead for top esports. And this train ain't stopping.
Yeah, it ain't stopping anytime soon. Where do you even use the Rift Herald at this point for Xiao? Like, you can barely get out of your base. And this is the kind of situation that Top Esports has been so oppressive in the past. Tien does not stop looking for angles, even if it has come to a little bit of, negative in the past in certain cases. In moments like this, like where you have the team following you up, where Knight is so unstoppable at this point, it feels real good for Top Esports. We will finally see that Rift Herald used in mid lane by Xiao. Try to get that outer tower. Try to get something from these gold bounties.
Oh, God. We're about to see a fight, aren't we? I feel like Tien's playstyle has changed over the years. I feel like he's becoming Karsa on this roster, the way that he just focuses on the lanes and is happy to invest so much time to do it as well. That was pretty much the way Karsa liked to play on this roster as well. I thought TES were going to just brute force and engage their AL grouping up, trying to play safe, but Top Esports now going to start playing towards that Baron. It's 21 minutes on the clock, and they're getting antsy. They want to finish fast with their 9,000 gold lead.
They definitely do. They want to try to stop some of this sieging down. I don't know if it's a tower you need to die over, though, as actually Tien on the side ready to go. Almost pulled the trigger onto Betty there. He was ready and ready to go, but Knight goes forward. Here comes the tidal wave. Glacial Prison misses. Here comes Ching Tien on the side. Chocho just tries to turn it around. Shadow Surge connects onto Mark. Here comes Harder, but Jackie Love with the culling, with the damage. You ain't got no chance. And it's Fight Night in TES's favor. It's Baron in their favor, and it's just crossing the T's, dotting the I's.
It's feeling like a one-hit KO right here from Top Esports as they just start off strong and don't relent. TP comes through, though. This is from ZDZ. A three-man squad to try and contest the Baron here with no jungler in turn. Oh, no. Xiaohao is there, sorry. Maybe they can find
but they're going straight for it. Tien, locked down and dead. That's a big pick out. Knight next, though. He goes in with the Abscon Abduct. He's doing some serious work on a Xiaohao, but it's Betty over the side. He has to go golden to dodge away from the damage from the Moonlight Vigil. AL pull them off of Baron.
I mean, that was something from Top Esports. I'm going to be totally honest. Tien, I don't know what he was thinking. He had no HP to work with there, but I love this. They just engage on ZDZ. Keep your eyes on Jackie here as well. So the ult goes wide from ZDZ. And then Harder is desperate to get onto Jackie. A good little dash to the side here. Playing it so safe. Keeping Harder at arm's reach. And then Mark does go down to the Ignite, but so long as Jackie survives, that's the most important thing. Vex can't get her job done. I really wanted to see a replay of the contest there from AL because Tien went so deep. He did not. I mean, clearly the rest of the team was not on the same page as him there, or perhaps he just thought he was tankier than he was, but just gets absolutely rinsed by AL.
How fitting is it that Knight is 6-0 right now with 18 stacks on his Magi's? This guy in the mid lane, man. After being, put down by Rookie in the last series, right? It was not pretty, but to see him coming through here and perform when we know he needs to, when we know that anything less would not be a good thing for Top Esports, it shows that why this team can be so strong, especially because he's just like, it felt like silently getting this lead, but at this point, there's no silence to it. Like, he's just going forward on this Silas.
I want to quickly mention as well that both Knight and Tien are on 9 MVPs. They're tied in that third place spot. Shun is in first place on 11 MVPs. If either Knight or Tien could get a double MVP in this series, they will tie for first place for MVPs in this split of the LPL.
Would be a huge little pickup for either of them, honestly. But at this point, we're seeing AL go for the engage on Tien. Here comes Ching Tien on the side. Tien is just dead. It's a sacrifice, but here comes Ching Tien to make the difference. They're getting a front to back, and Ching Tien is buying so much time, and Knight has stolen the Shadow Surge. He's trying to make the difference here. Jackie Love on the back. Knight goes golden. Knight is healing up, but he doesn't have enough. Shadow Surge from Harder gets the kill, but it's the duo from the bot lane. It's Jackie Love and Mark trying to make their mark on this series. It's ZDZ taken slowly down, but the bubble lands. Jackie Love waits. Jackie Love gets the kill.
Oh, no. I thought he was going to die to the tower at the end. Then Jackie Love had given up on the kill. He goes to the wave, and then Mark is like, I'll dive it myself then. I'll take things into my own hands. Mark doing his best to finish the kill. Jackie Love having to use his splash there. Top Esports are so damn aggressive, man. That was not a good engage from Tien. He just goes in. He's like, you know what? I reckon we can take this. We're 10,000 gold up. Gets caught out. Just goes straight onto the backline, onto Betty. Ching Tien is then like, oh, we're going deep onto Betty. Okay, no worries. I'll go 1v4 onto Betty. Knight then charges into the middle of the play as well. And the thing is, they're buying so much space that all of this time, JackeyLove is just taking kills on the backline. Gets himself that double kill. Harder goes in to finish off Knight, and then it's just another one served up for JackeyLove. So there is so much threat coming out. If you have to deal with Qingtian, you have to deal with Knight, and if you're dealing with those two, you're not dealing with JackeyLove. And so inevitably, Top Esports just end up winning this battle of attrition.
It's actually just such a battle, though. Like, even seeing Harder in that moment, get 1,000 gold shutdown on a Knight, that's going to be huge for the Vex. We were saying for anyone's legend, it's about scaling, bending, not breaking. At this point, it's a little bit broken. But you still love to see in those fights, trying to see Harder at least perform and pick out the backline, do the job that the Vex is supposed to do, right? And I think that's a huge development against this team, right? Because it's not easy to find those backlines. But some of those overextensions have definitely bitten anyone's legend. As they try to position back in mid lane, I'm getting a bit of deja vu.
Yeah, AL trying to just brute force something mid here. They really want that tower. Here's the TP.
Tien is in again onto Betty. This time they don't find the combo to kill him. Oh,
the
he's
Everfrost.
Dead. That's huge. Knight gets the first kill. It's Knight going golden for a lot of it, and Qingtian now with the front line. That is another kill to Knight, as he'll just stack up to 22 Magi stacks. Is he going to get a third? What? Knight is just being handed these kills on a silver platter. He is 25 stacks in, 9 and 1. Make it maybe 10 and 1, as he will find Xiaohao in the end. Xiao tries to play it out. He will run away for a little bit longer, but now it's about buying time, and Top Esports are moving straight to the lanes. As 68 is actually moving down here, you see JackeyLove and Mark taking the topside tower while they need to get this final kill. Make sure Xiaohao's feeling a little bit of that pain. Oh, he dodges out of the Infernal Chains. We'll see him not live much longer, though. At Knight, he does end up improving to 10-1 and 10.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Not only for Knight as a player, 10-1-10. What a scoreline. Like, absolute monster performance from Knight here. But crucially, that delayed kill on Xiaohao is massive, because now it means Top Esports can go for this Baron. It's basically uncontestable unless it's just a fight from the side of AL. Here comes ZDZ, here comes Chocho, here comes Betty, but I don't know if they've got enough damage.
Qingtian has TP as well, so he's backing right now. He's going to get into the fight potentially, as he's TPing way behind. He's a little bit out from the rest of his team. Knight is wanting to support him, though.
This
That's a
2v4.
teammate right there. Knight is about to just kill Harder outright. The bodyguard squad is not working out so far, as the Baron now goes down. Worldender is here. Chocho just gets soloed out, but it is the Qingtian. He's making the plays, and there ain't no hope for anyone's legend. They won't get their first win of the series here. They won't lock in playoffs just yet. And Top Esports slam the door on game number 1. 15,000 plus in the lead. And see if they can actually finish here with the Baron buff. Still 2.5 minutes long. They just got to get the towers down here, Munchables.
Yeah, they're going to try and finish things off. They're going to play for the Battle of Attrition. They have a massive wave at the bottom side as well if they want to move over there and look for a second inhib here. I don't think they can just keep this siege going, but I could be wrong, as JackeyLove goes in again. And Top Esports, this is one of the most brutal wins I've ever seen, honestly.
They did not come to play. They came to win. I think it's so important to see this kind of performance from Top Esports. So they don't get the bottom side inhib tower. They at least get the top inhib. They'll get resets off and get to spend all that lovely, juicy gold that they've gotten themselves.
Yeah, let's take another look, because this was literally Knight and Qingtian doing a 2v4 play here. Big damage on Harder from Knight here. And then you see him just poking away, staying off to the side. Qingtian gets caught by the Graviton, but I mean, it's Aatrox. This is his dream scenario. 4 people jumping on top of him. Perfect for the World Ender, perfect for the Gore Drinker, and perfect for a setup for Knight to clean things up. 11, 1, and 11. All the ones for Knight here, as he is the number 1. But he's caught out.
Wave. That's on to 5 members, but now the rest of Top Esports don't really have anything. Oh my god, Qingtian on the side. He is world-ending right now. Knight gets another kill. The Shadow Surge from Knight to clean up the rest of anyone's legend. And there's no hope left for anyone's legend at all. A triple kill for Knight. 14, 1, and 12. The man with the magic hand at this point is going to help secure the win for Top Esports, and they're 1 win away from securing first place in the LPL Summer Split. Gotta love Knight with the little changes there at the end, but it will be game 1 coming to an end here on Fight Night.
Yeah, Knight doing a very literal victory lap right there. Absolute domination. And crucially, his best KDA of the split as well, I'm pretty sure. He got a 10-0-9 versus LNG. He did die one time in this game, but honestly, he was, what, like 12-1-12, I think, by the end of it? Maybe even more than that. Unbelievable performance out from Knight. We keep on saying that you have to ban Knight Silas. AL don't do it. And AL get handed a loss in the most brutal fashion I think I've seen basically ever. Like, Knight Tien fully styling.
The fact that Tien spent so much time around that mid lane, and the fact that it bore, like, you know those stories you hear, the giant pumpkins that somebody shows up to like a state fair with? Like, that's what Knight turned into. Like, he's just turned into a massive,
I don't know those stories.
murdering pumpkin. I don't know if we're in the peanuts now. But in all actuality, like, seeing Tien know where he needs to focus, know that Knight can be the savior of the game, and the entire team kind of playing around that, right? But the skirmishing, the aggression, the constant pressure from top esports, that's what really won them the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Knight Tien, massive in the fights. Jackulov having so much space to just pop off as well, right? Like, anticipate, yeah, he did a lot of damage across the course of this one because Qingtian is there soaking 4 people up the amount of sustain. I don't want to see Qingtian's damage, honestly. I want to see his healing because every single fight, it felt like he was literally 1v4 in the back line and just soaking so much damage. Harder and Betty just not bringing enough damage to the table to deal with that Aatrox. And it meant Jackulov and Knight were there to just clean things up. Like you say, Tien, giving so much time in the early game to sitting in that mid lane, setting Knight up. But also, in these fights, every single time you just see Tien go, my life for the cause. You know, just dive onto the back line, drop his ult onto Betty, happy to die for it, so long as his team wins the fight.
Exactly that. You look at some of those stats. Knight, obviously, 26 KDA, 14-1-12. Whew, that damage percentage, everything. Looking so good for top esports. I will give a special shout out, though, to Harder. I think even in lacking moments, to go up against Knight in the way they did, still have the confidence to take some of those backline shadow surges. It was really nice. And also dissuading a lot of the ganks early on from Tien. It's just not the performance that anyone's legend would have wanted to come out with in this first best 3 because they could have locked in playoffs right then and there.
Harder actually mechanically looking really good, right? We saw great personal spaces onto Tien in the early game. We saw during some of the team fights, like assassinating Jackulov once, getting onto Mark once. Like, his Vex actually looked pretty good in this game, which in a game like that, when your whole team is so far behind the entire time, and you got Tien basically permanently in your lane, to have a performance where you actually look pretty good, very impressive from Harder. So a really solid debut here, and in one of the hardest matchups you basically could have. But honestly, it was up against Knight, and Knight having an absolute MVP performance on the Silas.
All right. Let's get your fighters to your corners. We got to take a little pause here while we're getting ready for round 2 of this Fight Night Best of 3. We'll be right back with those fights.
迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜。才耀眼，沸腾血液，换来胆怯，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。 全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不愿，流的泪受过的伤都会终结，被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延，一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇，每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony, it's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction, 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 friction. Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony, it's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction, 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 friction.
我觉得打滔博下路最需要注意的可能就是对线吧，因为他们对线实力在 LPL 来说都是非常顶尖的，就我们更多的可能需要在团队上面看能不能有机会击败他们吧。因为滔博也是我老东家嘛，对，就希望打他们能打得比平时更好一点，然后也争取能赢下来吧，争取。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL Fight Night. As we get into our second round of the night, we had a haymaker, a wishmaker, a world ender in game number 1 by Top Esports. And now, as we welcome the fighters back to the ring, we have to put a spotlight on the one, the only, the man in the mid lane for Top Esports. It is Knight takes the MVP.
Yes, he does. And in commanding fashion, 14, 1, and 12. Like, Jesus Christ, man. That's a 26 KDA in this game. Doing 35% of his team's damage as well. 92% kill participation. What more could you ask from your mid laner? One more MVP. If you can get MVP again in game number 2, Knight will tie for first place in the LPL for MVPs this split. Unbelievable game coming out from him.
Yeah, it was just incredible how he would weave around these fights just every which way and finding a lot of those kills at the end, right? He did have a fully stacked Magi's. He was absolutely crucial in a lot of the ult steals, a lot of the Shadow Surge follow-ups as well. He was taking Harder's job pretty much in that situation where he was constantly on the back line of AL and really dictating a lot of the fights.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I will say Ching Tien as well, or an honorable mention in these fights, like doing so much work on this Aatrox. Tien there just to sell. Mark there just like blasted his spells away, like throwing a bit of healing. And Jackulov having infinite freedom during these fights to just get damage off. And I feel like Top Esports kind of doing what we expected coming into today, right? Locking in strong lanes that will win their matchups, then going into the mid game with a small advantage, turning that into scraps that they can win, and then very quickly snowballing into a win. I will say, some of those fights later on, had Top Esports not had a 10,000 gold lead, would have gone the way of AL. And you have to ask the question, did they start those fights because they had a 10,000 gold lead, or would they have gone for those fights in an even game? And if it's a more even game, maybe AL finds a win there. So looking to game number 2, AL still with some positives there. They can potentially find some fights if Top Esports don't get the same level of absurd lead that they did in game number 1. But Mazel, I think we should talk about the implications of this game again, because now Top Esports are 1-0. This is down to whether or not AL will make it to playoffs. This next game decides everything.
And BLG is just sitting there. At this point, they've already chewed through all their fingernails. I don't know what they're chewing on anymore, but they've got to hold some hope close to their heart. And,
if I'm BLG, I'm not even nervous. I'm rubbing my hands with glee. Like, did you see game number 1? They just got bodied. Like, if Top Esports need to win game 2 for you to make playoffs, BLG are over the moon right now.
All right. I'm going to need their fighters to get ready as we are going to get into round number 2. Top Esports, you good? Anyone's Legend, you good? All right, Top Esports on the blue side this time around. We got Callista, Amumu, banned away. Some more respect towards the Anyone's Legend roster. And then we have, obviously, the Poppy ban and the LeBlanc ban for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, so Poppy, LeBlanc, Gwen now being taken off the board by Top Esports as well. Top Esports on that blue side this time, so they get first pick. With Poppy gone, you know, things like the Wukong could be a good first pick, but that's going to be banned away by Anyone's Legend. Talia still available. Zeri, importantly, still available right here. If Jackulov wants just a free win for himself, Zeri could be the answer.
Could be. I would wonder. I mean, that's obviously a huge pick that we've seen in the past, and especially for, you know, both Jackulov and Betty. For really any ADC, I feel like, in the LPL. Oh, wait, is this no spoilers? But is this players? We got the Yuumi lock-in for Top Esports.
So the Yuumi lock-in, this is basically saying, look, you can take Zeri if you want, but you can't have it with the Yuumi, and we'll just take Sivir if you take the Zeri. So basically saying that the Yuumi is the important part. They don't mind whether they get the Sivir or the Zeri. And Anyone's Legend now saying, do we want the other side of that matchup? Do we want to go with something with the Lulu instead? The answer is no. They're going to go with the Lucian Nami and try and put pressure on that bottom side instead. So I honestly like this answer from Anyone's Legend, not going for the passive option, going and trying to put the proactivity in their own hands here for game 2.
We just get the follow back for Top Esports. Yeah, it's like, well, I know I gave my life a lot of the time, but I set up the rest of the team, so I'm feeling perfectly fine with this. And the ball is in Anyone's Legends court at this point for this bottom lane to really find success, as the Zeri is tried and true locked in for Top Esports.
Yep, pure aggression on the side of Top Esports here with Tien going for the buy once again. Anticipate him just sitting by lanes waiting for opportunities to queue on in. Xiaohao, lots of aggression. Mazel, we are getting Fight Night after all. Pure aggression here from Anyone's Legend. And I'm so happy to see that. Take your fate into your own hands. This is the way forward for AL.
That's exactly what I wanted to highlight is, again, they are in control of their own fate. Even if game 1 didn't look like it, they only need one win in this best-of-3 series. And I don't know if it's going to come from waiting and from playing passively against a team like Top Esports. So this is the adaptation we wanted to see. And now it's more so on how do you finish out this composition? How do you continue to look at that early game, either aggression or even stabilization? And how they kind of approach this execution of game number 2, because again, ball's in their court, they have it in their hands, but now they got to make the goal.
Yeah, they definitely do. The Taliyah obviously being removed with the Azir here. I'm curious if the Rise gets banned again. We saw Rise being kind of hovered and banned in game number 1. Seems like that might be a comfort for Harder, perhaps something that Top Esports have been able to do research on. But ultimately, you could go for like a Vex ban if you want. I mean, Silas is still available. If I'm Harder here going into the second phase, I'm blind picking the Silas. But do you really want to blind pick Silas against Knight? Because he's one of the best Silas in the world. He definitely knows what's good against it as well.
For Harder's case, I'm hoping on a prayer here for him, especially in terms of like the mechanics we saw in that game number 1. But it's more so like you can have all the mechanics you want, right? Like, we've seen that time and time again in the LPL where a certain player has a lot of mechanics. But it's about, he's getting ready. It's about, playing with the team, finding ways to work with Xiaohao. It's going to be the Silas this time around, and he's getting ready.
Man, it really is Fight Night, isn't it? You see him stretching out. You see him getting ready as he locks Silas against the king himself. Knight Silas,
look at the smile,
unstoppable. And you see, the grin on Knight's face as now he decides what tool shall he pick to take up against that Silas. The blind Sejuani, not super surprising, up on the top side. Qingtian doesn't get the counter pick this time around, so can't go for the Aatrox himself. We may well see the Aatrox from CDC, honestly, to answer. No way does he do it. Look at the little grin. Look at his face.
There's no way it actually happens. But, it would have been appreciated. I love the shout out towards Harder. Right? Say, I saw you whip out the Vex. It didn't work out for you, but, I see you. I see you.
I feel like he's scheming right now. I feel like
he
you can see him
absolutely
looking at all the different champions like, how do I bring
and then
this
he just
device
locks in his Akali. We got some spicy punches here. A lot of mechanical ceiling for Top Esports in terms of their composition, but if anybody can live up to that bar, it's them. And Knight on the Akali, that is terrifying. We'll see what the final pickup is. Gnar, so tried and true. Anyone's Legend will get their composition rounded out here, but Munchables got a little bit of differing take from Anyone's Legend this time, and trying to kind of combat some of that early focus from Top Esports.
Yeah, I feel like we might finally have that Fight Night that we were all hoping for. I feel like this might be the moment because we got a lot of aggression locked in on either side. Jackie Love having that little kitty cat to scale up on the Zeri, but crucially, Knight having that little kitty cat, right? Akali in the mid game when you got a couple of items and a Yumi on your shoulders is a nightmare to deal with. It's going to be a lot of work cut out here for the side of AL. They need to show up big time. This is their last chance. If they can win this game, they can make it to playoffs. We need to see pure aggression. We need to see them fighting tooth and nail for the early lead.
Speaking of, it is Fight Night, it is tradition, and it is playoff implications on the line. As you said, Anyone's Legend, one win, you are in. You lock yourself into the summer playoffs. Top Esports, they win here, they lock in the first seed of those summer playoffs. Both teams really fighting for it here, but Anyone's Legend finally coming to bat, getting their proper gloves on here for that early game kerfuffle. And now we will see if they can push Top Esports to distance, if they can make their mark on this summer split in the LPL. It's Top Esports versus Anyone's Legend in our Fight Night Summer LPL 2022 matchup. Round 2 begins now.
Round 2, ring that bell. It's time to get onto Summoner's Rift and see if Anyone's Legend can make it to playoffs. FPX have been locked in today. TT have been locked out. And now it's time to decide between AL and BLG who is our final team in that top 10. And for Top Esports as well, they just want to grab themselves that first seed. One more game win, and that one's in the books. A first place finish in the summer regular season for Top Esports. They love to do it in style. And I just want to quickly mention as well, Mazel, Knight locking in the Akali. Remember, he's tied in second place for MVPs this split, and just a singular MVP away from snagging first, from tying up Shun. And to do it on Akali, that would be a hell of a way to end your regular split.
You think that's in his mind? You think that he's like, there's that one MVP left here? Or do you think he's just like, nah, I just want to smash harder?
I think it's highly possible the Knight is well aware of the MVP standings. I feel like that's one of the few stats that pro players are likely to look out for, that kind of thing. And, you know, whether or not you're getting those MVPs in the games, I feel like players do care about that sort of stuff. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Knight is keeping his eyes on that one. We'll have to see how this lane goes, though. Silas versus Akali. You should expect the Silas to have a bit of an advantage, as Akali really struggles in the first few levels.
But again, we saw last game, Tien hovered that mid lane relentlessly against Harder. But we'll see where that focus goes, as Jackie Love taking a bit of a worse end of the trade against this Lucian Nami bottom lane. Xiaohao playing the aggressive on the Xin Zhao. We'll be trying to get this wrap around towards bottom, but Tien is on his way there. We'll start up the Krugs here as a bit of a difference maker.
He doesn't know.
Jackie Love's level 1. They don't have level 2 yet. They haven't gotten it. Flash comes out from both Xiaohao and Jackie Love. And the heal was burned from Mark too. So Summoner trade down, and Anyone's Legend might come out on top because of that.
Yeah, I mean, Flash burn against Jackie Love is nice. Obviously, Jackie Love will get his E in a little bit on this Zeri. The problem is he's still level 1, and look at where the wave is. This ain't pushing in anytime soon. It'll be really, really slow moving in. So Jackie Love still going to be level 1 for a little old while, just trying to stay in XP range, and will be zoned out by Betty and Chocho. Tien around in this bottom side. There are no wards for AL. This could be real dicey.
He has Flash available as well, but so do Betty and Chocho. So going to try to spot out some vision. We'll see. He was not on vision. Maybe he'll stick around a lot longer. But again, I want to go back to the reiteration of this is something Tien has been cultivating, right? He's waiting. He's buying his time. He doesn't care that Xiaohao can continue to farm, right? If he can find advantage for these all-star laners, that is where his victory lies.
Xiaohao knows what's going on, though. The Scryer's Bloom spots out Tien, and it will force Tien to move over towards that top side. Xiaohao definitely going to have the advantage in the short term in that matchup. So Tien just conceding, going up to the top. Scuttle Crab going up to his own jungle as well. And a bit of deep vision dropped out by Tien as well onto the enemy Krug. So Tien playing safe for now, trying to get into that bottom lane, deciding against it in the end. And we kind of continue as we were going on. Knight just about getting out to safety there.
Hey, no sweat off his brow, all right? He just easily moves out of that one. Harder, at least trying to get that flash out of him. Won't do so just yet, but both junglers are kind of going back towards the top side of the map. We'll see if this volatility lies for Betty and Chocho, right? This is what we expect. We want to see them use this level 3 to their advantage. They've already got Jackie Love under half health.
Yeah, the one thing I will say for Jackie Love is he at least has sustain in that lane from Mark, but look at Mark's mana. Like, Jackie Love is taking so much damage consistently in this lane that Mark is going to go very, very quickly. Mark actually staying in the lane there. You see Jackie Love go for the recall. Mark sticks around just to make sure somebody is getting the XP. No reason for them both to lose it. Now Jackie Love headed back towards that bottom lane. It's a free reset opportunity for Betty and Chocho to crash another wave and head on back to base themselves.
Yeah, they will just get some resets off of the bottom lane. I love that Xiaohao was actually willing to kind of play what Tien did last time around. Try to revisit that middle lane, try to get that flash out of Knight on that second iteration. Doesn't find it in that time. And I think that still does mean that Xiaohao's looking for a lot more of those proactive plays than we saw him playing a lot more reactively last time. And that's all positive for me for anyone's legend, right? Like, I need to see that kind of stuff continue in the second game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a really great start for anyone's legend, honestly, compared to what happened in game number 1, right? Just being even in the game is fantastic, but also, like, we've seen smart play from anyone's legend, forcing that wave in, getting the free reset. Now the wave pushing towards them as well. They can try and set up a freeze. Mid lane, though.
Oh my god. Harder is taking a lot of damage there. He didn't land that Abscon Abduct. He did have Chocho right behind him, though. So some support. Knight still willing to go in there, trade a couple blows, gets a couple chest punches or stomach punches in, walks away. And we actually see Tien walking down towards bottom lane to try to get their own punch down here, sneak into the alcove.
Yeah, so the game plan here for Tien, Jackie Love and Mark will shove this wave in, hoping that it will crash against the tower here. And it means that the wave will bounce back.
Oh, Jackie Love. Just gonna clear. They're onto him. He does have that healing, and here comes onto Betty. He's waiting. Okay, Tien misses it. He will be able to get that sidestep, though. Jackie Love taking a lot of damage back, but Betty needs to be careful as well. No level 6 just yet, but it's still a 3v3 on the bottom lane. Top Esports just looking for the poke, looking for the catch out here.
Yeah, good attempt there from Top Esports. Tien trying to play for the counter gank. Xiaohao needs to be a little cautious as she walks onto the laser there, but won't be able to close the gap here. Both mid laners starting to posture as well.
They're moving down, but they'll find each other in the river there. So Knight actually getting the upper hand here. He'll get the control ward. They'll get the scuttle crab. I wonder if they just turn this into an early dragon here. But they have all that pressure down in that bottom side. We're seeing the trading back in the top side of the map as well. Qingtian and ZDZ going at it, as this matchup will do. I think that we'll still see the island change from bottom lane last game to top lane this time around, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, it's not versus Sejuani. There's not going to be much action. Unless ZDZ really mispositions, maybe there's a chance for Qingtian to find a solo kill. Sejuani does do a lot of damage, so if you're caught in mini-Gnar, there are small windows where Sejuani can punish you. But realistically speaking, ZDZ shouldn't be making those kinds of mistakes, especially in a game as important as this one for anyone's legend. Like, that is not the game where you want to make risky plays in the laning phase when the enemy has solo kill potential against you. So a fairly slow one up at the top side. CS lead in the mid lane for Knight, which kind of impressive, honestly, considering Harder has been playing pretty well so far in this series. But Knight, just an absolute monster in the laning phase, and we know that his Akali is something to be feared. Xiaohao, finally clearing his Krugs, will be spotted on yet another deep ward from Qingtian.
Nice warding done from the top lane of Top Esports. But I think also going back to that point, I still see some proactivity issues, I feel like. But I'm really looking at these next couple minutes to see what Xiaohao does to kind of get an objective or something along those lines for anyone's legend. As we will see actually Tien going for that aggression, going for that invade. Xiaohao revisits mid lane. It's something else for this mid lane matchup, right? Like, Knight has been the focus for anyone's legend. They haven't gotten his flash. They haven't gotten a kill on him just yet. And every time, Knight is getting in little trades against Harder, against Xiao when they come by. And it's just incredible to watch this guy weave in and weave out of these fights.
Yeah, feels like it's... Oh, God. It just feels so tense, doesn't it, myself? Like,
yeah, it does.
The way that this game has been going, with such aggressive picks on both sides, it has felt like both teams willing to pull the trigger, but not quite finding their opportunities just yet. Qingtian getting a bit aggressive on the top side. I will say, level 6 has been hit on both junglers, though. It's a big moment for both Vi and for Xin Zhao, but for Vi especially, for finding plays inside lanes. That level 6 is monumental.
Jackie Love does hit the level 6 mark as well down here as they spot out Xiaohao trying to make another gank. They do have so much pressure down here for anyone's legend, but you actually see some pings to come out behind just to get some vision down here. I get the triple split as Xiaohao, Tien, and the bottom lane for Top Esports.
Damn, production kind of smurfing right now. Looking at our two junglers moving up towards the top side of the map here. But look, Betty and Chocho first on the rotation here. AL should have the advantage. We can see now Jackie Love and Mark on their way as well. Keep your eyes on these junglers. They need to survive. They need to find this smite.
They don't know that Tien is in the bush right there. Knight's coming around the side. They go straight for Betty, but that's a tidal wave through.
Oh my god.
That's a little bit overzealous there, Tien. But Knight follows it up to make sure it's not all for naught. And that's a big final chapter. I don't know if Knight has the damage at this point to follow it up as much as he would want to. Knight gets out with a sliver of health. Jackie Love is in trouble here, but he's putting up some serious damage as he's just bobbing and weaving. He's putting in the headshots right now. And here comes Tien with the Glacial Prison. It's not enough. Jackie Love flashes out. Now Tien needs to be a little careful. He's the front line, but man, what a scrappy fight in this second round.
That was such a weird fight from Top Esports. Tien wasn't even a part of it for the vast majority. That was 4v5. Somehow it ends up in just one kill apiece. Jackie Love getting close to just destroying people there, but let's take another look at this setup, right? Tien goes so deep to try and make this play happen. Knight gets denied by the tidal wave, does manage to follow up in the end, goes forward to finish that kill off, using the ult off of Harder to then get the 5-point strike in and finish that first kill. But then here, Knight trying to go for a little bit more, but gets knocked up, has to just ult out of the play. And then Jackie Love is like, okay, you've used all of your CC. I have infinite movement speed, and just starts chunking people out. Tien finally arrives on the play. Like, he wasn't a part of any of that. If that ult lands, maybe Jackie Love could finish a kill, but ultimately Jackie Love going too deep there and having to flash back out. So incredibly close for both sides of turning into way, way more. Kind of disappointing, honestly, that it ends the way that it ends. But just take a look at some of the CS numbers. His Drake is about to be started. Yeah. Knight is 30 CS up and a kill in the mid lane. He is monstrous as we enter the mid game.
He is. Still waiting on that mythic item spike, speaking of. Gale Force is there for Betty, so they have a little bit of a power spike here for themselves. They want to try to push onto this dragon. As we see, their vision gain, their positioning is all around this objective, but I feel like there's a little bit of hesitancy in terms of trying to commit to one of these objectives. But for Top Esports, there's no hesitancy at all.
Yeah, they're just going to start this Herald off. This could be traded for a Drake on the bottom side if Betty and Chocho want to go for that, but I don't think they do. They want to just go and contest the Herald instead. Jackie Love, I think the decision here from Top Esports should just be to trade for the tier 1 in the bottom. Obviously, they can't finish the tier 1, but get some plates on that tier 1 in the bottom side for Jackie Love. You can give him solo plates as well as Mark can just kind of leave the lane for a moment here. And basically say, from the perspective of Top Esports, look, we can take more gold trading on the opposite side of the map than you'll be able to with the Herald in a couple of minutes' time. So that's the gambit that Top Esports are going for here. And AL will look to try and gain more than just the plates that Jackie Love will get on this bottom side off of the back of their Herald play.
We're going to move Knight, Tien, and Mark down here, try to punish Betty and Chocho a little bit more. But the Zeri getting gold, like, you'll love to see it. That's a late game insurance policy for sure. But they do have that Rift Herald being dropped down. Now Tien is caught, and he might just get the kill here onto Betty. Betty can't get the damage, and now Chocho will join him in the deep watery depths. That's a double kill for the Jackie Love.
A stylish one at that as well, but my god, the healing on Tien there with... I mean, I don't even know where all that healing came from. Obviously, Mark doing a good chunk of it, but with the Gromp, I think, going down as well. Tien goes from like 10 HP to half health and baits the enemy in. Let's take another look at this one as Tien starting this one off. It looks like he's in massive trouble. Betty going over the wall, but the smite then finished. No, the Gromp doesn't even go down. It's just the healing coming out from Mark,
He smote it, though, in that first trade. As he goes into the bush, he smited the Gromp to get a little bit of healing. But yeah, that heal from Mark, that was actually incredible. The guy is, he's still working on some items here, but Renewer is going to help out a lot more. And I really like to see, the still, maybe not tempered aggression for Top Esports in these kinds of moments where, like, even in AL having advantages, trying to find things early on, like the skirmishes just end up in Top Esports' hands. They just have mechanically better hands.
I will say, crucially, after that play, right, we see the couple of kills going the way of Jackie Love, and also Jackie Love getting, I think, 2 plates out of the plate in total. The Herald did go down in the mid lane, right? So Xiaohao does get a good chunk of gold for that one. I'm not sure if that was 2 or 3 plates that went down from the Herald play that happened while all the shenanigans were happening in the bottom lane. So all things considered, gold is actually still very, very even in this one. The only issue there for AL is that all of the gold is in the hands of Knight and Jackie Love for Top Esports. That's the dream scenario for them.
It really is. And at this point, AL are just trying to wake up from that dream and maybe not let it turn into a nightmare. Anyone's, or maybe make it a nightmare for Top Esports. This is the Dragon focus, though, for the first time, 15 minutes in. Anyone's Legend already have about half health here. And Jackie Love with an Ultra Shock Laser can steal it. He's going to try. It's not fast enough. And first Dragon goes over to Anyone's Legend.
Yep, nice stuff there from Anyone's Legend. Xingtian, in the meantime, there's no TP available for AL, so this Dragon will be traded for a tower in the top. It's not the fastest tower I've ever seen taken down there. Oh, blue buff in trouble. Harder going to be able to get over. I wasn't sure if Knight was going to commit to something there, but not deciding to go for anything in the end. Harder moving on over, but
they might go
trouble
for
himself.
Harder.
Oh, don't dash onto the lane. No, flash
no! It's like watching a horror movie and say, don't go in the house. But then the person just walks into the house anyways.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ominous music playing, so he didn't know that it was about to happen. Could be a dive here? Yeah, that would have been dicey to go for, especially with Xiao Hao having his ult available, goes in with the Gold Drinker as well. But Knight and Tien just finding themselves a cheeky little pick, and Harder kind of showing the fact that he is a rookie ultimately. This is his first series in the LPL. It's against Tien and Knight. You got to give him a bit of leeway here.
And he's been getting focused, right? That's the worst part. It's like, they didn't even leave him alone. Oh my God, ZDZ. He's trying to go for it. The Mega Dart. Xingtian gets solo boloed by Anyone's Legend, ZDZ.
Beautiful kill from ZDZ, and I love the confidence, right? In a game that is so important, in a game that decides whether or not Anyone's Legend makes it to playoffs. ZDZ having the confidence to flash forward for a solo kill against a player that hasn't been playing all year long. Oh, no.
He walked back up. I don't know if Tien can actually do it. I mean, he's got Meganar coming back up, so I think he's actually fine. But, man, that was a little bit scary. We're about to cast a person, baby.
Yeah, so big moment, though, right, for ZDZ to be able to find that kill. And ZDZ has been a player that has got a surprising amount of solo kills up in that top side. When he gets a good matchup, this guy knows how to take over. That is for sure. We can see, Xingtian going a bit aggressive at the wrong time, right? Where just as ZDZ is turning into that Mega Gnar, they're flashing forward for that stun to guarantee that he can get the Gnar ulti, keep Xingtian in the play. And once that starts, you can't escape. Remember, no flash for Xingtian, so you can never Q out of that one. ZDZ just stands in front of him so that the Q will never be able to be used defensively.
Vegas focus is back on the carries of Top Esports, though. That top lane, all they're going to need from Xingtian is one big Glacial Prison, right? Like Knight, Jackie Love, that is the damage profile. And at this point, that's really where you're looking at for Anyone's Legend to find an in. Speaking of, they might try to punish Knight in the side. He's just too quick. He's on the Akali. And it's going to be really difficult to find these picks. Whereas for Top Esports, right, they have the cease and desist from Tien if they ever get anybody out position.
Certainly do. Is Betty trying to steal away the giant chicken there. 4-2 on the scoreboard, and it is a gold lead for Top Esports, 2,000, but not that dramatic right now. Here's the thing, though, right? You've got Lucian, Nami. Oh, hang on, Tien. That's a bit deep and Harder just going to answer.
But he's over the wall. Final chapters there. Xingtian is on the back line here. This is a front to back that I feel like Jackie Love can pilot. That is the Crescent Guard out. Xiao Hao gets jumped on by Knight. Here comes Harder to his death.
Already.
And Top Esports. That's a big Mega Gnar ulti from ZDZ. They find the double bubble. And now Top Esports is in trouble. But can Knight finish it off? Knight dies to ZDZ. And Betty, Chocho, ZDZ. They get an ace and a triple kill for Anyone's Legend.
ZDZ, you absolute beast, gets the solo kill in the top lane, then comes into the team fight and serves top a taste of their own medicine. What a way to win a fight here. The Gnar ult, unbelievable. And AL now even things up. They've got a gold lead for once, and with a composition like this, you need to snowball. Look at Betty's gold right now, 4-2-2. He's about to finish his second item. This is exactly what AL needed.
It's a punch back, and it's a wake up for Anyone's Legend. This is the kind of fight we wanted, and it's exactly what we're getting with this competition. ZDZ putting on the carry pants at this point, and honestly, it was incredible decision-making and a lack thereof from Top Esports, right? Because just being able to pounce at that moment, actually incredible for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, really great stuff. So it looks fantastic for Top Esports, right? It looks amazing to start the playoffs. ZDZ in mini Nara over there. See Jaguar stacking up. Knight goes in, gets himself a double kill on 2. In goes TN to try and start the play, but Betty survives, and ZDZ hops in the middle of everyone, slams them all against the wall with the wallop. The bubble is there to follow up from Chocho, and that is the moment that it all falls apart for Top Esports. ZDZ with a cheeky little boulder on Knight to finish the play off as well. What a way to do it here, and crucially now, ZDZ is going to be massive. That's 2 Drakes on the trot now for AL as well. That'll be them leaning towards the Soul, an Ocean Soul no doubt as well, which will be beautiful for them. And Betty with a massive influx of gold, not only finishing his rapid fire cannon, but getting a BF sword on top of it. So AL, a phenomenal position here, and Top Esports no longer can just go for these random scraps. They need to play well now. They can't disrespect AL any longer.
And just looking at the potential right now for Betty and Chocho from the bottom lane, the carry potential that's coming out here, right? We got to see that craziness from Jackie Love last game. But Betty, with his moment, his chance to do so, he's looking primed and ready to go. I think it's going to be a lot still down to execution. You still have to watch Knight. You still have to watch Jackie Love. The scaling factors for Top Esports, but it's feeling like a much more positive light for anyone's legend. I'll see if they catch out Knight, but on the back end, Xingtian goes in for the engage. Ultra Shock Laser across as well. Final chapter here, but Xingtian is caught out yet again. This has been the story of game number 2.
Yeah, a bit of a rough engage coming out from Top Esports. Honestly, the laser is starting to do damage. I will say, Top Esports, no matter what happens in the mid game, they do have Zeri. That is always a win condition. That's always going to be scary. But another great pick here for AL. I don't think they could start the Baron off the back of this pick. Xingtian will have TP in 20 seconds available. So this is not something where AL could just suddenly blow the game open. But again, really nice pick and really nice defensive play coming out from AL here to hold their own. I want to quickly mention Mazel. Maybe I can't mention Harder's in trouble.
Nope, that's a cease and desist, and Harder might give over another kill. Oh, it goes over to TN. So there you go, catching out the newbie in the mid lane.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Harder. Kind of not respecting Top Esports and their ability to just dive on in and find a pick there. That'll be a tier 1 in the mid lane for Top Esports. Shouldn't be too much more, though. They need to get control of their side lanes and recoup things. I want to quickly mention, we talked a lot about TT earlier and how long it had been since that organization had made playoffs. Well, it's a similar story here for AL. AL used to be Rogue Warriors. The last time this organization made it to playoffs was back in 2018 summer. That's 4 years ago. And the man in the mid lane on that roster was Doin B. That was the start of Doin B's career. That was the year before he went on to win Worlds with FPX. So it's a long time since Rogue Warriors or anyone's legend managed to make it to playoffs. And if they can just get this one game, they'll finally do it again. They don't even need the series. They just need this one game win against Top Esports. And right now, they're the ones in charge.
And you have to think, the momentum is running high. You've got such a big lead for ZDZ in terms of the setup to knock it down from Betty and Chocho. And I think the combination of those CC chains is going to be so important. But again, as has been like the shark circling the raft at this point, it's still Top Esports, right? And you still have to be very, very careful when you take these fights. Don't overextend. Make sure you're making the right decisive calls. And it looks like it's going to come off the back of, continuing to set up around these objectives and continue to scale in that fashion. Try to pick apart Top Esports.
Yeah, exactly. Try and find ways to separate the team, right? Try and find ways to get picks. But honestly, I feel like Harder on this Silas and ZDZ on the Gnar need to be the main guys to look at during these fights. They need to do similar to what Knight and Xingtian did in game number 1, right? Where you're just such a threat to Top Esports that they have to play defensive, and it gives Betty a massive amount of space to play around the rest of the fight, right? That's the way that I see this AL composition working. Is just dive on in, get space for Betty to function. But the problem with that is, if Top Esports can kite that back, if Jackie can just stack his ultimate up, get that lightning chaining across the team, if you don't get on to that Zeri, suddenly once your burst damage has gone out of the solution, you don't really have that much left in the tank. And if Top Esports do survive it, that's where things start to get really scary for AL. They're not far enough ahead that they could just win team fights for free.
I will say, though, third item spike with that IE will be very nice for the burst damage of Betty. See if they can capitalize on that with those big bubbles, with the damage profile coming back behind it. But TES are constantly just playing the vision game. Tien is just moving through, trying to move with Mark, with Jackie Love, set up around this mid lane to put them in better position to contest this dragon.
Trying to fight for control, right? 10 seconds until that Drake comes up. We're looking at Betty, we're looking at Jackie Love in this fight, but also Knight and Harder could turn things around. Harder taking that Sejuani ult is certainly a good way to start things off for AL.
CDZ does go into Meganar here a little early. He'll be about halfway down. You know he wants to get that engage there. He's taking a little bit of damage. Knight on the side will be spotted out by the trinket here, and it's AL a bit dicey. You realize they don't really need to fight over this, but it looks like they want to anyways. There's the Glacial Prison from Harder. Here's the Tidal Wave in as well. And immediately Betty gets the first kill of the fight. Onto the backline goes Tien and Knight, but Knight can't really do anything. Look at Jackie Love, though. Look at Jackie Love. He's trying to make it happen here. He's trying to get the damage down. He gets a couple here. He gets another. And Jackie Love and Mark, the deadly duo. They're trying to make it happen. CDZ and Harder, they're the only ones left for anyone's legend. And just like that, some of that scaling is starting to come through, even off of the back of a third dragon secured from anyone's legend.
And that's the most important thing, right? Top esports, yeah, sure, they get 3 kills in the fight, and Jackie Love wants to turn it into more as well. But crucially, soul point for AL. That's what they needed out of this one. Jackie Love might get aggressed upon. Harder just going to use the ult to clear the wave here, as we will get full resets. But crucially, AL get themselves on soul point. They get themselves a potential weak condition online, and it's a great pick on Jingtian to start the play off.
It's actually incredible to see like all that focus in the pit, but then Tien makes the call, Knight makes the call. Let's go to the back line. Let's see what happens here. And Jackie Love and Mark the entire time just peppering the team because there's such big things to focus on with Tien and Knight in front of your face. And it just leaves such a big window for the execution to come through from one of the best ADCs to do it in the LPL.
And the crazy thing is, Top Esports basically commit and say, look, we're giving you Drake so we can win this fight. And they do win the fight, but only just. Not in the way that I think they wanted to, considering how deep Knight and Tien went in that line and tried to make that play happen, right? So ultimately, AL winning out in the play, in the grand scheme of things, getting that Drake for themselves. And now Top Esports still in a bit of an awkward position where they don't have the lead that they wanted. Yes, 1,000 gold up, but 3 Drakes down at this point. Even just in terms of statistics that gold is going to bring you. The Dragons are getting you way more across the team with the recent buffs. Jingtian! Oh my god, he just is nowhere near tanking.
Yeah, and on the other side, ZDZ is, right? Like he's 3 items in. He's feeling real tanky. He's got the Force of Nature and the Randuins here, but it's been a lot of... Oh my god. That's the 3 item spike for the Zeri right there. A little bit different. It feels like hits a little different, Munchables, but it's really starting to come down to carry potentials for both these two teams.
You know, I'm just thinking about who... If Top Esports can manage to fight a fight, who will be the MVP of that next fight? It could be Jackie Love, it could be Knight. And I wonder what's more important to Top Esports, the win here in game number 2, or Knight getting the most MVPs of the split. Which one matters more? Top Esports, though, just going to start the Baron off here, and AL have to answer.
They have to. Top Esports feeling really confident here. The Ultra Shock Laser out, but doesn't really hit on anybody. Xiaohao's right on the edge, but the Glacial Prison. Tien trying to look for the back line here. Tidal Wave comes out onto 2 members. Harder getting so low. Jingtian is down. Knight's on the edge, and that's a trade back and forth. Jackie Love, he's trying to make it work. Knight is working his way into it as well. Betty, Knight with the double kill. That's the perfect execution already utilized. But again, Top Esports find a way to navigate the fight and come out on top.
Oh, they're not done just yet, Mazel, though. They want to keep chasing this one. I don't think they can close the gap. Knight was basically 1 HP earlier on, but with the red buff and with a Yuumi here, he's sustaining himself up 2 times in a row. Top Esports just about win a fight 3-2, though. Knight, absolute MVP of the play right there. Huge double kill for him because it looked real dicey. Top Esports were basically all dead partway through the play there. Knight almost cancelling Mark's recall with the crop there after using the Shroud. But take a look at this, right? So it starts off, Top Esports just holding on to the Baron here. It looks like a good engage, but then look at the health bars from Top Esports. Slowly but surely get chipped down. Chingtian goes down. Harder does get traded for that, but look at the health bars. Knight, though, goes into the back line, slammed against the wall, but just perfect execution, comes across, finishes two, and flips everything onto its head, buys JackeyLove that space to push everyone out, and look at that scoreline once again. 7-1 and 2 for Knight.
Man, so the thing for me is, like, you could take out Chingtian, Mark, even if you haven't really been able to. But in the end, it's Knight and JackeyLove who have prevailed every single time. That's why in this bloody, scrappy fight, 13-12 at 30 minutes in, there is still the top esports difference.
There absolutely is. One thing I will say, though, Harder just took away Tien's ulti, right? That's a big, big tool, especially against Zeri. Zeri is one of these champions that is very difficult to lock down, but Vi is one of the champions that can find the way on.
Xiaohao's in with the Crescent Guard, the tidal wave on top of it. Wait, there's the ulti onto JackeyLove, but he's all separated, and immediately Top Esports turn it around. Harder, you are not dead. He gets out. Nicely done with the abscond. Oh, Chocho is about to get taken out just by the Ultra Shock laser, but now the Dragon on the table for Top Esports. They've got some health bar chunking done to AL's team, and it's AL trying to force this fight.
Certainly are. Knight trying to get a bit of healing from the Honey Fruit here. Another TP back into the play. JackeyLove getting a bit of mana as well. Drake started up. This is sold for AL if they can win it. And JackeyLove doesn't have his ulti, so can't stack up in the same way that you're used to seeing Zeri's do.
They see that Knight is on the side here.
Oh my God. What is this champion, man? That's just his W.
It's 813 damage off of one ability. It's actually incredible. There is a back coming through here from Knight. He has the TP to get back into it. It is literally just a moment of time for Top Esports to buy here, and they move into the pit. The TP kind of dissuades AL. They're a bit finicky here. Glacial Prison in, though. They've got Harder into the pit. Who's going to get the dragon? Is it secure?
Oh my God, they get it.
AL, they get the Dragon Soul. Knight is eviscerating the backline, and so is Top Esports. They found ZDZ with the Meganar. He doesn't get the Meganar ulti, and it's all going to hell in a handbasket real quick, Munchables.
This needs to be more, though. This needs to be an ace for Top Esports. They have to get objectives because they just lost Dragon Soul. AL happy to trade 3 deaths for that if they can hold onto their towers, if they can hold onto Baron. Xiaohao still alive, but no smite available for him. JackeyLove trying to cancel the recall here. Not going to go for the laser in the end. I don't know if he canceled it.
Oh, he missed
He didn't.
it.
It was too late. He wasn't sure which way to go.
He was going to try to go back behind the wall to get the Ultra Shock laser whipped over the entire brush, but he was like, no, let's just go for it. And then he misses it in the end. So big misexecution there to catch him out, and now Xiaohao can come contest the Baron. Top Esports, they're getting low. They're about to die just to the Baron. They go right back into CDZ. They don't have the damage. They don't have the time, but JackeyLove is here now. Knight and JackeyLove. He's on a rampage now. He's going for it. He's dodging out of all of everything. That's the Crescent Guard coming out from Xiaohao. He goes right back in. JackeyLove, it's on a razor's edge here, but Top Esports find a way to incrementally fight these fights.
Marcel, what is this game? Top Esports going maybe the riskiest Baron I've ever seen. No one with any health. JackeyLove on the wrong side of the map. And now AL can go for the play. Tien, 20 seconds on the reset. JackeyLove needs to make miracles happen with no ult available to get this Baron. The laser's too early. I don't think it can contest. He has to back away here. And Baron taken by AL. Unbelievable. A laser, though. Knight's moving in.
It's literally just Knight, JackeyLove, and Mark against the world. They're just trying to see if they can catch any stragglers here, but they do not. That is a Baron. That is Soul for AL, and everything's looking good for them here if they could continue to pressure these moments and utilize the swing of tempo.
This is a crazy game here. AL taking it to Top Esports. So Tien gets locked up. It's literally a 50-50 smite, and Xiaohao wins the 50-50. Top Esports try and just win the fight. That tidal wave was absolutely monumental to stop JackeyLove diving in with Tien and Knight on the backside. But crucially, Xiaohao and ZDZ survive. That's all that matters here for AL because they get themselves the soul, and then off the back of the passage of play that follows on, they also get the Baron for themselves. AL, if they win this game, they make playoffs for the first time since 2018. And they are on the cusp. Honestly, they're slightly behind in gold, but with that Ocean Soul, I think they might just be able to win these team fights.
It is the difference maker, but also the difference maker is ZDZ with the ultis, right? You get one good Mega Gnar ulti, that is a fight win for anyone's Legend. But if you can continue to let Knight and Jackie Love just dip, dive, and duck through these fights, it gets so difficult because they can outplay you.
Mazel, I've just seen a horrible version of the future. I've just had visions of the fact that Elder Dragon is up in 2.5 minutes.
Oh
Hang
my
on, that's an
God.
engage.
That's the tidal wave use and the crescent guard. Those are big tools, and Knight goes straight in for it. Calling actually used by Betty. So a lot of ultimates used from the side of anyone's Legend, and that's a spiky predicament here if they can't navigate these next fights.
I thought Knight had used his ultimate to get into that one there, but still has it available. So Top Esports using the Sejuani ultimate to try and force the play, but that's the only ultimate on cooldown. Whereas on this side of AL, as you say, the Crescent Guard down, the Tidal Wave down, the Culling down as well. They cannot contest at all right now. So Top Esports have a moment to gain control of the map off the back of that play. Crucially, gonna go for a reset in the end. 2,000 gold lead for them as Harder should be able to finish this tower off in the top side, or at least the minions will just finish the job for him.
Oh,
and man, it feels so tense, right? 2 minutes till Elder Dragon comes up. AL, the ones with the Baron, but they can't really get much done with it. And Knight and Jagglev once again fighting for MVP status there in the scoreboard.
Speaking of, this is a big change, right? Like, a full build from Jackie Love just came through. We just got the Lord Doms completed there. He has a full item ahead of Betty on a late game carry, who we've seen the Ultra Shock lasers to this point already doing so much damage. Now he has finished that Lord Dom. So it is something to watch out for. The picks that can happen, the damage potential from Jackie Love. It is setting up for catastrophe for anyone's Legend, but they're utilizing this pressure, the Ocean Soul, very well. But a minute 15, the counter is on.
It certainly is. And you have to remember the journey that AL have been through this split as well. They were looking like a, honestly, top 14 for a little while. And then everyone looked at their schedule and realized their last 4 opponents were RNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports. They lost the first 3 of those series. And now they need to beat the Kings. They need to beat the team fighting for first to get playoffs.
They're trying to force it. They have Harder in the bottom lane. He's TPing now, but AL, they've already been picked apart. There's no way. And that's CDC down as well. No Mega Gnar to save your life. Anyone's Legend, their hopes and dreams. It's being dashed in front of their eyes, Munchables. Chocho down to Jackie Love. And Betty might survive, but that is a win in Top Esports' eyes.
Knight is hunting for him. Harder gets slowed down by the Ultra Shock laser here. I don't know if they can chase that one down. Jackie Love's going to try.
He wants it. He's about to have that Ultra Shock laser back. Knight on the side. Stop, at least pressuring Betty.
Oh no,
on the back here, TP in. That's the end of the game. Betty is just now starting to back Top Esports. I think they've done it, Munchables.
BLG cheering in their base right now as Top Esports eradicate them.
Top Esports, they come in, they slam the door. Anyone's Legend, they got soul, but it does not matter. Top Esports will claim the first seed of the LPL Summer 2022 split in dominant fashion. The V5 series be damned. It's top at the top.
It's absolutely all Top Esports here after such a battle against AL, fighting tooth and nail. And you can see the respect in Jackie Love's face right there. Those are serious fist bumps as he walks across. And honestly, I'm gutted for AL that they don't make playoffs. I feel like TT and AL, both of them, the stories ending in the way that they have today is just brutal. BLG cheering with glee as they and FBX will make it into playoffs in the end. Top Esports, though, being tested here by AL. And I have to say, it's a little scary for Top Esports going into playoffs, having such a close game against AL here, but ultimately getting the first seed, and that's all that mattered to them.
That's all that matters. This team is terrifying. I know you can say all you want about going a distance against AL, momentum, storylines, narratives. That was on AL's side tonight, and Top Esports came in, shut that narrative down, put in their own piece of paper and said, nah, this is what we're running with tonight. And it was actually incredible, especially off of the loss against V5. They were destroyed in that series. I think seeing them come back even against anyone's Legend, even with this craziness on the back end of this series, props. I mean, they are our first seed. A huge round of applause to this team pushing through thick and thin, right? Having such an incredible win streak in the regular season come to an end at the end, but still having that dominance that we know and love from top esports.
I will say the ties were worth it, Mazel. This was definitely fight night in the end. My God, what a set of banger team fights that we've just been witness to. But man, AL, I just want to take a second here and kind of commiserate, because just a singular game in this series would have done it. It would have been the first time in 4 years that this organization makes it to playoffs. And for both AL and for TT, rosters that people didn't expect anything from.
Yeah.
Both of these rosters kind of coupled together of players that have been in the LPL for a while that haven't been able to find success on other rosters. I mean, Chocho losing here, being denied playoffs by his old squad, no less. Like, it's just such a heartbreak story when it looked so good for them earlier on in this split. And I will say I'm disappointed to see that they don't make playoffs in the end. But hey, congratulations for FunPlus and for Billy, both qualifying today off the back of those losses. And Top Esports, of course, for getting that first seed as well. But man, I would have loved to see what AL and TT could have done in playoffs. It would have been beautiful.
I think so as well. And that's where that heartbreak lies, right? It's not only that it comes in back-to-back series. It's not only that they had complete control going into tonight for themselves, but it's the fact that it went down the way that it did, right? We had advantages for both teams in a lot of moments, and I think you see the execution difference between a lot of these teams and momentum difference. And oh my God, that gold grab. But the gold grab, look at Jackie Love's damage, Lunchables. Like, that is crazy. I know you may be talking about the Ezreal harken backs to his damage is always buffed up. Man, Jackie Love deserved that game. And I think coming out like that and navigating those fights was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, actually insane. Jackie Love, almost 50k damage. Like, that is mind-blowing. I am curious who the MVP will go to, because Jackie Love, obviously, mega damage on this Zeri. But Knight, 9-1 and 7 on the Akali, 16 KDA.
Yeah,
like, that's
bad.
nothing to sniff at. The fact that he's even close to the damage of Jackie Love when it's Akali and Zeri that we're talking about. And also, Knight, if he gets the MVP, will tie for first place for MVPs this split with Sean. Jackie Love, it'll only be a 6th. Like, doesn't really matter. So I kind of hope that people are a little biased to give the MVP tonight on this one, because I think both had an MVP-worthy performance.
I don't
just
know,
one of them
man.
was playing Zeri, that's all.
250% damage to gold ratio. I feel like that's a number you don't see that often. I mean, I know
that is
200%
insane.
not
Don't
too
get me
bad
wrong.
there. Yeah, I feel you though for the narrative for Knight. You know, being able to get that one.
The thing is, like, with these two players, I feel like every single game where Top Esports look good, you're gonna see a battle for MVP, right? Like, Jackie Love and Knight are both had exceptional games here. It's not really like whoever gets the MVP, the other still had an incredible game. Like, the numbers that they're putting up, both of them over 200% damage to goal ratio, is just mind-blowing. Like, that is absurd to have two players on a singular team pulling that off in the same game. So, really, really phenomenal performance. We'll find out who gets MVP. But the long and short of it is the team fighting from Top Esports definitely showing some weaknesses here today. I think Qingtian not really able to have the same team fight impact that maybe we would have seen from Wayward here in game number 2, showing a bit of weakness there, like getting caught out a couple of times. So I anticipate Wayward will still be the front and center top laner for Top Esports moving into playoffs. I could be wrong there, but based on what we've seen today at very least. But on the whole, these guys are just insane. The hands are really good. They're very good at League of Legends. Bravo, Top Esports. First seed, well deserved in my mind.
For me, also, just highlighting Tien a little bit more, right? This guy with such a incredible history. A lot of the members of Top Esports with such an incredible history, but just seeing that adaptation to literally just camping out lanes, knowing that if you get them an advantage, it'll end up in a win for you. And even in moments where it's kind of back and forth, you still see a lot of that care that Tien is saying. Like, I'll forfeit a lot of my jungle as long as we can get a lasting advantage in one of these lanes, and specifically looking obviously at mid lane and bot lane a lot of the time. I appreciate that from Tien, and I think we can see that variation of style play well for them in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we can definitely see more flexibility theoretically for Top Esports based on the fact that they have that extra player on their roster. And I'm just excited that they played Qingtian today. I'm excited that he gets another
True.
chance. He had a pretty good year last year, so excited to see what he can bring to the table. If it gives them a little bit more, like maybe Ching Tian is the tank player, based on what we've seen today, Aatrox and Sejuani, right? You have Wayward for when you're wanting to play things like the Gwen, right? And to take over the game. Then you have Ching Tian to play a more defensive style. I certainly like the idea of that flexibility for top esports. I do want to say, though, when it comes to our standings now, Mazel, we have just one series left that matters. We have one day left of the LPL. It's LGD versus RNG. The second series tomorrow will decide who gets second seed and who gets third seed. The thing is, I'm not sure that there are good opponents in that top four. Like, just obviously getting the bye is going to be worthwhile, but when you get to that top four, those matchups are going to be brutal no matter what your seeding is. Our top four is absolutely terrifying this split.
It is indeed. I do have some unfortunate news for Knight. It will be his teammate in Jackie Love picking up the MVP. So no beating from tonight, no tying from tonight, but Jackie Love deservedly so.
Yeah, I think ultimately Jagular did deserve this. Just such an incredible job on the Zeri. Obviously, Zeri in an incredibly strong spot right now, but Jagular using the pick extremely effectively here. And great job from Tien, from Knight to threaten in the backside. So Jagular had so much freedom in these fights to just stack up his passive and just chunk through these health bars. I mean, you see the way that he just churns that damage out.
Yeah, it's, just seeing him navigate these fights tells you all you need to know about these laners for top esports, right? You just see that next level mechanical skill. A lot of these chaotic team fights where AL, had felt like they had an advantage. A lot of times it just came down to literally Jackie Love, Mark, and Knight. Like they were the ones still alive. A lot of the deaths were coming from Tien and Tien, but in the end, that's all you need is those three, right? It's actually incredible. And for our interview, Christina's going to be talking to Ching Tian as his first series comes under wrap here in the summer split, at least. So let's go ahead and hear what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to Post Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Qin Tian, the top liner for TES. Congratulations on your win. And how do you feel about getting back to starting lineup today, especially this is very important matchup. 让我们再次恭喜滔博拿下本局比赛，并且也成功锁定我们2022年夏季常规赛的第1名。我们邀请到上单选手晴天接受访问，也是好久不见了。今天是作为首发队员出战今天这场比较重要的比赛嘛？再次回到舞台比赛，感觉怎么样呢？
再次回到比赛的心情应该是很好的，然后如果能赢下来的话，就会很开心。
Yeah, definitely. I feel very happy to come back to the starting lineup, and especially we got a W today. Second question for you. I think anyone's legend performed much better in game 2 than game 1 because they have secured 3 drakes, 1 dragon soul, and secured the baron. So, what was your team's communication in very late game in order to turn the tide and totally control the whole situation? 那么第二个问题也是问到游戏当中，今天是2-0结束了比赛嘛，但是 AL 好像在第2局的时候明显会比第1局表现的要好一点，特别是他们在一些中立资源的争夺上面也取得了优势，所以在他们拿到了龙魂和大龙双龙会之后，你们队内的沟通和策略是什么样的呢？
就每一波都让我尝试找机会，然后看能不能抓对面的破绽，抓到的话就可以打赢。
So in late game, we talked about that. Let me to have a try. If I can get a seize opportunity to or make hard engagement, and we can punish our opponent. And next, I want to touch about the whole general form for TES because your support Mark has mentioned that hey everything went so smoothly for TES in summer season. So from your perspective, I think you have been joining screams, right? So, from your perspective, what is the biggest, most important reason for you guys to get such a dominant performance？那么接下来也要聊一下整个滔博在春季常规赛的表现嘛。在赛前采访，我看到辅助选手 Mark 说，哎，他觉得哎，一切都还进行的挺顺利的。那么我不知道晴天选手应该也是有参加到训练赛当中，也是应该在整个过程当中。所以从你的视角看，你觉得滔博这个春天能有这么好的表现，总体来说最主要的原因是什么呢？
我觉得他们有这么好的成绩，最主要是对的人吧，5个人都是对的人。
我相信晴天选手在整个春季赛应该肯定也有参与到一些训练赛当中吧。
嗯，对，我也有一点时间打训练赛，然后就看训练赛的表现，如果谁表现好的话，谁就会上场这样子。
So I think the most important reason for top esports to get such dominant performance is five cracked player. We five are so on the same page. And I asked him about maybe I think the Qingtian has been joining scrims. He said yes. So it is depend on players' form to decide it who will be in the starting lineup. So final question for you. How would you evaluate your performance today? I think your Renekton sorry. I think your actress performed pretty good, especially in game one. And maybe you will start your playoffs with higher standings and with winner bracket. So any expectations for coming matchups? 最后一个问题也是我们聊一下晴天选手嘛，今天也看到晴天选手，在第一局的时候建模发挥也很出色，第二局也很关键，所以你觉得评价一下今天的表现吧，以及在这场比赛之后呢，滔博会以一个比较优势的位置开启你们的季后赛旅程，对于季后赛有没有什么样的期待呢？对个人啊，对队伍都可以。
我今天的表现的话，我感觉一般吧，因为毕竟太久没打比赛了，然后第一把会有一些紧张。然后关于季后赛的话，我们就全力以赴吧。我们的目标应该是冠军。
So, in terms of my performance, because I haven't been playing on a stage for a long time, so maybe I was a little bit nervous in game one. So I think I just performed normally. So in terms of playoffs, our goal is getting the lifting the trophy. Yeah, definitely. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous about this one. So I think that I thank you so much for joining me. I hope you can achieve your goal in playoffs. 再次感谢晴天选手来到我们的赛后采访，也是很开心。今天也是跟队伍一起见证了你们登顶这个常规赛积分榜的瞬间。Back to you guys，拜拜。
拜拜。
Thank you so much, Christina, and thank you, Ching Tian. After getting to talk to him a little bit, obviously, hey, whoever's performing better at script, we'll see who gets that playoff spot. But in all actuality, right, great stuff from Top Esports. Also, really nice to hear from Ching Tian in his first series of summer.
Yeah, absolutely. Ching Tian feeling happy with his performance now. Not just Top Esports qualified for playoffs, but he individually qualified to play in playoffs as well. So nice stuff for him. A great win on the books for Top Esports in the end, a 2-0, and it means BLG do make it as well. So a hell of a way to round out our day, and a hell of a way to basically round out our split. There's just one match remaining that can influence playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, all the 10 teams are locked in. It's just about positioning at this point. But let's look back at today. What was a wonderful fight night, but a heartbreaking one for multiple teams. Top of the table standings, right? All in order. TT, though, falling to RA in unlikely fashion right when TT were one step away from securing their playoff berth. RA come in clutch. They show out at the end of the split. The retooling begins. And then our second series, a 2-0 victory for Top Esports. But that does not explain the heart and the trying that AL did to try to force one win to lock in playoffs. As we said, heartbreak ends of the day for AL and TT.
Yeah. I feel like AL and TT were both kind of fan favorites this split after their runs, and both of them being so close to finishing in that top 10 and being just denied at the last second is a bit of a heartbreak for a lot of fans at home. I think a lot of people would have wished for AL and TT over LNG and BLG, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you wish for. It matters which teams get the wins on the board, and that's what LNG and BLG have been able to do. OMG and FPX as well. I mean, we're going to have some insanely exciting matchups to start off, like LNG versus BLG to start our playoffs off, like as well as OMG versus FPX. OMG FPX is going to be an absolute bloodbath start to finish.
It absolutely is. But we got to look to the final day of the summer 2022 LPL regular season. We have to look at the matches tomorrow. WE, one last chance, one last dance saloon here to try to pick up a win here in summer. Ultra Prime just trying to fight in their way, make that 4-12 mark on their own right. But then LGD versus RNG, the possibility of a second seed in that second match.
Yeah, that second match is everything. The first one, Ultra Prime WE, that should be good fun to watch, honestly, because there are no stakes there. So quite often you get some wacky gameplay coming on in. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on that one. But the second series, deciding for RNG if they can make it to top 2, if they can knock JDG out of that second place spot and get themselves that extra bye into the top 4. That's what's on the line there. So huge series for RNG. They want to be joining top esports in that top 2. I can't wait to see how today goes down. Tomorrow goes down, sorry. And I just can't wait to get our teeth stuck into playoffs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at our roster of 10 teams, it is terrifying, to say the least, to see what can pan out in the style that we have our playoffs. So I'm also excited. It's going to be super fun. Tomorrow obviously still means a lot for RNG to try to get that second seed. But it's been an incredible night here. Thank you for letting me be a part of Fight Night, Munchables. Thank you, Dagatron. The Mazellinator might not be back. But yeah, it's been really nice to be a part of this one for you, and especially to round out the season here. So thank you to Munchables. Thank you to the production team for making us look good and dealing with our crazy ties. And also to the audience, to the teams, to the staff. Thank you all for letting us do what we do, and you're the reason why we're here. So everyone, be sure to tune in for the last day of the LPL Summer Regular Season tomorrow, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
See you later, guys.